Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. It's a Monday morning, and we're here for all the shenanigans of the Karen Retrial. Boy, it has been a crazy 29 days, and we are still in it. I think we are still have Arca still in the stand, or maybe they rest. This hair won't stay down. There we go. Good morning, everybody. I'm struggling a little this morning, I'll be honest, and my head's hurting, so I don't have the spotlight on. My apologies for that. For those of you who are new, hello, I got to fix my view. I bumped my camera. My bad. I don't know why that's not staying. That's why it ain't staying. It ain't tight. Oh, there we go. I got it tight. Good morning, and welcome everybody to my world. I hope this finds you well. Want to see who's first in chat this morning. All right, everybody, let's get ready to have a full day in court. Wow. Y'all. Aaron, you're first in chat today. Hello to Brent and C. Morales. You are in. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to do that, my love. Aaron, I apologize. I did not mean to delete your comments. There we go. You're good, Aaron. My apologies. My apologies. Well, got some news to share. And yes, they are watching, obviously. And I don't know how to say this, but I have to say it. I broke up with Gerald. And all I'm going to say is he was a fraud, he was a lie, and he was a cheat. And it's been a very difficult weekend. I hope that he will follow his faith and become a man that he should be, but he's not going to be a man in my life. 100% liar. Never was a Green Beret. None of that. It was all a lie. And yep, he's in chat right now trying to talk. Mod, do your job, please. Never mind. I banned him. He's gone. Bye, Gerald. I had already banned him, so I don't understand how he got back in. But I didn't want to make a deal out of this. I wanted to be honest with you because y'all were here on the journey. And he broke my heart, cost me a lot of money. Yeah, the wedding dress had to be returned. I returned it this weekend. No, I didn't get everything back. Friday, we put the contract and the deposit. Thursday, we put the contract on the church and the deposit, and that ain't coming back. And we had a cruise. I know, rather find out sooner or later. It is what it is. But I owe you the truth. I'm not gonna bash him. I'm not gonna take the low road, but I'm not gonna discuss it more than this. I'll let you know. If new people hop in and they want to know, we'll let them know. Oh crap, I forgot my iPad in the car. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna have to take a break in a minute and go get my iPad. I forgot it in the car. Yes, I know. I just don't know how people can do that to other people. How can you even enter into a relationship, either a friendship or a relationship? How can you enter into something like that and knowingly spread all those lies? Just 100% fraud. And it's been nasty. But I want to thank my special mod, Ronnie, who has been walking through a year since April. She's been my mod a year since April. And she just told me that. So I call her my mod queen, and it embarrasses her, but that's okay. I don't see her in here. So when she pops in, everybody, let's congratulate her on a year and a couple months. I didn't know. She just realized it. And she walked through this weekend with me, and I can't thank her enough. I can't thank her enough. But what is one voice? Who's in voice? Active, need to VC help. I don't know who this person is. So oh, that's somebody else's live, not mine. Okay. Ooh, that was somebody else. I was like, what in the heck is this? It's in Discord. Okay. Let them deal with it. But anyway, I am relieved. I am frustrated. I've got a lot of emotions going, but I am being honest with you. So I ask for your graces today. I ask for your understanding today, and know that it's going to be a long day for me. But I'm here for it. I'm ready for Karen Read. Give me Karen Read. I am all here for it. Ronnie, I just announced that I broke up with Gerald. They know. But I want to say, Ronnie, you have been with me for a year since April. And I just want to say thank you, Mod Queen. We've been through thick and through thin, a lot of adrenaline. I know we'll go through it together. I may not go far. Yes, that's kind of how I feel about Ronnie. We've been through thick and thin together. Hide that widget. I don't want to see it. Now I got pictures of Gerald and I popping up. Ronnie was amazing all weekend, and couldn't have done it without her. Ronnie, you have some birthdays to celebrate today. So Ronnie's husband had a birthday yesterday, I believe. Her granddaughter has a birthday today, I believe. Today. So we have birthdays.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to her husband and granddaughter. I forgot granddaughter's name. It's okay. Don't need to know. But girlfriend, have a great birthday. We bless you. We send you blessings for this year. And thank you so much for being such a good granddaughter. Yay. Okay, guys, where your bingo cards are posted, everything is up and going. The giveaways are up and ready to start accepting. You, oh, Harper. Do you know I live near a town called Harper? Real close. And so as I was saying, I had a headache since yesterday, and RA is flared up from all the stress of everything, but I'm happy to be here. Just thank you for your patience and understanding today. Okay, so we're going to roll the beautiful bean footage. Are we in court? We're not in court yet. You're late. You're late. You're late. Of course. Yes, we are. New blessings this week. And that is where we are. By the way, I'm going to talk about a few things. I've never done this before. I hate those powdered add-ins that you can put, or those liquid squeeze ins to flavor your water. I can't do aspartame. I hate the chalky feeling. I hate them. I hate them with a passion. But my doctor said that I need liquid IV because I'm not getting enough electrolytes. I'm not out, just water. Yeah. So I was obedient and I went and got this liquid IV hydration multiplier. And I got watermelon. Now it's watermelon, y'all. But this is the best tasting. I'll try some of the other flavors, but it has real sugar. It doesn't have fake sugar, so it doesn't give me headaches and it doesn't taste bad. So this is what I'm drinking. But I had a dear friend heard what happened, and she was making chocolate covered Oreos. Kathy, you know the way to my heart. Now, when I was on my cycle, when I was a young woman and doing that monthly curse, that led to 2 beautiful children. I would get, these are melting in my hands. I would get Oreo and the can of chocolate icing. I would dip the Oreos into the chocolate icing. Mm. No, I can't have the citrus. Well, yeah, I could because it's not real. It's synthetic. Mm. So I'm not going to eat them all at once. I can't. They're too sweet. But I have them. Perfect to chase down with a hot cup of coffee. By the way, our sponsor is Hitchman Homestead Coffee. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. Yeah, yes. Now, I will tell you, I will have to step away and place a few phone calls today. I got to cancel the church. I got to take care of one other thing and the cruise. I hope that's not fully booked. But anyway, I got to take care of a couple things today that I can't take care of outside of court time. So if I pop away for about 5 minutes, it's okay. I'll be right back. I'm still monitoring. Oh, June, welcome to the chat today. June has been a fabulous follower, and point to the point that she started making our cards. She started helping us out. So, June, you now have a wrench. You're a mod. Congratulations to the family, June. You're a mod. Woohoo! I can't believe it. Yay! You've done a great job of supporting this channel, and you are now a mod. Everybody, she's a mod. Congratulate her. Yes. Next comment, she should have a wrench by her name. Good morning. Good morning, June. It's official. Yay! There it is. There's your wrench, June. You're a mod. You're a mod. And I thank you so much for all of your hard work and everything you do. I really, really do. You are simply the best. Better than all the rest. So we'll have to have a little mod meeting between you, myself, and Ronnie and the other mod. Hello, it's Brit. Not hello, it's Brit. Haley Mouse. Hello, Brit. I just saw you. And I went, hello, it's Brit. That's like automatic. But anyway, we will have to have a mod meeting in the near future in Discord. And they're back. Here we go. Oh, she's slamming it down this morning. By the way, welcome to the Drama Llama.
Hi, good morning. So I just saw a transcript that was placed here on maybe reference this morning, and there's a motion to limit Dr. Rentschler that I just got that I'm not prepared for.
Why not?
So that we'll
It was
do
made before
later
that.
today, okay? All right. So the Commonwealth's motion to call witnesses in rebuttal. I've read everything. Ms. Little, I appreciate you getting your opposition to me. I think I had it by Saturday morning, so I appreciate it. I read all the cases on it. Does the defense want to be heard any further on this?
Yes, Your Honor. Of course we do.
Okay.
With regard to Dr. Crosby and Ms. Coon, as the court
Speak into a microphone. Speak into a microphone.
With regard to Dr. Crosby and Ms. Coon, the Commonwealth has been on notice that the defendant intends to present a defense regarding the arm injuries, that this was caused by a dog bite. They have been on notice of that, not just for months, but for years. That was presented at the first trial. The Commonwealth does not have a right to rebut information that they have been on notice of from the start of the case. So their decision to wait for rebuttal to call these two witnesses is improper, and we're asking the court to exclude their testimony. All right. As it relates to Dr. Welcher, the scope of his testimony, our request is that that be limited to very specific information, specifically responding to the new testing that ARCA has done. As the court knows, the Commonwealth has proposed a number of new testing ideas, as well as information that is greatly outside the scope of what ARCA intends to testify to. And so we're asking that the court limit their testimony from engaging in new testing that has nothing to do with what ARCA has testified about at this trial. With regard to Dr. Welcher's testimony, the court has made very, very strong rulings that Dr. Wolf, as well as Dr. Rentschler, are not allowed to speak to the credibility of Dr. Welcher himself. And so some of the information that the Commonwealth proposes is to directly attack the testimony of Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler. And under the court's rulings, we're asking that the court limit that scope as well.
And I told you I would.
Thank you.
All right.
That's
Mr.
all,
Brennan.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, do you want to be heard?
Regarding DNA evidence, evidence cannot be rebutted until it is introduced because the defense has a number of potential ideas of areas of testimony. It does not compel the Commonwealth to try to anticipate or deflect attacks, especially if they're meritless. And so the issue of dogs and dog DNA does not become relevant until the defense calls a so-called dog expert. They raise the issue, it's proper grounds for rebuttal. There are three witnesses, Ms. Hartnett, UC
They opened the
Davis,
door.
and Dr. Crosby.
Is what
If
he's arguing.
Dr. LaPosada is precluded from testifying about dog bites, we would not call Dr. Crosby as a witness. However, regardless of what Dr. LaPosada says, we would ask to call Ms. Hartnett and to call the witness from UC Davis. It is an issue that directly affects the assessment of Dr. Russell, the very expert they chose to call in their case in chief, and so we can now, from my perspective, properly rebut it. The second issue regarding Dr. Welcher, limited to the new information you will see from the testimony or have heard. Most of the testimony is new, but we understand it's limited. We don't expect Dr. Welcher to have a direct comment on the credibility of any witnesses, but he will address the tests, how he believes would be the proper procedure, and there'll be a number of issues that have been raised on written examination, but it will not in any way have a comment on the credibility of the defense experts.
All right. So the case law supports me allowing this motion. I'm allowing the Commonwealth's motion. So the motion for rebuttal witnesses is allowed. Mr. Brennan has said he will not
Are we
call
surprised at that?
Dr. Crosby, depending on the testimony that comes in. So, all right, Jim, I'm just going to give you this.
Thank you.
She seems a little
All
different
right,
this
so the
morning to
motion
me,
regarding the
my humble
testimony
opinion.
of Dr. Lopesada.
She seems a little, her tone seems different today, y'all. I'm just saying. Don't bite my
So
head
the
off because I
Commonwealth
said it.
is moving specifically to exclude, there's a motion to exclude irrelevant photographs. We'll deal with that after the main motion to exclude certain testimony. So if we start on page 7 of the report, that's where you want me to start, Mr. Brennan?
Your Honor?
Okay, page 7 of your report. I have some questions. So, Mr. Jackson, Dr. LaPosada cannot opine about the investigation of the case, the law enforcement investigation. She does that throughout her report. So she can't opine to that. But when we get to page 7, what do you say is out, Mr. Brennan? I mean, I've gone through it, I know what I think, but it's the Commonwealth's motion.
I think that her opinion about no object being present to cause a pattern injury is appropriate.
And where are you, on page 7, the first paragraph?
Yes, photographs and descriptions of the site. It is the,
Right, I might have a different page 7.
How do you have a different page 7? That's what I want to know.
So my page 7, okay. Okay, yep.
Dr.
I gotta
Lopesada
redo some
proposed
things here,
opinion that
y'all.
Photographs and description of the site where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found show no object capable of producing a pattern injury, I think is appropriate. His body was found on flat, grassy ground, probably frozen and covered with a minimal amount of snow. I agree is appropriate. It is the next paragraph where it begins in the middle of the sentence. It is logical to conclude that Mr. O'Keefe was injured elsewhere and his body was moved to the front line. There is no basis in fact for that. It's an improper opinion.
Yeah.
We left the argument.
So I told you that on Friday, Mr. Jackson. Great, okay, so that's out. And Mr. Jackson, again, the medical examiner erred in her diagnosis of hypothermia. Again, that's the improper critiquing of the expert. She can say that it wasn't hypothermia, obviously.
Took that out.
Okay, so same with the first sentence of the next paragraph, the Wisniewski spots were
I agree, Ronnie.
misidentified.
She's like, let's get off the horse.
All right, so we can probably do this much quicker then. All right. All right, so page 8 is fine. So now we go to page 10. So this is the dog bites. So if you want to pick it up at, what does the Commonwealth say about this?
At this point, there's no basis provided that she has the training expertise, methodology to provide an opinion regarding a dog bite.
What's the offer of proof on this, Mr. Jackson?
It will be more extensive when I establish the foundation testimony, but basically she's not only done autopsies involving dog bites, the wound pattern recognition related to the source of those dog bites. She's also taught classes on wound pattern recognition, source of coming up with diagnoses concerning the source of specific pattern of wounds. She has a methodology that she uses. Medical school classes, I didn't mention, the courses.
What does she teach? Is this
June,
in her,
send me a link in
her
Discord,
CV?
please.
Because I didn't see it.
It will be in her foundation.
In breaking news,
That I will lay. in front of
please
you.
send me a link.
I don't see any opinions unless and until.
I have no idea what's going on.
But she has extensive experience, not only with, specifically with autopsies that she's conducted herself, but supervising autopsies of others that deal with pattern recognition, the methodology involved with pattern recognition.
How about dog bites?
Dog bites specifically, 5 autopsies. I believe she will indicate that she's done 5 autopsies as they relate to dog bites.
Okay.
A medical school class specifically on the issue of wound pattern recognition, which that class includes dog bite recognition.
All right, so we'll need a short voir dire of her on this before she testifies.
Oh, what?
The court doesn't believe that I can lay the foundation in front of the jury.
Why?
Or go one here. I won't ask any ultimate question until we go to sidebar, but I think we can short circuit that.
Well, she's very specific about the dog bites here. So if she's seen 5 autopsies with dog bites, I'm not inclined to give it to you, okay? Seen only 5 in her 40 years or whatever.
It's not that she's only seen 5, she's performed 5 autopsies.
Okay, so that's why we need a voir dire. So we need a very short voir dire.
She's also been qualified on the issue of dog bite wound pattern recognition in federal court as well.
Okay.
So she has a plethora of foundations.
Has that been provided to the Commonwealth in advance of today?
I don't know.
None of it has. So here's the difficulty, whether it's a voir dire or it's in front of the jury. I have absolutely
Yeah,
no ability
exactly.
to research and cross-examine her. on
Exactly.
documents. She can say she had 1 case or 50 cases, that she testified in state or federal court, or she took a class. I can't verify it, I can't contradict it.
Oh,
I have
okay.
no ability
Let me
to
look.
give this witness about her basis, methodology, and experience in dog bites. What I have is her showing a couple pictures that she pulled from her book, and then she has some Google or Shutterstock research in her report. And so the idea that she has a history or basis is going to be uncontested, because there's nothing I can do to contest it, and that's not appropriate. I should be able to research, get transcripts, vet, and be able to approach the witness on whether or not she actually has the reliability and education and experience. I can't do that if we call her an accident for the jury or a voir dire.
No, that's where, if we want to compare apples to apples, Dr. Wolf, Azek Wolf, was allowed to testify, to specifically testify to the wound pattern, his interpretation of wound pattern recognition back then. That was nowhere in his report. That was objected to by the defense. Mr. Alessi went to sidebar, strenuously objected, said this is nowhere in the reports, we didn't have any notice of this, and the court said, overruled, he's allowed to testify to the pattern of recognition, at least in his mind, you can cross-examine on it. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth have every single case that Dr. Lomasada has ever dealing with.
No, we had an expert on dog bites who I allowed to testify as to dog bites based on, we had a whole, as you know, it was Mr. Leslie, I think 3 days with Dr. Russell on the voir dire. This is new to me. I'm going to have a short voir dire on to what she can testify to.
I have no problem with voir dire, I just wanted to short circuit it, but I have
So-
to get it to
All right, so let's go on to page 17.
Commonwealth has an objection to the third line, Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm. She is not qualified as a reconstructionist or biomechanical engineer. She has tried in other courts and been rejected. She does not have the experience, the background, or the ability to do that improperly.
What do you say, Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I believe she does, as a medical examiner, have the experience, and it's the qualification, it's the specific job of, and the qualification of a medical examiner to opine on pattern injuries. If the foundation is laid, especially as it relates to motor vehicle accidents, and now we're not talking about dog bites, which are a more defined subset of her overall experience. Now we're talking about motor vehicle incidents and accidents that she has specifically seen thousands of.
Okay.
Thousands, multiple thousands.
So-
If she does have the qualification to say, if the proper foundation is laid, that the wound pattern that I see on Mr. O'Keefe's arm is inconsistent with anything that I've seen in terms of a motor vehicle accident.
Let's just find out how many motor vehicle accident autopsies she's done during that voir dire. What I have a question about is taillights are typically made of durable polycarbonate or acrylic plastic. I would keep that out. I'd be inclined to allow in the injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by plastic pieces impacting his arm. But let's hear about
That's
that.
appropriate. I wouldn't ask about polycarbonate. I have no intention of asking about that.
And also, the last sentence, I think it's okay, and we'll see with voir dire. Neither did his skin show any array of irregular, unpredictable, randomly scattered cuts and scrapes, assuming she has experience with autopsies of motor vehicle accidents. But I would keep out the part as would be expected from pieces of shattered taillight. Was there more on that?
I object to that because this is now yet another witness that is coming in under the guise of some type of specialty, but really for accident reconstruction.
All right, so let's see what she says on voir dire regarding her experience with accident victims. I think she gets more into the accident reconstruction on the next page that I don't think is proper.
Which I am not seeking to introduce.
All right, so that whole first paragraph on the next page, you're not seeking to introduce? Yeah.
At least the first, we're starting with.
Well, and that's the thing, because they're saying there were shards of glass that were found in a light bulb in a little older vehicle like mine, and depends on the make and model and vehicle. But in my vehicle, I have a polycarbonate plastic tail light, but I have a glass light bulb. I have a halogen light in mine. Well, in her tail light, there is no glass. It all works off of a kind of like a filter diffusion. It's a clear plastic with bubbles. It connects at the top, and at the top are the connection of the colors, and the color just kind of bleeds down through the clear plastic. And so if they're saying they found taillight glass like bulb, then that's inaccurate and incorrect. So yeah, why keep it out?
Yes, we would be seeking to introduce that. Pedestrian injuries produced by contact with motor vehicle.
Ain't that the truth?
Tissue crushing force as the car.
Maybe kind of redirect that negative attention elsewhere.
Protrusions connect. That's basic. I believe that she does have the qualifications to opine about that. That's pretty standard, and that should be admitted.
She has absolutely no experience in accident reconstruction or the injuries. She is not.
How's the sound? It sounded a little low. I bumped it.
They have one, and he's going to testify to it.
Yeah, I have that as out, Mr. Jackson.
The reason that I believe that it's appropriate is because you don't have to be a biomechanical engineer to understand when you see, for instance, a known pedestrian accident, what are the results, especially if you've seen hundreds or maybe even thousands, what are the results that you typically see in the wound patterns, for instance, crushing forces broken bones, fractured bones, crushed soft tissue, things of that nature, internal bleeding. That's the province of medical exam.
Okay.
That's exactly what they are trained to identify and to opine on.
Okay,
I
so,
wouldn't get into things like, for instance, what she doesn't have the experience to do is say, when a car is involved in a rollover collision, these are the mechanical forces that are exerted on the body during a rollover, and the G forces that are subject, that the body is subject to in rollover, things of that nature. When a car
Aaron, is the sound better? I can see the microphone laying right there. Why it's laying down, I do not know, but it is.
is impacted head-on by another car, there are a number of G forces that are put upon the body, etc. Those are biomechanical issues, have nothing to do
Hair
with
looks
their
good
expertise.
today.
I wouldn't be seeking anything like that. But once the body is removed from the car, and then it's on the autopsy table, that's where her expertise begins to fly. if you
Okay.
will. She can talk about, and I believe she has the experience and the qualifications to talk about, what the body suffers at the hands of a vehicle, pedestrian, incident, or accident.
okay, so the first two sentences are out. The third sentence, she can testify that Mr. O'Keefe had no bruising on his arms or torso. And she can testify, and
Since when can a judge sit there and selectively tear apart a testimony at the level that she is? She's going line by line. What? By the way, I have to say, all you YouTubers, we have 135 YouTubers following us right now. Thank you so much for watching with us. Please do the likey thing. Please subscribe. If you click the like button, go up. Why is it not? Oh, there it is. If you click the like button, comment in our comment section. I liked, just like that. If you have subbed for the first time, put I sub. If you share this video, put I share. And we have a bingo card. Put I bingo if you get a bingo. The reason why I'm asking all this for you to do is because at the end of every live, we have a drawing. That person gets entered to the end of the month, $50 gift card, or not gift card, well, $50 worth of merch or a gift card, depending what I'm giving at the end of the month. So here's our bingo card. Motion, time 227, data, peer review, 3-point turn, approach, methodology. Good morning, that's been set. Results of tests, running clock, VCH, time drift, lights, may I publish, trip, tow truck driver, artifacts, tell your qualifications, Google search, Sallyport, ARCA, correct and right, confirmation bias, and KC 1162. Excuse me. All right, back to court. Oh, you can get the bingo card at the top of the comments. It's pinned. Just click on it if you'd like to participate. Anybody can participate. All you have to do is say, you bingo for every vertical, every horizontal, and every cross. You can get up to 27 bingos. A full coverage, if we get a full coverage, everybody automatically gets 5 additional entries. Okay, back to court. Thank you for the commercial break.
would have resulted from the impact with the SUV rear profile. She can say Mr. O'Keefe did not have bruises on his legs. She cannot say from bumper contact, but she can say as shown by dissection of leg tissue and muscle at autopsy. And she can't testify to anything else in that paragraph.
Your Honor, is the court ruling that she cannot say anything about the human body contacting a motor vehicle? That sounds like what the court's saying.
No.
I think that's too narrow a ruling.
It is. You can put this in, what I said you could put in, can come in, and the rest cannot. We
For
could,
instance, and just for point of clarification, if I ask her, would you expect, I'm just gonna make it a hypothetical, would you expect if his legs were contacted by a moving vehicle, would you expect to see bruise or contusion?
what do you say about that?
I would object, one, it's leading. Secondly,
Well, I'm not asking the question.
Secondly, this is asking to have Dr. LaPosada do accident reconstruction. She's not assessing a wound. I'd ask you to consider the case of Commonwealth versus Tompkins, appeals court. I think we provided at 105 Mass App 1124, 2025 case. And a similar attempt was made to try to use Dr. LaPosada as a biomechanical accident reconstructionist. The trial judge did not credit her proffer and found that she failed to meet the requisite criteria pursuant to Daubert Lanigan. And so recently it's been found by at least another court that she is not competent to do this. Because she's a medical examiner, does not allow her to come in and start endorsing or vouching for the article witnesses. They already have
Bingo card.
Yeah. And so not only on page 18, going back to page 17.
Is it on there?
About the
Yep.
pattern injuries don't correspond to injuries to a light. She would only know that if she had the training
Where,
experience.
I'm sorry, where,
You said on page 17 you would allow Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm. That's not her role as a medical examiner. That is the role of a reconstruction or a biomechanical engineer. And she clearly is not competent, at least as cited by the appeals court, to have that type of opinion. And so there's one thing to assess wounds, there's another to try to correlate or draw a distinction between the wounds in a car collision. It is essentially giving an opinion to the jury, he didn't get hit by a car. That is the core fundamental theory of the defense. This is simply trying to bootstrap another witness to give that opinion. That's improper.
all right, sure.
Mr. Brennan's going to cite the Tompkins case, he needs to cite the Tompkins case. That dealt with a situation in which the witness was called and she was asked by the lawyers, specifically in that case, the people that called her, the lawyers that called her, to opine about blood stain pattern recognition, blood spatter evidence on the driver's seat versus the passenger seat, and what her opinion was about who actually was driving the vehicle. It was a rollover collision in which people were ejected from the car. She was then asked to opine about blood stain patterns in the driver's seat and whether that was more or less consistent with the blood, the originator of the blood, one particular individual, was he more likely in the driver's seat or the passenger seat at the time of the bleeding, and was it before or after the rollover? Very, very different set of facts. And of course, that is a biomechanical engineer's province. And the court was correct in saying, I'm not going to credit her testimony on that issue, but that's what she was asked. She opined on it, and the court said, I'm not going to credit her testimony.
All right, so
To do with this type of analysis and wound pattern recognition, which is what she's being asked to do.
So let's see with her voir dire this morning.
Okay.
She actually was allowed to testify about blood spatter. It is the reconstruction testimony that she was not allowed to testify about.
I read the Superior Court judge's decision. I have not read the appeals court rescript, so I need to do that. I'd like to get going, but there are photographs of inside the garage. You intend to put this in through Dr. LaPosada?
No, not through.
Through whom?
If I could just have.
Yeah, can I do this? With regard to these photos, well, ultimately, the Lopasada will be shown them, correct? That they'll be introduced through our investigator who took the photos. We intend to call that investigator after Dr. Wolf testifies.
And what will that investigator say? These are photographs.
So he will testify to two subject areas. One would be took measurements from the street to the various entrances to 34 Fairview. We just have to testify about what those measurements were. And then where he took several photographs, we have pared them down to, I think, 3 or 4, just of one establishing shot showing the garage from the street, and then a couple of photos showing the side entrance to the garage, the pedestrian entrance to the garage, and also showing the interior of the garage, including a step and a
For what purpose? How are they relevant?
I'm sorry?
How are they relevant?
So the defense is presenting a bogus defense in this case. We are alleging that the police did not do a thorough investigation. They did not really investigate anyone other than Karen Read. The Commonwealth's own evidence, including the testimony of Ian Whitman, is consistent with John O'Keefe after what they claim to be the trigger event in Dr. Welch's initial report. John O'Keefe walking in a westerly direction, which would be from Fairview Road to the house, taking approximately 36 steps over a distance of 25.4 meters, which is approximately 84 feet. That is consistent with him entering the house. It's consistent with him entering the garage. The police did not take photos of the garage. They didn't investigate, is there a hard surface in the garage? Is there a ridge-like surface in the garage? And these are, photos are introduced on that road to say that there was evidence in the house. If the police only went in there, they would have seen that. And that may have sent them in a different direction. So it's relevant for that purpose.
Do you want to weigh in on this?
These are not only relevant and not material, it's misleading. They are not seeking to have measurements from the flagpole to the door. They're trying to seek measurements from the driveway to the door. There is no evidence whatsoever John O'Keefe was ever on, near, or anywhere by the driveway. The evidence is that he was at the flagpole. While the data showed there was a turn westward, it didn't show movement westward. It did not. If there was a measurement from the flagpole to the garage door, that is something that I think would be appropriate. From the driveway, totally irrelevant. There's no evidence, no witness, no substantive evidence in this case that John O'Keefe went in the house, went near the house, was dropped off. They're relying simply on the fact that there were 37 steps. They have no idea what direction or where. What they want to do to argue this is to show inside the garage and then posit a theory that somehow John O'Keefe was killed in the garage, it was colder than it was in the regular house, that would account for the temperature on the battery. They have no evidence to support that. You can't use Bowden as a panacea. You can't just say Bowden, they should have done what we want them to do. It is what is reasonable. The police went into the house, they spoke to the occupants of the house. There was no evidence that Mr. O'Keefe went into the garage. You might as well take a photograph of anybody else's garage in America and put it up in front of the jury. So this is going to create a mistaken, baseless argument that this evidence somehow shows that Mr. O'Keefe was A, in the garage, and B, he was injured in the garage. That's why they want to show it to Dr. LaPosada. Couldn't some of these angles have caused the injury? Total speculation, no relevance at all, and it is just prone for an opportunity to mislead this jury. This should not come in.
If I may respond in 4 ways. First of all, Mr. Brennan just informed this court that there was no evidence of movement of the phone. I'd like to quote his own witness. At 12:25:30, the device's bearing shifts to a westerly direction, as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside toward the house. So that was false. Secondly, with regard to, we should be measuring from the flagpole, our theory is not that he entered the house from the area of the flagpole. Our theory is that he was placed at that flagpole, and as Mr. Brennan correctly points out, there's no evidence that they introduced as to where he was on the road prior to walking into the house in that westerly direction. Our theory is as good as his. He cannot prove anything to contradict our theory. The third thing is that Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxey saw Karen Read in her vehicle alone. The passenger seat was illuminated and empty. John O'Keefe was nowhere in the area of that vehicle. He was not in that vehicle. There's only one other place that he could be, and that is in the house. So finally, the fourth point, Your Honor, this court has continually always done, as the court should, a 403 analysis. The probative value we have established through their own witnesses. They called all these witnesses, and they established the foundation for the admission of these photos. There is no unfair prejudice. I argue that anytime there's exculpatory evidence or a case that advances the defense theory, that's by definition going to prejudice the Commonwealth's case. This is not unfair prejudice. He is allowed, Mr. Brennan is allowed to cross-examine this witness and to make whatever arguments he wants to make about the likelihood of the garage being involved or not. But he does not and should not get the benefit of the fact that his investigation, the police investigation, didn't do what we just did. And this evidence should be admitted.
The argument is purely rhetorical. There's not one fact he offers. The witnesses that saw the car saw it in front of them. Nobody ever got out. a light on doesn't mean that he wasn't near the car, it means they didn't see him in the front seat. So there is no evidence that Mr. O'Keefe went anywhere near the house, on the breezeway, in the door. It is speculative, it is baseless. They want to take that baseless argument and then bootstrap to Dr. Laposada to further speculate that something in the garage that could have caused the injury. That is not Bowden. That is not a due process right. That's not 403. It's empty. It's no factual predicate whatsoever.
Okay, so,
The only other thing, just to put a cap on this, the location data circles, again, Mr. Brennan's own evidence, he introduced it, puts John O'Keefe in the house.
all right, so I'm going to allow you to do the measurements. These photos will mark for identification. The photos are not admissible. So, all right, Chrissy, can you just mark those, please? All right, let's bring the jury over. We will do, Mr. Jackson, how long will you be with Dr. Wolf?
Probably 20 minutes.
All right, and depending
Yes.
on that. All right, so during the morning recess, we'll do the voir dire of Dr. Laposada. All right, let's bring him on over, please.
What? Okay, this is really limiting. And I'm really shocked. Well, I shouldn't be shocked. I shouldn't be shocked at Auntie Bev for that. But this is a very limiting situation. The voir dire will be very interesting. So we will wait and see what that foretells. Today, y'all, well, we're getting in Dr. Wolf. And this is going to be the rest of the cross. But today is National Save a Frog Day. We got National Save a Frog Day today. For those of you who are just joining, thank you so much for being here. We greatly appreciate you. And we are a fairly new channel, very young channel in the realm of YouTube. And so we thank you for spending time with us today. Like I've said earlier today, we do a giveaway. So if you liked the video, comment I liked, just like that. If you subscribed for the first time, put I sub, just like that. If you shared, put I shared, just like that. And we play bingo. We do have a bingo card. Go up into the top of the comments and click on it, download it. All you have to do is just click like that, and it will keep track. For every vertical, horizontal, or diagonal bingo you can get, put I bingo just like this in the comments. At the end of the trial for the bingo cards, I will draw a bingo winner. At the end of the month, I draw a winner for the liked, comment, shared, and subs. I draw a winner. They get $50 in merch or gift card, depending on the situation. If you already have the merch. Oh, by the way, June, the colors on the hat for the threading, they couldn't do it. It looked horrible. So I chose pink. Several reasons I chose pink. 1, I'm a breast cancer survivor. 2, my sister died of breast cancer. 3, it's my favorite color. Well, pink and purple. Depending on, but in the house, it's sage green. Go figure. But anyway, if you don't like it, I will reimburse you for the hat. But I want to thank everybody. Thank you so much for your support. Miss Heidi the Highlander. Hamish is behind me here. Heidi's right there. We got another little one we ought to name. And today there's going to be a lot of drama llama ding dong going on, I'm sure. But this is my mantra this morning. I kid you not. Why is it not showing? Why? There it is. You may call it coffee. To me, it's anti-red rum juicy juice. Yep. That is what it's been since Thursday night at midnight. I rang in Friday with a whopping evening. Okay. I will say this once and once only for those of you who are just joining. This is the last time it will be said. You will not be seeing Gerald here anymore. He and I have broken up. He lied about being a Green Beret and a Ranger. He lied about everything. And he was also hooking up with other women online, telling them that he was not in a relationship and he had a job and all that, when he didn't have a job. He was engaged and he We literally Thursday morning just put the deposit on the church. So anyway, it's over. It's done. No more talking about it. But y'all were on the journey with me, so you have a right to know. But with that, moving on and upwards. But I will tell you, I don't tolerate stolen valor at all. I am a military dependent, was a military dependent. I'm a veteran's daughter, and I honor all of our veterans. June is a veteran here. But if you are a veteran, just know that you have my utmost respect. I want to welcome Betty. Let's crush it this week with love. Yes, let's crush it with love because love is needed here in the house. Thank you, Erin, so much for everything. Of course, Bev is limiting the defense. Of course she is. That's all she ever does is limit the defense. Reasonably doubtful. I know. And everybody keeps telling me better now than after getting married. I don't disagree. But there was just so much. It was horrible. It just, the world came crashing down Thursday. But it's okay. I dodged a bullet. I dodged a bullet, not a wrecking ball. Yeah, I know I may get in trouble with YouTube for saying that, but oh well. Okay, let's go over to the bingo card. We have motions. We did do that. Time, data, peer review, 3-point turn, running clock, result of test, approach, VCH, time draft, lights, may I publish, trip, truck driver, artifacts, tell your question, Google search, tally port, ARC or correct, right, confirmation bias, KC 1162. We got a lot of stomping coming in. No, it doesn't hurt any less. But I'm not going to give him the validation and the power and be sobbing, crying, and going crazy. I'm not. He's out. He's gone. We're moving on.
Persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannone.
I am woman, hear me roar.
Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Hi, Mags and Lord. Maggie Lord. Am I saying it? Maggie. I'm so bad at reading things like that with my dyslexia, but you're right. Thank you so much. I normally wouldn't share these kind of things, but our relationship was very public. Y'all knew him. He was a very strong personality in here, so I felt that y'all deserved an explanation. But the song that came into mind this morning, I am woman, hear me roar. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I've dodged quite a few of those in my life in more ways than one.
Good morning again, council. Good morning, jurors. So we appreciate your patience. We were in here trying to streamline things, so we got a lot of work done this morning, so thank you.
Okay, Sunny Day, that works.
Same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
Nope.
Since we left here on Friday?
I discussed
Everyone
it.
said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Nope, I did a
Everyone said
lot.
yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Everyone said no or should.
Me, I did. I read a lot.
We have Dr. Wall, please.
I guess I got the assignment. The bye-bye wave. I should put my hat on. It would go good with this outfit.
Charlie, remind you, you're still under oath.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Still under oath.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Wolf, thank you for joining us again this morning. I'd like to draw your attention to a picture. I'm going to... May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you.
Welcome, everybody.
Yes.
No, seriously, welcome everybody. I greatly appreciate and love having you here. This is a safe place. Whether you think she's innocent or guilty, you can voice your opinion here as long as you're respectful.
You were shown this photograph last week, is that right?
Correct.
By Mr. Brennan, correct?
Correct.
Do you recognize the photo as the same photo that you were shown last week?
Yes.
Under questioning by Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
And what does that appear to be a photo of, just generally?
It appears to be a photo from the test dummy from the 29 mile per hour impact test.
And does that appear to be a true and accurate photograph of the condition of the dummy following that 29 mile an hour crash test?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to enter this as next in order, please. If you could hand that to the court reporter.
Exhibit 218.
Permission to present that, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is this the photograph?
Yes.
Dr. Worrell, first of all, what caused the damage? Well, let's start with the most basics. Which arm is this, left or right?
This is the left arm.
What position was, you called this dummy Rescue Randy, is that right?
Correct,
What
yes.
position generally was Rescue Randy in upon impact during this test?
He was oriented such that the right side of his body and his right arm would be contacted by the vehicle.
What caused the defects in the and the damage to the sweatshirt as we see it here?
That was due to the interaction from the Rescue Randy sliding on the pavement surface to his position of final rest.
Is that sometimes called road rash?
Yes.
Did you see any road rash in any other place on Rescue Randy in this photograph?
Doesn't appear so in this photograph, no.
Can we highlight the face? What about there?
Sorry, I thought you were talking specific to the clothing. Yes, as I mentioned on Friday, there were signs of road rash to the body of the dummy itself on the face and on the torso and arms.
Oh, poor Boo. Your gorgeous face. It's gone.
Can we zoom in on the sleeve a little bit? Do you see any staining on the sleeve as well as the defects, the holes and the tears?
Yes.
What is that staining from?
Again, just from that.
Just FYI, there would have been a whole lot more staining or dirt, wet water because of the snow and the wetness. This is dry. So there would have been a whole lot more mud or dirty water, dirt, because it will absorb and maintain in the fabric easier when wet than it is when it's dry. And speaking for somebody who's a first responder who's been on many accident scenes, both wet and dry, when it's wet, it seems to be a lot more of it than it does when it's dry.
That sliding contact with the pavement, so it's just likely debris and kind of a film from the pavement surface being deposited onto the material.
With regard to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt that you reviewed photographs of, did you see any other defects other than the right arm and the fact that it was cut off of him medically?
No.
Any other indication or any indication whatsoever of anything that you see consistent with road rash?
No.
Okay, let's go back to the full frame. There's a second image I'd like you to take a look at. If we could have the lights for just a second. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It is the backside of the test dummy from the 29 mile per hour full-on impact test.
Which arm is featured in that photograph?
That would be the right arm.
Move that into evidence as next in order, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Okay. Exhibit 219?
Permission to display.
Yes.
Does that appear to be the right arm of Rescue Randy as he's face down?
Yes.
Is that following the impact?
Yes.
Do you see any? Were you shown this photograph by Mr. Brennan on cross-examination?
No, I was not.
Can we highlight the right sleeve just a little bit, please? Do you see that defect in the sleeve?
Yes.
Do you also see some artifacts above that defect, above and to the left?
Yes.
Can you tell what those are?
They appear to be fragments from the back window of the test vehicle when it shattered.
Does there appear to be any additional, let's go back to the full frame. Does there appear to be any additional defects on that particular sleeve?
There appears to be some material transfer, likely from the pavement, and also some road rash.
Does that appear to be transfer from the pavement?
I think that might be a shard of glass from the back window.
What was the condition of the back window after this test?
It was completely shattered.
The defect that we're looking at, that large gash, was that from road rash sliding on the pavement?
Yes.
But I will also say, when everything is wet, you don't tend to have as much tearing of the clothing as you do of the staining of the clothing. You do get a lot of tears. You will get tears, don't get me wrong. But it's not always identical. So I would have loved for them to have hosed down this area and make it as wet as they could to try to mimic the moisture on the highway. They did not do that.
If we can go back to the full frame, please. I'd like to show you an additional photograph. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the front side of the test dummy from the 29 mile per hour full-on impact test.
Does that appear to be a true and accurate depiction of the condition of Rescue Randy in that sweatshirt after that 29 mile an hour impact?
Yes.
Move for the admission of that photograph, Your Honor, is next in order.
Okay. Exhibit 220?
Permission to display?
Yes.
Can you describe what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is mainly showing the upper body of the test dummy from the 29 mile an hour impact test, showing the road rash to the front side of the body.
Were you shown this photograph on cross-examination?
No.
What caused the holes in the bodice of the shirt? In other words, the part that covers the chest and the torso?
After the impact, the dummy was projected and sliding on the pavement surface. So again, this is consistent with the front side of the body making sliding contact with the pavement, creating those abrasions and holes. And again, that asphalt material transfer that you see on the front.
Can you go back to the full frame, please? Do you see additional road rash? Take a look at his right arm. You see additional road rash on Rescue Randy?
Yes.
On both the fabric and the arm itself?
Correct.
Go back to full frame. And can you see his face as well in this photograph?
Yes.
Are those the chin and nose defects that you saw?
Yes.
Are the defects in the shirt that you see here consistent with the condition of the shirt of John O'Keefe as you saw it in the photographs?
It is inconsistent.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Another photo that I'd like to show you. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is that? We can take this down.
It is the rest position of the test dummy after the 29 mile per hour impact test.
Were you shown this on Friday?
No.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the condition of Rescue Randy just from a different angle after that 29 mile an hour impact?
Yes.
Move for the admission of that photograph.
Okay.
Exhibit 221.
Permission to display that photograph, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is this an overview of the entire body of Rescue Randy after that impact?
Yes.
Take a look at his torso, the exposed portion of his torso. Do you see road rash
Yeah.
on his exposed torso?
You know what, guys? That's a good point. Where are all of the road rash? Now, I will say it was wet. He wouldn't get as many frictions like that, but he would have some. And you would think it would at least be mild bruising or redness on the body, whether it be the backside or the front side. But I will tell you, if I'm a non-medical person, I'm sitting on the jury and I'm seeing all this, I'm looking at it going, he wasn't hit by a car. There's not enough damage to the clothing and the body for him to have been hit by a vehicle. Just gotta say. Sidebar. Oh, didn't mean to do that. So, yeah.
Yes.
Do you also see that the road rash that you earlier described on the bodice of the shirt, the front of the shirt?
Yes.
And what about, let's go back to the full frame. Is there also road rash on his jeans?
Yep.
Yes.
If we could go back to full frame. Have you ever
Whose voice is that, Gabby?
heard a phrase, knocked out of your shoes?
Yes.
Where are the dummy shoes?
They are still on his feet.
And this is at an impact of 29 miles per hour, correct?
Watch the form of the question.
Sure.
Yes.
And on top of that, y'all, the way he was hanging and the way his weight was on him, and you could see him spin on one foot, and that shoe stayed on. Just saying.
What was the, tell us one more time, what was
It's
the speed of this impact?
This was a
Gabby, I need more sound effects.
full on 29 mile per hour impact.
We can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in it.
Yes.
What is that?
It is the back of the test Lexus after the 29 mile per hour impact test.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the condition of that Lexus following that 29 mile an hour impact?
Yes, and I should be more specific. It's post the 29 mile per hour impact with the test dummy, not just the arm.
Understood. Thank you. The collision that caused the damage to Rescue Randy that we've just been looking at.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Move for the admission of that photograph, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 222.
Permission to display.
For those of you who don't, this is what Gabby sounds like. Sidebar. Sidebar.
That?
Yes.
She's my sidebar girl.
Is this the
Woman.
rear of the
Woman.
photograph that we were just talking about?
Yes,
And this is the condition of the vehicle after that rearward impact with Rescue Randy, correct?
correct.
Did the subject vehicle photographs that you looked at, were those consistent or inconsistent with this photograph?
Those photographs were inconsistent compared to the test.
Was there anything consistent about the shirt that you were shown on Friday, the left sleeve that you were shown on Friday with John O'Keefe's actual sweatshirt?
Was any of that consistent with?
Correct. Was that consistent or inconsistent, now that you've seen all the photographs, with the condition of the shirt that John O'Keefe was wearing on January 29th?
The test clothing was inconsistent compared to that of Mr. John O'Keefe's.
Thank you. You were asked on cross-examination several times about the weight of the hybrid 3 arm. Do you recall that series of questions?
Yes,
You were asked how much lighter the hybrid 3 arm was than the static estimate arm, correct?
correct.
I want to make sure we're clear about this. The hybrid 3 arm is the physical arm that you attached to the ATD and did testing with, correct?
Correct.
The statistical estimate arm is something in the ether, right? It doesn't exist.
Sustained.
How would you describe a statistical estimate arm?
It's probably from taking a sample of the population and getting an average and a high and a low.
Okay. Is that a physical arm you can touch and feel?
No.
Okay. Do you have any information based on everything that you've reviewed at all about the actual weight of John O'Keefe's right arm?
Nothing in terms of a weighed measurement of the arm, no.
Okay. What was the percentage that Mr. Brennan gave you in terms of how much lighter the hybrid 3 arm was than the statistical estimate arm that he gave you?
From what I recall, I think the percentage was 26%.
Did you calculate that yourself, or did you take Mr. Brennan's word for it?
I believe I took his word for it.
Do you recall what the weight of the hybrid 3 arm was exactly?
9.38 pounds.
What is the difference, if you can calculate, what is the difference between what was the statistical estimate arm, the number that Mr. Brennan gave you?
I think I heard him say 11.8, but I also think he said at one point 11.6. So I'm not sure of the final number he landed on.
Does
Sustained. Ask the question. Stop striking the end.
does 11.86 sound right?
Yes,
Okay. Let's use 11.86. Do you have a calculator with you?
I do.
With the court's permission, could Dr. Wolf use a calculator if he needs to?
Yes.
Thank you. What's the difference between 11.86 and 9.38? Just in raw numbers?
You're looking at just the difference between those two?
Subtract
Okay.
9.38.
2.48.
Does that mean there's a 2.48 pound differential between the statistical estimate arm, the heavier arm, and the 9.38 arm from the hybrid 3?
Yes, that's the difference in pounds.
All right. How would you calculate how much lighter? What's the proper way to calculate how much lighter in terms of percentage the 9.38 arm is?
You would want to do a percent difference calculation.
Divide 2.48 by 11.86?
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Jackson.
How would you, tell the jurors how you would calculate that percentage difference?
You would subtract the 11.86 minus the 9.38, and then you would divide by the sum of those two and divide by 2, the average of them.
Can you do that calculation?
Yes. Okay.
And what's the number?
23%.
Not 26%?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is 23% smaller or not, or larger than 26%?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move on from that, Mr. Jackson.
Has anybody noticed a change in her tone? I wonder if there was a conversation because she's very straight to the point, professional. There seems to be no attitude in her today. It's just get to the next subject. I mean, I don't like how she's micromanaging him because she doesn't do it to the prosecution, but I have noted a change in Auntie Bev's behavior.
What is the number that you get if you were to divide 2.48 by 11.86?
Yeah, that's true too.
0.21.
In percentages?
21%.
I like it.
Thank you.
I'm
Was
here
the
for- I
hybrid
look-
3-arm 21% lighter by that calculation
He looks better with it, in my humble opinion.
than the 11.86 estimate arm?
Yes.
On cross-examination, Mr. Brennan asked you several questions related to kinetic energy formula, correct?
Correct.
You referenced that. Did you reference that formula in some of your answers?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sidebar.
We are in a sidebar. Let's go over the bingo card. For those of you who don't know, we do have court bingo. I don't see anything approach. Yes, running result of test draft timelines. May I publish? Didn't he say may I publish? I don't remember. Tow truck artifact. Tell your qualifications. Google search. Sally Port. ARCA correct and right. Confirmation bias. Yeah. That's what I have. Sorry, if you have anything different, please let me know. And y'all be in prayer. I can't find my other watch. This is my old beat up one. My good one has disappeared. God only knows where it is. Hopefully it wasn't stolen, which could have been. Yes, it is early for Auntie Bev. You know, some people are really angry about the court view during the cameras on the family during sidebars. In all honesty, this court room is so small that the cameras have to be above the juror's head, so it only faces this way. It can pan, but then it's in Karen Read's family. So this is just an unfortunate thing. It is not an intentional thing. Just FYI. But I don't like that he doesn't bring his beard all the way up, though. I'm not used to the disconnect here.
May I inquire?
Yes.
You're looking at something that's been
Yep.
identified, a document that's been identified as 3 X's, XXX. Do you
No.
recognize that? Oh, you're not looking.
Y'all know what X. Oh, didn't mean to call whoever I just called. If I called you, I'm sorry. I have no idea. I didn't mean to. Oh, someone got hacked and I'm getting a bunch of messages. So yeah, that's true. That's true too. That is so true. Stuff is getting weird today.
Looking at it.
Not yet.
You see it now.
Yes.
Do
Can
you
you see me
recognize
now?
what that is?
It is the formula for kinetic energy.
Welcome, Mary, in
With that, Your Honor, maybe
Facebook
display the formula.
land.
We don't have to cut the lights. I think it'll be very obvious.
Yes.
Welcome in Facebook land.
Can we bring the lights back up and see if that's visible? Can you still see that, Dr. Wolf?
Yes.
Your Honor, is that okay?
Yes.
Great. You said this is the formula for kinetic energy, correct?
Correct.
You were asked a series of questions about whether the weight differential in the hybrid 3-arm.
No, we're getting into math. For those of you who are new, I'm deaf without my hearing aids, and I do sign language when needed for deaf people. And this is math and sign language. I'm like, I hate math. No math. I cramp when I see stuff like this.
Would make a significant or material difference in your testing as it pertains to the velocity of the vehicle that you were testing.
Amen,
Remember those
sister.
questions?
So watch the phone again. Ask a different question.
Just foundationally, were you asked about weight differential of the hybrid 3-arm?
Yes.
Were you also asked about whether it would make a material difference to the testing if you didn't adjust for the velocity?
Sustained.
What were you asked in terms of, what was the question that was posed to you about the weight of the hybrid 3-arm versus the velocity of the testing?
That there would somehow be an influence on, I think, wanting to make a reduction to the velocity of the vehicle.
Does that make mathematical sense to you?
Sustained is to that point.
Would that have a material difference? Would the weight of the arm, at 2.48 pounds, would that have a material difference in the testing that you undertook?
No.
Why is that?
Well, to start, that's one of the reasons why we went above and beyond the 24 miles per hour to impart significantly more kinetic energy to the arm. So if you look at that equation, it's a quadratic equation because you're squaring the velocity. So if you
equation.
double the velocity, you quadruple the amount of kinetic energy. So you get a significant increase in small changes in speed because of that speed differential.
Did you do a test with just the hybrid arm contacting the taillight at 24 miles per hour?
Yes.
Did you also do a test with that hybrid 3-arm contacting the vehicle at 29 miles per hour?
Yes.
I'd like to talk about those two tests, okay? Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at? I want to start with going from left to right. What does the E sub K mean in that formula?
So that stands for kinetic energy, which is the amount of energy that an object has when it's in motion and has a velocity to it.
What is the 1/2 on the other side of the equal sign?
Just a constant.
And what does the M, as in Mary, stand for?
So that would be the mass, in this case, the mass of the arm.
And what's the V, as in Victor?
That would be the velocity of the arm as it's accelerated.
Why is there an exponent at the top of the V?
Because you're squaring that. So you're basically multiplying the velocity times itself. So it would be velocity times velocity.
Is this a formula that's traditionally used in accident reconstruction?
Yes, it's very common.
Is
It's
it
a proven
sort of one of the
mathematical
foundational
evaluation.
formulas? When did you learn this formula?
Probably back in high school physics.
I'm going to ask you if you would.
It is such a known mathematical thing that he learned it in high school physics, not college, high school. And he's going to say, is this acceptable beyond the scientific beyond, is this with scientific, reasonable scientific certainty? And he's going to go, dude, we learned this in high school. This is like basic.
Wouldn't mind to walk the jurors through a calculation
A2
dealing with
plus
the
B2
24 mile an hour
plus
test
B2.
using the 11.86 pound statistical arm as
Thank
an
you,
assumption
Betty.
of the weight
So
of the arm.
true.
Okay.
You
Your Honor,
understand?
may I have a pen and paper to write?
May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have a pad here too, if whatever's easiest.
Okay, whatever is easiest.
Y'all click off test results on your bingo card. We don't
If
have
you
may I approach.
assume
Yes,
the
we-
mass
no, publish.
of 11.86, that's the statistical arm weight, and you assume the V for velocity is 24 in miles per hour. I don't care about the units, doctor. Just assume 11.86 and 24. Can you calculate this quadratic equation?
Exhibiting.
What do you get? I want to do it step by step. What's the result of squaring 24?
So again, you're not concerned about the units.
I do not
but
want to talk about units.
Just okay.
If you mention the word joules, my head will explode.
That's I didn't know if you wanted Newton meters, foot pounds. Okay.
Stop it.
So just 24 squared
Correct.
is 576.
Do you always, in this calculation, do you always use the exponent first? Do you always do the square first?
Sustain.
What's the first thing that you do in solving for this equation?
You would want to square the velocity, but it's ultimately all going to be multiplied. But
Math on the witness stand. Do we have an educational moment? Is this an educational moment? Okay, everyone may have your attention. The teacher is in the house. Everybody get your desk, get your pen and paper out. We are going to learn basic physics, y'all.
yes, you would square the velocity, multiply by itself.
He was an air mechanic in the Air Force. Yeah, he knows his mathematical.
What's the next step
in this
after
world?
you get 576?
Again, assuming we're not concerned about units, you would multiply by the 11.86.
Can you do that for me and tell me the answer?
Yeah.
How many decimal places do you want? Just your whole number?
2.
Okay. 6,831.36.
What's the
Okay.
next
No, let's not go back 8 decibels.
step once you get that number?
You would multiply by 1/2 or 0.5.
Can you do that for us, please?
I can't. My mind.
That'd be
doesn't work that way.
3,415.68.
What does that represent in terms of the energy into the taillight? I realize that we're not dealing with the proper units, but does that represent anything as it relates to the energy that's imparted on the taillight?
That would be the energy to the arm
Okay,
that's being transferred.
understood. 3,415.68, is that right?
Correct.
And that was at what mile per hour?
24.
Let's move to a different equation.
Okay.
Now I'd like you to presume different numbers.
I don't know what the question is.
Can you do the same calculation using the 9.38 pound arm that you actually used in your testing for the mass?
Yes.
And can you use the velocity of the actual test you did of 29 miles per hour?
Okay. And same thing, not worried about units?
Correct.
Okay.
What's the first thing you do in solving that equation?
So if you square the 29 miles per hour, you will get 841.
What's the next thing you do?
You multiply by 9.38,
What's the number?
7,888.58.
And what's the next thing you do in the equation?
You multiply by 1/2 or 0.5,
And what's that final number?
3,944.29.
That would be the number or the amount of energy imparted on the arm at 29. Is that right? 29 miles per hour?
So ask it differently.
Sure. What is that 3,944.29 number? What does that mean in terms of the kinetic energy?
That would be the kinetic energy that the arm has if it were moving at 29 miles per hour and weighed 9.38 pounds.
One final calculation. What is the percentage difference between 39, 44, 29 and the other test that we just did, or the other calculation, 34, 15, 68?
So in terms of a percent difference, again, when you're subtracting the two and then dividing by the sum divided by 2, so that's basically the average of the sum, it is 14% difference.
Which of the two tests, the two energy equations that you just did, which represents the higher kinetic energy imparted to the arm? The 24-mile-an-hour test, that's the hypothetical, or the actual test at 29 miles an hour? Which one?
The 29 mile per hour speed with the arm weight of 9.38.
What does that mean, Dr. Wolf, in terms of the testing that you did with the lighter arm, 9.38 pound arm, at the 29 mile an hour test, as it compares to the hypothetical 24 mile an hour test?
It would be more force and more energy in the 29 mile per hour impact test.
Even though you used a lighter arm? Objection.
Sustained.
And what was your opinion and conclusion as it pertained to the subject taillight using the 29 mile an hour test? What was your opinion and conclusion as it pertains to the subject taillight? Was that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw on the 29 mile an hour test?
It was inconsistent.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Doctor, did you have a chance to speak to anybody from the defense this weekend?
Not over the weekend, no.
After you left here Friday?
On Friday, I let them know that I was returning back home, and then I let them know last night that I had arrived, yes.
Did you receive any new information or have any conversation before you came in today?
No.
Now, when we asked you about weight last week, you did not go into any calculations about the difference between the standard arm, 11.86, and the 9.38, did you?
I don't believe we did, no.
In fact, when you testified last week, at the end of the day, you were asked questions by Attorney Jackson about the weight of that arm, correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked about the weight of the arm, Attorney Jackson asked you if you were asked a lot of questions about the difference in the weight of the arm, about 11.8 pounds statistically specifically as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe versus 9.4 pounds. Do you remember him asking you about that?
Yes.
And you were asked whether you were aware whether anybody had measured the weight of John O'Keefe's right arm. And you responded, I'm not aware of that, no. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And then you were asked, when you asked questions about whether or not his arm was 11.8 pounds, are you aware of anybody ever just weighing just his arm? And you said no.
Correct.
And finally, you were asked, what is that based on, 11.8? Where did that come from? Remember what you said?
Yes.
I don't know. Remember you answered Attorney Jackson and you said, I don't know where that came from.
Right, referring to, I don't know what source you pulled that 11.8 from.
And so you were suggesting that that is just a number pulled out of thin air, right? Was that a surprising estimate, 11.8 to you?
I don't know that it was surprising. I don't know what your source is for it.
Well, when you engage in accident reconstruction, you never just take somebody's limb and sever it and throw it on a scale, do you?
I'm not usually doing that part of the analysis, no.
So when you're relying on body weight and different parts of the body, there is strong statistical studies that give you a guide, isn't there?
I would agree with that, yes.
Well, the numbers just aren't a thin air. If you're doing a study and you have to figure out damage to an arm or a foot or a leg, and you have to come to an estimated value or weight, you have to get that information from somewhere, don't you?
I would agree, yes.
So you just make it up out of thin air. You have to find a resource, a reliable, vetted resource. True?
I would agree.
And that's what you do.
In some instances, yes.
Well, in this case, you chose an arm that was 9.38 pounds. Where did you get the support that the 216-pound, 6'1" man would have an arm that weighs 9.38 pounds? Where did you get that from?
Well, it's conservative from the standpoint, if you think about one of the equations we talked about last week, force is equal to mass times acceleration. So if we take the acceleration data from our test and we multiply it by a lighter mass, the 9.38 pounds, it's less force to the arm. So now if you want to increase the mass of the arm, you're now talking about a greater net force to the arm. So it's conservative from a force perspective.
Put aside your story about the force perspective. My specific question is...
So it's sustained. Ask the question differently.
I'll ask you again, Doctor.
No, not again. Differently.
Where you got the 9.38 pound value from when considering a 6'1", 216 pound man. Where did you get that from so you could be statistically accurate?
It is the mass of the hybrid 3-arm. We saw the photograph that depicted the weight. Again, how you account for that when you're doing the force calculations is you would utilize the acceleration data that we measured, and then you would apply a different mass, in this case, a heavier arm. And I will note, it's the same thing that Dr. Welcher did in his drop test with the hybrid 3 head. He ultimately measured the acceleration of the head, and then to calculate the force, he adjusted the mass of according to Mr. John O'Keefe's mass of his head.
So for the third time, I'm going to ask you just a very simple question. Dumb it down for me if you can, okay, Doctor? Where did you get the source to legitimize using a 9.38 pound arm for a person that's 6'1", 216 pounds? Where did your source to say that arm is validated for use for that size man? Where is that?
Again, it's the weight of the ATD arm. That is what the 50th percentile arm weighs. As I mentioned, in our field, it's accepted to utilize the acceleration data, and then you adjust the force based upon an increase in mass.
Is that your answer?
Yes.
Mr. O'Keefe's body weight and size does not put him in the 50th percentile like the 9.38 arm. He's closer to the 95 percentile, isn't that fair to say?
Correct.
And there is, in fact, the 95 percentile crash test dummy, isn't there?
There is, yes.
Yeah. You chose the 50 percentile, which is shorter, yes?
Correct.
Weighs less, yes?
Don, was that a text or was that an email?
Correct.
And the arm weighs less. True?
Correct.
The truth is, you have absolutely no study, no paper no article that supports using a 9.38 arm for a 216-pound man who's 6'1". You have not one reference or study you can offer us right now, do you?
I don't agree with that because, again, if you look how Dr. Welcher did it, he used the 50th percentile in his drop test with the head, and to calculate the force, he adjusted for Mr. John O'Keefe's mass of the head. Same thing is done in this instance with the lighter arm. We adjust for that in the
No, ma'am.
calculations.
So you have one paper, one study. I know the answer to this, so let me ask. You have one paper, one study to support that it is appropriate to use the 50th percentile 9.38 arm for a person who is 6'1", 216 pounds. I won't ask you again, but if you can answer this once for me. Do you have one paper, one study?
So I'll take out the commentary. Can you answer that, or answer that question, please?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Oh, wait, Aaron, he did use a test dummy. He used a test dummy. He stood the test dummy up and let him go and let him fall backwards to see the impact on the head. That's all he did.
Question.
You have one paper. Give me a name, an author. One paper, one study that supports using a 9.38 arm, 50th percentile, when you're doing a crash test for somebody who's in the 95th percentile who weighs 216 pounds and is 6'1". One paper, sir.
I don't have a paper because Dr. Rentschler is addressing the forces and the injuries to the arm.
You talked about, however, would you come up with the number 11.8? Like it was something that is curious or foreign to you, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you confused how the number 11.8 would come up?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I'm not confused. I don't know your source for it.
When you do studies, would you agree that the head has a similar weight to the arm and that the weight of an arm would
All
be
right,
about
I just got it.
5.48% of a person's body weight?
Don, are your first numbers 775? If so, I just got it just right now.
I'm sure that there's various studies out there that talk about that could be one particular study.
Well, let's talk about one study. What do you think? You're the engineer, you're the expert. When you're weighing an arm by percent, what is
Thank
the
you so much.
percent of the arm of the total body weight?
I don't know as I sit here today off the top of my head, no.
I'm sorry?
I don't know as I sit here today off the top of my head.
Well, if you don't know the percent of body weight of the arm compared to the whole body, how would you ever come up with a number for the arm?
Well, from the work that I've done with Dr. Rentschler in this case, dating back to last year, it's my understanding that his calculation for the arm was approximately 11 pounds.
So you're relying on somebody else's study? You're doing an independent assessment.
And you're relying on other people's studies? Oh my God! Oh, didn't mean to do that. My bad.
You agree with this statement? The heavier the object, if it gets hit center mass, that's going to be even greater force because that is more mass than just 11 pounds. So
Right.
the acceleration is the same for each body part. It just depends on the weight of the body part and how heavy it is to determine the force that's actually exerted on the body. Do you agree with that?
Objection. Need a source.
Not necessarily.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, and I think I described that a little bit earlier, is you would increase the mass, you multiply it by the acceleration, that's going to increase your force. Force is equal to mass times acceleration.
Right. So mass has a direct correlation to force. You agree?
Correct.
So therefore, the heavier the object, if it's colliding at the same speed, will create more force than a lighter object. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Correct. More force on the arm, yes.
Right. So weight matters, doesn't it, sir?
Yes.
Force is mass times acceleration. So if the arm weighs the same as the head, you're still going to get the same force. And so inevitably, you change the mass, you change the weight, same speed, it changes the amount of force.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay. When you did calculations in this case, you never took the estimate of 11 pounds, although it didn't exactly calculate the 5.48. You never took that 11 pounds and determined the percentage difference between the mass in that arm and the mass in a 9.38 pound arm, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't include it in any of your PowerPoints.
No.
You didn't explain it to the jury that there's a difference and weight matters.
Again, that's something that Dr. Rentschler is going to discuss.
I'm asking you because you testified, you gave opinions, you got a PowerPoint. Did you explain to the jury about the difference in force when there's a change in weight? When you did all your PowerPoint and calculations, did you break it down for them?
Well, I think it was certainly stated. I mean, I know that we went over Newton's second law, force is equal to mass times acceleration, right? So if you increase that mass number, it will increase the force.
When you were putting up your PowerPoints with the speeds, did you explain to us that there's a difference when you change the mass so that if you used a lighter arm, there would be a difference in force? Did you explain that to us in any of your slides?
I don't know that I explicitly stated it, but again, that's why we went up to 29 miles per hour to account for that difference in weight.
Were you trying to inflate the force for the speed of test so it looked
Here we
like
go. Here it
the
is.
collision had to happen at a faster speed to cause a certain amount of damage? Were you doing that intentionally?
No.
You didn't overstate the mass. You didn't use an arm that was 14 pounds that would have created the opposite illusion, right? You used a weight that was lighter than Mr. O'Keefe's estimated arm.
Right, because again, it goes both ways. If you increase the mass of the arm, you increase the force on the arm. So there's going to be more force acting on the arm.
Let's talk about your study.
So he didn't like that answer. If you notice how quickly he got off of that, he did not like that answer at all. At all. It's not what he was looking for. He's moving on. Hopefully.
He's with Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt and his arm, and you gave some opinions about what you would expect for damage to his arm. When I asked you on Friday whether you had any support, any vetted journals, learned treatise, any support whatsoever about whether you should use a crash test dummy arm for these types of studies, you didn't have any support on Friday. Do you have any today that you can refer to?
No.
Putting aside the fact that you have absolutely no professional studies or journals to support that you should be using a crash test dummies arm for these type of tests, are you aware of the expert literature in this case that the opposite, you specifically should not use crash test dummies when you're trying to do this type of analysis on clothing and a person's body? Are you aware whether that exists?
I'm not aware of those studies, no.
As a inquisitive engineer, wouldn't you want to know if there was legitimate studies in your world, in your profession, that suggest or states that you should not be using crash test dummies to determine injury to the arm as far as lacerations? Would you want to know that?
I think, again, you're getting confused between my role and Dr. Rentschler. Can I finish, please?
No. Objection.
Oh, what?
No.
Objection. Objection, Your Honor. Bullying the witness. I'll go back on that. I want to hear that again.
Suggests or states that you should not be using crash test dummies to determine injury to the arm as far as lacerations. Would you want to know that?
I think, again, you're getting confused between my role and Dr. Rentschler. Can I finish, please?
No. Objection.
Okay, so,
No.
no comment, Mr. Brennan. Answer the question, please.
I wasn't addressing the lacerations or the abrasions to the arm, sir.
You had photographs
Not
and
his
you
job.
were opining that you would have expected or you would not expect there to be abrasions or cuts on that clothing in your tests A and B, didn't you?
There were no holes or cuts in the material, no.
I understand, but you offered opinions. Didn't you offer to the jury an opinion that the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were inconsistent with your tests in A and B?
The cuts and the holes are inconsistent.
Sir, when you were assessing cuts and holes on clothing, you need to make sure the predicate as a basis that you're using the right properties, right?
I would agree with that.
And so if there was literature directing that you should not use a crash test dummy to assess injury on an arm, would you follow that instruction or would you do it anyways?
Again, you keep saying injury to the arm. I was looking at what happens to the material when it makes contact with the tail light.
A crash test dummy's arm is harder than a human arm, isn't it?
Yes.
You push a human arm, it's like an indent. You can push in, can't you?
Yes.
And that property of pushing in, if a cloth is on it, it is easier for a cloth to tear pushing in than if it's hard. Isn't it?
Brennan, be careful, boo. You're going in dangerous territory, and here's why. You're talking about the arm being stronger, denser, firmer materials than that of flesh and muscle and bone on a human. So if you're going to imply that the shirt would not have torn as much because what's under it is softer, wouldn't then also beg to reason? I can't my hearing aids are acting up. Wouldn't that also beg to reason that the flesh would have bruised, torn, and torn and shredded a whole lot easier than the crash dummies? Because that material is much harder, much more dense than that of flesh and muscle. So that would beg to differ. You are actually opening up the doors for the thought in the minds of the jury, hence be careful with your questions, that there should be more damage to his body then. Yeah, be careful what you're asking, dude.
I don't know that I agree with that.
Well, do you disagree with that?
Well, the hybrid arm is a vinyl flesh, so it's not rigid.
Do you disagree with what I just said?
Can you repeat your question?
Sure.
Yeah, I do
Human arm,
disagree with what you
softer than the
said.
hybrid, yes?
Yes.
When you push it, you can push in, much different than the hybrid arm, which is stiffer, yes?
I don't know what you mean by much different, but there will be a difference, yes.
Well, is it a noticeable difference to you if you push a hybrid arm as opposed to a human arm?
Yes.
When you push a human arm, it indents, yes?
Correct.
And so if you push with cloth on, the cloth indents, yes?
Correct.
Which creates an easier, tear in the fabric with less force if you can push in as opposed to a hard arm. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I would agree with that.
So when you replicate...
Yeah, but I would also agree that if that's the case, then the flesh would have torn, bruised, had abrasions. It would have had more damage to it because it's softer than the dummies, and the dummies had abrasions, but the flesh would have had more.
Studies and giving opinions about a person's arm, a real person's arm, using a hybrid arm doesn't seem to be an appropriate standard, does it?
I don't agree with that because, again, when the taillight breaks in the test, the arm is now moving with that taillight. So it's, again, like we talked about on Friday, you'd somehow have to have those fragments accelerating at a greater velocity to penetrate that.
We're going to get to that, but I'm talking about the stiffness. Let's get back to the appropriateness of using a crash test dummy. Now conceding that a human, it pushes different than the crash test dummy, would you agree that a crash test dummy is not an appropriate tool to use when determining tears in clothing on somebody's arm? Would you agree?
No.
I don't think I would agree with that, no.
When you used the crash test dummy in test A and B, that was the 5'9" dummy?
Yes.
When you considered tears to clothing, you bought a new sweatshirt that was similar to Mr. O'Keefe's, an extra large sweatshirt?
Don't know if I recall the exact size, but I think one of them might have been an extra large.
And then you bought a second one that was medium. So when you used the smaller dummy, you weren't actually using Mr. O'Keefe's size of extra large. You used a medium sweatshirt, yes?
Yes.
Because it was a smaller dummy than the size of Mr. O'Keefe. That's why you needed a smaller sweatshirt, yes?
I think it was more or less just what we could get our hands on.
Well, you had an extra large and a medium. You didn't put the extra large on in test A and B, did you?
I don't recall off the top of my head what sizes were on each test.
Okay, could we show a picture of A to remind Dr. Wolf? And while she's pulling that up, is there a difference between, so see that's how that's blue? You see that's medium?
Yes,
So the blue ones you use for test A and B, correct?
correct.
The smaller crash test dummy than Mr. O'Keefe, the 5'9" crash test dummy, yes?
Correct.
And then when you used Randy and brought him into the scene, you used the extra large, the gray one.
Correct.
Right, so you used a different one because it was a smaller anatomical doll than the size of Mr. O'Keefe, yes?
We used different sizes. The material blend was the same.
This was new.
Correct.
The extra large you put on Randy was new.
Correct.
Did you consider that he wear and tear on Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt, the extra large sweatshirt he was wearing?
Oh
that
my
night?
gosh.
The wear
Really?
and tear?
Yes, the wear and tear.
No.
Did you ever consider the differences between a brand new sweatshirt and one that had been worn?
No.
Had you ever had clothing, sweatshirt you used repeatedly, maybe put in the dryer, wears it down? Sometimes you can get holes more easily. Did you do any type of analysis on that whatsoever?
No, I'm not allowed that.
Any type of analysis whatsoever on the age or whether it's stretched the same, anything like that?
No.
No variables whatsoever on the sweater, did you?
No.
Okay. Does it matter whether or not the sweatshirt is tighter or looser?
Okay, one of my other peeps from X had asked, why am I constantly looking up over here? I'm trying to read the captioning. I'm deaf without my hearing aids, and it's just I'm struggling to hear him. Well, not him, but the attorney. So I have captioning set up over here. So if I'm looking like this, don't take it personally. I'm just trying to read the captioning.
Or how
My computer's captioning.
it fits the body? Is that
It's
any
better
part of
than
your
what they have
consideration?
here.
No.
Have you ever done testing like this before for clothing?
In terms of impacting a taillight?
Yes.
No.
So this is the first time ever that you've done this type of analysis and offered an opinion in front of a jury on this?
Specific to impacting an arm with a taillight, yes.
Before you decided to come in and give an opinion, did you take any study or look at any journals on fabrics?
No.
Did you consider any of the variables that one would want to consider regarding fabrics before you came in and gave this opinion?
No.
Did it concern you when you were coming in to give a professional opinion about something you've never done before, whether or not you were studied in the area before you did it?
Well, I think I relayed my observations from the test, right? I certainly explained how we set up the arm, how the arm was closed. You all obviously saw the impact testing to the arm, so I'm relaying my observations from the test that we did.
Did it concern you that you were coming in to give an opinion on something you have never done before, and that you did absolutely no study on fabrics or any of other people's analysis on fabrics in cutting? Did that concern you?
No.
So you were comfortable just coming in with no experience in this whatsoever, without even studying or doing any research? You were comfortable to come in and just throw out an opinion?
No, again, and Dr. Rentschler is going to address part of this. Again, we worked as a team, so there's a synergy between the two of us.
Well, putting aside the synergy, you're the one on the stand under oath, yeah?
Correct.
You're the one testifying, giving opinions to this jury, yes?
Yes.
You're the one asking them to rely on your experience and training, true?
Correct.
You're the one asking them to rely on your judgment and your effort to be accurate, yes?
Yes.
So when you give the opinion, you have a personal responsibility to support that opinion, putting aside Dr. Welcher or Dr. Rentschler. You have a responsibility for your opinion, don't you?
I would generally agree with that, yes.
Generally?
Yes.
Well, when wouldn't you? When would not be general? Don't you have an obligation every single time you take the stand and give an opinion to be supported, valued, vetted?
Yes,
Every single time?
and again, Dr. Rentschler is addressing
Hey,
those
Mouse.
abrasions and
Good to see you,
lacerations, which certainly
beloved.
correspond to the material.
Right. But you didn't wait for Dr. Rensler. You offered a number of opinions to this jury. You personally, under your name, you came in and presented yourself as an expert in this subject. You, didn't you?
Correct.
So putting aside Dr. Rensler, his opinions, do you stand behind your opinions?
Yes.
Okay. And you do that despite the fact you've done no study, no research, haven't vetted, and have no authority whatsoever?
Yes.
You wrote a report back on February 12, 2024.
Correct.
In February 12, 2024, do you remember talking about injuries to the arm and damage to the taillight?
Generally, yes.
Okay, that's fair. Do you remember writing in a report, it is significant to note that the injuries have been classified as abrasions and analysis of the autopsy photographs indicates minimal bleeding or lacerations of the dermis?
So the report that you're referring to is a joint report authored by myself, Dr. Rensler, and Mr. Scott Klein. So that would have been a portion drafted by Dr. Rensler addressing the injuries.
I see. So in this report, it has your name, Dr. Rensler, and another person, Scott Klein, yes?
Correct.
But in the report, none of you ever differentiate which opinions you're standing behind or somebody else's, right? I'll move on.
The objection is sustained.
I'll move on.
The objection is sustained.
Did you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you write or endorse these injuries would not result from impact with a non-damaged tail lamp cover and the amount of force required to fracture the tail light cover?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar.
I knew that was coming.
Sidebar.
We are at a sidebar. So he's being super picky about this guy's testimony, and he will very well should be. That said, I'm struggling with some of the questions he's asking him. I get it that he thinks that worn fabric is going to react differently than non-worn fabric. Yeah, that may be true, but in this case, is it really anything that's necessary? Sidebar. Haley Mouse, we have missed you. By the way, everybody, welcome Miss June as our newest mod. Congratulations, Miss June. We're so grateful. We're thankful. We're blessed to have you as a mod. Speaking of which, June is our bingo card creator. I'm sure I've missed anything. Put what I have missed in comments below. Time 2:27, peer review, 3-point turn, running clock, VC. I forget what VCH is. Time drift, lights, Maya published trip, tow truck, artifacts. Tell your qualifications, Google search, Sallyport, ARCA, confirmation bias, and KC 1162. So that's what my bingo card looks like right now. And thank you so much, Gabby, for the thing in Discord. We will look at that. It looks fine, but I got to go over it again. Oh. Okay. I have new people hopped on. I might as well. I'm going to be saying this off and on throughout the day, but it will be the only day that I do this. For those of you who've noticed, Gerald has not been in the talks into the chat because, well, I dumped his butt. We broke up. He lied about everything. He lied about his military qualifications. He stolen valor. That's what June told me it's called. He lied about being a Green Beret Ranger and a company commander. He lied about his education. He lied about his finances. He lied about everything. So also he was hooking up with another woman online. So yeah, I dumped him on Thursday night, midnight. So Friday morning. It has been a very long and difficult weekend. Finished dealing with him yesterday. He hopped into live first thing this morning and he has been removed. I want to say thank you guys for everything, all your love and support through this journey. First time I put myself really out there since 2009 when I lost my husband. So, it's been difficult, but I refuse to give him the power. I'm moving onward and upward. I learned a lot, and I'm proud of myself because the old me would not have laid those boundaries. The old me would have just accepted and moved on. So thank you guys for everything. I know a lot of you, I don't want to make a big deal about this, but it has been a public journey. And I just wanted those to know it's easier for me to do this today than it is to be answering people all the time. Oh, so with that, move on. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. Yeah, I've had my cry. Little. I'm trying not to. I'm trying to not give him that power. Yeah. Total fraud. Total fraud. How people can do that. And as I told somebody else just today, I said, it's bad enough he did what he did to me, but I'm a military brat. You don't steal honor. And that's what he did. And that just chaps me. Brennan is doing a really good job in poking more holes into Arca's testimony. That's June's vid. And by the way, if for those of you who are new here, it is okay to disagree with people. Some people, June thinks that she's on the fence. She's not a Karen Read is innocent person yet. But also at the same time, you have people who think she's innocent, some who are on the fence, some who think they're guilty. In this house, honey boo, you're welcome to give your opinion. We will support your opinion. We encourage your opinion. And again, thank you for all of those who are joining us. We have 133 in YouTube right now and 67 alternate jurors. So we have also some in Facebook, which are not being counted for some reason. But Maddie in Facebook, we love you, mija. We appreciate you. For some reason, Facebook is not allowing me to show comments and stuff. I don't know. They're being picky over there. Yes, she did. I haven't marked it yet. You're right. We said Arca. But I got it on my bingo card now. Thank you. I caught it after I took it off. But Facebook is being picky. And it's happened just a few days ago, and it's upset me because I was building a Facebook following. So welcome aboard, everybody. Thank you so much. Just so some of you who may not know, we have a monthly drawing at the end of the month. If you liked this video, go in and comment, I liked, just like this. It is free. And you can be entered into the end of the month drawing. We currently have 18 likes, but we only have 13 in the drawing. So please like this video. You can lurk. It's okay. Just comment I liked in YouTube. Then if you share the video, put I shared. If you subbed for the first time, put I subbed. Now we also have our game that we play, a court YouTube, a bingo. If you have bingoed in every vertical, every horizontal, and every time you bingo diagonally, put I bingoed. At the end of the day today, I will draw a name. At the end of trial, there'll be one winner. That person will get free merch, $50 worth of free merch. I just opened up my merch. We've got merch coming, more merch coming. I'm editing, I'm doing, so that will be awesome. I was a Karen Read guilty before I actually started listening to the trial. This was during the first trial. After hearing all the mistakes of CW and their investigations, I don't trust them. Thank you so much. I will tell you, it is going to be hard, but you know what? That's okay. I'd rather things be hard than me to have married him and found all this out later. And he's already on to somebody else, I'm sure. Nothing the Commonwealth presents is credible to me anymore. They mishandled the investigation and evidence horrendously. I don't know
You
why
asked
men have to
questions
be
about
such jerks.
impact with the
Women can be
taillight.
that way too.
And in fact, in one of your answers to me today, you talked about after a vehicle collides with a pedestrian, there's continued movement between the vehicle and the pedestrian, isn't there?
Correct.
And so while glass or plastic that shatters from a taillight might not impale clothes of the skin, would you agree if your dummy wasn't restrained, when the Lexus collides with the dummy, there'd be continued contact for some time, extended contact between both the dummy and the taillight?
Mosquito bites on my ankle.
Well, the arm, as is demonstrated in the test, would be moving at roughly the same velocity as the vehicle.
Yes. And don't you think that the vehicle would continue to drag the arm until the body either was thrown or spun off? Would you agree with that?
At some point, they will separate, yes.
At some point, but before the at some point. What I'm asking is, at the collision, when you see all the taillights shatter, right, wouldn't the Lexus, if it continues at that speed, say 24 miles per hour, for example, it would continue to drag with that dummy's arm longer than is shown in those experiments because the dummy is restrained?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. Would you agree that if a Lexus is backed up at 24 miles per hour and hits the dummy's arm and the taillight shatters, if the dummy wasn't restrained and moved regularly, it would extend the contact between that shattered taillight and the dummy's arm? Would you agree with that?
It would move with the vehicle until it got pushed out of the way, just move to the side,
And
yes.
so what you're saying is it would move with the vehicle but wouldn't touch the vehicle?
Well, in the one test, if you remember, because of the restitution effects, the arm reached a speed of over what the impact speed is. So in some instances, it actually might move at a speed greater than the vehicle.
Fantastic. In some instances, would it move slower and be dragged by the vehicle's broken taillight?
Dragged?
Yeah,
I don't know
so
if
when
I
say
understand.
drag, push. How about we use the word push? Pushed by the broken taillight. Could that happen?
The arm would move with the taillight until it moves out of the way.
So you're saying it would move with or faster, but never would slow down where it gets pushed by the car?
It's moving with the vehicle, sir. I don't understand your question.
Well,
Okay, let's clarify this just for a second. Okay. The impact would hit and then the vehicle and the arm would move until the arm has moved out of the way, which was faster than the vehicle. Just FYI. So you've got the vehicle hit and the vehicle and arm move. The arm won't stay. There is going to be damage to the arm and an impact, but it's not like you're hitting a wall and there's an impact and everything crumbles right there. I understand what he's trying to get to. By the way, those who are new, this is my setup. How do you like? So anyway, yeah, I get what he's saying.
sometimes it moves even
He's just
faster.
not liking the
There's
answer.
space between the broken taillight and the arm. That's what you're suggesting, right?
Correct.
So it can move with, it can move faster. Can it ever move slower and the vehicle pushes and drags against the arm?
I mean, it might be able to move a few miles per hour if it doesn't have as much of a center of mass hit, but it's still going to move out of the way because it's on a joint.
I understand, but before it moves out of the way, could it be pushed by that broken taillight? That's the simple question I'm asking you. Could it be pushed by the broken taillight?
Just moving adjacent with the taillight, just moving along. Yes.
Would you agree with this? If you have an arm struck at 25 miles per hour, significant more damage that taillight shatters, hits and moves forward into arms, parts of taillight pushed into arm as vehicle pushes forward and pushes arm out of the way. So the word push, would you agree with that general characterization that the broken taillight can, in fact, push the arm. Would you agree with that?
Generally, I guess, again, it would move with the vehicle, the arm together.
Not move with. I'm asking you if you would agree about pushing. Would you agree with that?
As long as we're on the same page about it, it's pushing the arm, but it's with the vehicle. They're moving together. So, but in essence, yes, the arm is being pushed due to the fact that there's a force on it.
And the pushing could have that arm in contact with the broken pieces of a taillight if the taillight broke, correct?
I'm trying
Just
to get
moving
there.
at a common velocity.
The operative word here is push. And so, do you like to agree with me, or you could disagree with me? Can the broken taillight push the arm so it contacts and provides force against it? Could that happen?
Yes.
When you were showing those photographs today regarding test F, now you use Randy in test F, right?
Correct.
How tall is Randy?
He's 6 feet.
And he weighs 200 pounds?
Correct.
So still 16 pounds less than Mr. O'Keefe, yes?
Correct.
And you keep referring to Randy as a crash test dummy. Randy's no dummy, right? He's a mannequin.
Oh, what
He is, but he signifies.
hell? What the hell is that? What? I gotta do it. What the hell was that, bro?
Bruh.
What kind of freaking question is that? Sorry, guys. That just
Basically, what happens when you have 200 pounds of mass striking the rear of that vehicle?
I don't want to
No, he
misrepresent
doesn't.
Randy. He's not a crash.
you are so desperate. You're saying the dummy's not a dummy. He's a mannequin. But you've been calling him a crash dummy all day.
Test dummy, is he?
What?
Take a look at that. Cut
Sorry.
That could be one way that you could do it.
misnomer, isn't it?
I don't
Pushed into arm is vehicle.
know about it. It's pushing the arm, but it's
You've been referring to Randy, yes?
Sorry.
correct.
Also, it might show some throw, which could lead to other type of damage.
He can be
just
used
skip
for
the
those,
dummy.
yes.
Right. He's not
Hank,
a
I just have to skip
crash
the dummy.
test
I just.
in the parlance
Oh,
of
AJ!
a legitimate
Welcome.
studied crash
Welcome,
test dummy, is he?
welcome.
I
Comment,
don't
liked
agree with that
you
because,
to be
again,
in
we
the
use
drawing.
that type
How
of
you doing,
dummy
AJ?
in all different types of tests.
There's an H395 MPED.
By the way, AJ, you might want to let your daughter know. I broke up with Gerald on Friday morning.
Which most closely replicates John O'Keefe's size and body, isn't there?
No, he's not.
Correct.
You didn't have that when you did the test, did you?
Being silly. Just being silly. Keep it light.
No.
When you do crash tests, you can put a magnetic control on the crash test dummy, so upon impact, it releases and is thrown. You could do that, couldn't you?
That is one way, yes.
Right. So that way you don't have to put the dummy on a forklift, and then it creates a different scenario than real life, correct?
That could be one way that you could do it, yes.
It doesn't impede any roll or drag when the dummy's hit. That's one reason you would do that rather than a forklift, yes?
Correct.
Also, it might show some throw, which could lead to other type of damage like holes in clothes, yes?
Correct.
But you didn't use the magnet, you used a forklift.
Because again, the purpose of the test was to evaluate, we talked a lot about those time frames, right? That 10 millisecond window. It's to look at, from the vehicle damage perspective, what happens to the taillight, right, in that interaction. And then ultimately,
you
what
off
is the
the
acceleration that the arm experiences in that 10, 15 millisecond window, right? What happens 1 second after, 2 seconds after? Again, that wasn't of concern for me in my analysis.
You didn't use a
That's
magnet,
fair.
you used a forklift, right?
Correct.
And when Randy went for a ride, you didn't expect him to break off the string and slide across the street, did you?
We didn't expect him to.
You didn't expect him to be thrown. You didn't expect the string on the forklift to break and then Randy to go flying. You didn't expect that, did you?
Oh, I certainly expected that.
So you expected a throw with that.
Yes.
And the street has hard concrete and it has a lot of irregularities to it, doesn't it?
It's asphalt, yes.
Yeah. And the photos that you were shown today on redirect examination, did the defense show them to you during your direct examination? Any of those?
No.
Ms. Gilman, can you pull up that last exhibit with Randy on the ground? I think it's exhibit 221. Okay. And so this is Randy, right, doctor?
Yes.
Zoom in a little bit, please. What's that red thing near his shoe?
Appears to be a fragment of the taillight.
Uh-oh.
Can you zoom out? Could you go back an exhibit to the one before? Could you zoom in? Did you see any taillight fragments on his body or in his clothes?
I can't tell from here.
Could we have the exhibit before, please? Can you tell
Did
from
you
here?
send it to the lab and get
Yes.
it tested?
And finding taillight fragments on the clothes after a collision, that's not unique, is it?
Unique? No,
Yeah.
it's possible.
Well, according to this, it's probable, yes?
In this test, that did occur, yes.
Could we have exhibit 201D, please? Do you know what this is, doctor? Did you see this picture in your analysis?
Don't know if I recall that specific photograph.
Do you know this is taillight shards found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you consider this photograph during your analysis before you gave your opinions regarding cuts
Wow,
and tears
no.
and lacerations?
No, sir.
Can you take that down, please?
Yes, it is. Good to see both of y'all in here.
When
Thank
you did your
so very much.
analysis, did you know that a drinking straw was found on the concrete on the street in front of 34 Fairview?
I don't know if it was on the concrete, it might have been on the asphalt, but I do recall a drinking straw, yes.
Did you know that there was a glass found near Mr. O'Keefe? Could you put that up, please, Cindy?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you talked about cuts and injuries. Did you?
Sustained. It sounds like it's beyond the scope.
Very well. When you did test D,
I can
did you
see
say
it.
the peak acceleration was 780 Gs?
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Page 11 of your report.
I think I lost an exhibit. Okay.
Is that what you described it as?
For test D,
Yes.
the acceleration of, we're talking about the hand,
Yes.
780 Gs, yes.
780 Gs. Okay. When you did your comparison before you gave your opinions, you showed us a scuff on the exemplar vehicle, photo 77.
Objection.
Beyond the scope, Mr. Chairman.
A few more questions, Dr. Wolf. You showed us holes in Randy's sweatshirt from test F. You remember that?
Yes.
And you talked about what you would or wouldn't expect in a collision as far as holes? And did you say something like that was inconsistent with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes,
That's what you said on redirect, right?
correct.
Okay. Did you consider whether there were holes in Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt separate from the holes in the arm?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. When you were making that opinion about consistent or inconsistent, did you ever consider whether there were holes in Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt other than the right arm?
Well, I know that there was cutting to the,
May I approach and retrieve the exhibit, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't disagree, Haley Mouse. I do not disagree. I believe all of them should be penalized for drinking and driving, not just her, because there was at least 8 people, including law enforcement officers who know better,
Look at the back
who
of the
got
sweatshirt.
behind of a wheel and drove drunk that night.
Back of the sweatshirt other than the right
Very
arm.
drunk. So she's not the only one.
I don't recall.
Take a look at the back. You see other holes on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
It appears I see one hole.
Let me get a little closer so you can get a better look. I'll direct you to here. Do you see more than one hole in the back of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Yes.
I hate that they put him behind plexiglass. Hate it. That to me is just
When
not.
you were forming your
not good.
opinions that the collision would be inconsistent to damage to Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt, did you consider that Mr. O'Keefe may have fallen or landed on his back?
Well, in looking at those holes, they're inconsistent with road rash. And again, to get those kind of holes, you have to have prolonged sliding contact on a rough surface.
Did you consider that Mr. O'Keefe may have fallen or landed on his back?
Well,
Nope.
if you just fall and land on your back, you're not going to be sliding to get those abrasions and tearing. And again, those are not consistent with road rash.
Didn't ask that question. Did you consider?
Sorry, can you?
Did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe had fallen or landed on his back?
No.
Did you know about or consider the multiple holes on the back of his sweatshirt when you came and formulated your opinions?
No.
You did no studies whatsoever about the damage to the sweatshirt if he fell or landed on the cold, hard ground and had broken taillight shards in his clothing, did you?
No.
I have no further questions.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor. Very good.
Oh, I know a tail light can go through the fabric. I don't doubt that at all. But the way the puncture marks look versus a rolling, tearing, and a fraying are 2 different things. That's all I'm saying. So, not against you.
If I may, Your Honor, very briefly. You were asked by Mr. Brennan, give me one name, very
I
dramatic.
understand, but I think that when this investigation started, all of them should have been charged. But they're
Of
not.
someone,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
you were asked, give me one name to support using a 50 percentile hybrid 3 in testing forces on a 216-pound man. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
How about the name Judson Welcher?
Oh,
How about that name?
So the objection sustained.
Did Judson Welcher use a 50 percentile hybrid in his drop test?
Objection.
nope.
So that's sustained as to form.
What did Judson Welcher use in his drop test?
A hybrid 3 50th percentile male, the same that we use in our testing.
Thank you. Ding, 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 ding. Thank you. You got that right.
You were also
I'm talking all of the people at the bar were drinking. Especially those that went to multiple bars. I'm just saying, I just hate that. I just hate the double standards.
asked.
You're right. They can't prove it. I'm just saying, when you have somebody, I'm just saying that certain people get away with things because they know how to work the system. I'm frustrated with the amount of drinking and driving we have on our streets right now. And it has gotten to be horrible to the point that even yesterday, I witnessed somebody who was behind the wheel who was definitely under the influence of alcohol because they came out of a liquor store and they had the bottle and they're doing this, drinking and driving. Literally. I'm just fed up with the alcohol and driving.
Whether or not using
I'll get off my boat.
that hybrid 3-arm with the same speed would have an effect on the force equation, on the force calculation, correct?
Correct.
And you agreed it might have a small effect on the force calculation, correct?
So sustained is to form.
This is just foundational, Your Honor.
Sustained is to form.
How did you answer that question?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Let me ask it this way. In the 29-mile-an-hour test with the hybrid 3-arm, were you going faster than 24 miles an hour?
Yes.
And what was the calculation again on the increased force that would be exerted on the taillight, on the arm area of the taillight? 14%?
Yes.
So sustained.
How much, what was the percentage that you calculated? The increase?
14%.
And did you find damage, even with the increase of 14%? Did you find damage on that exemplar taillight consistent with the extensive damage on the subject SUV?
No.
Can we have 201D put up one more time? Mr. Brennan just asked you if you made note of these little red pieces, correct?
That's funny, June. Yep, I can see that.
Correct.
Do you have any idea the size of those pieces? As you sit here.
Not without a scale of some sort, no.
So as you sit here, do you have any idea what the size of those pieces are?
I couldn't tell you as I sit here today, no.
No idea if they're a foot long?
Objection.
So the objection sustained.
You were asked, when shown this picture, if you accounted for this in terms of damage to the garment, the sweatshirt, right?
Correct.
What if I told you those were...
Objection.
So the objection's sustained. He said he doesn't know the sizes. That's the end of that, Mr. Jackson.
I realize he said he doesn't know. He was asked questions.
That's the end of that, Mr. Jackson.
Do you have the, Mr. Wolk, do you have the picture of the tin? The TIN, tin, the little round tin? Do you see that tin?
Yes.
Are you aware that all those pieces are inside that tin?
Objection.
Sustained. And jurors disregard that.
Did you ever see this tin in your analysis?
I do recall seeing, yes, in the evidence photographs of all the fragments, yes.
In your experience, are very large pieces or very small pieces put in little tins about 2 inches wide?
Sustained.
What is it with you, Auntie Bev? You could let him tell you they're small pieces.
You were asked a question about the arm being pushed by the taillight. Asked a bunch of questions about that, right?
Correct.
You indicated, what did you say in terms of the contact by a vehicle pushing an arm.
It's going to move with the vehicle until it separates.
In your testing, how long did it take the hybrid 3 arm to get up to speed of the vehicle in the 24-mile-an-hour test?
About 10 milliseconds.
I'm sorry, say that again, louder.
10 milliseconds.
10 milliseconds, correct?
Correct.
So when you say the arm is being pushed, it's being hit, correct?
The objection sustained and it's struck.
In every one of your tests, every single one of your tests, did any taillight fragment tear a hole in the sleeve of the shirt that you were testing?
No, there was no holes, punctures, fraying, nothing to the material.
Was there ever a defect in that garment in any of that testing other than the road rash that we saw in the 29-mile-an-hour direct impact?
That the only test that showed the holes and the abrasions was that full-on hit where the body was sliding on the ground. There was no test where the taillight caused any type of punctures, holes, or fraying to the material.
And in that test, what happened to the back of the license, the test license?
Destroyed.
Okay.
Or I have follow-up questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Sidebar.
Really, y'all. We're going to switch this real quick. This is Brad Simpson in court. This is a San Antonio case where he's charged with unaliving his wife in Bexar County Jail. That is San Antonio, Texas. Yep. And there's no sound at the moment. We are still in a sidebar. I'll go back once that's done, but this is going to be a short, I think. Let me zoom. Who's the judge here? Why do I not have sound?
CR 012 095, 012 094, and 012 097. State versus Brad Chandler Simpson. Okay, the lawyers please state their names for the record.
The case is Sandoval and William Van Stevens for the state of Texas.
Stephen Gilmore and Tanya Rivera for Mr. Simpson.
Okay, and sir, you are Brad Chandler Simpson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, counsel, you filed a motion for the production of grand jury evidence pursuant to Article 20.02D, Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, which I think has not been updated. But, go ahead, counsel, what's your motion?
Well, I wasn't necessarily going to urge it today, but Ms. Sandoval and I have been conferring with respect to that particular request. I'm satisfied with her assertions to me. I think she was just going to put something on the record real quick.
Okay. Now, let me just go ahead and say this. I believe we are talking about, now, it's Article 20A.205, petition for disclosure by the defendant if you show a particularized need. And in your motion, you state that you wanted, that your particularized need is to cross-examine and impeach witnesses, to discover prior inconsistent statements, the credibility of the witnesses, and recollection.
Okay, just so you know, this is about what he's saying. Let me reiterate. Now, let me see. We're just going to go ahead and say this. I believe we're talking about now Article 2A.205, a petition for disclosure by the defense if you know of any particularized need in And in your own motion, you state that you were particularizing need is depressed. Solomon and preach witnesses to discover program consistent status. Are they credible witness citizens reconciliation weakness? It's hard to understand everything. The mic is so low.
I have handed both sides, Legate, I think, Legate versus State, and it's 52 Southwest 3rd, 797. It's out of the Court of Appeals in San Antonio.
He's citing.
And I believe that case involved the 290th here in Bexar County with Judge McRae presiding. And in that case, the court stated two things. Was that
Thank you, Ronnie.
transcripts and the like, just to locate inconsistencies, does not show particularized need, number one. And that number two, it appears that Judge McRae in that case reviewed anything that was presented to the grand jury in camera and determined that a particularized need did not exist. And so you said you conferred with the state.
Yes, Judge, and essentially that's what I would have asked for in this case. If any such evidence existed, I expect the court would have conducted an in-camera inspection of such evidence and then determined based on its estimation what of that I would be entitled to receive. However, upon conferring with Ms. Sandoval, I've learned that no such evidence exists. So,
okay. Then what I am going to do is for the state, any evidence that was presented or shown to the grand jurors, you produce it to the court. And then if there's nothing, there is nothing. And if there is, just present it. So in that respect, the motion for production.
So this is all about a motion for evidence. We're going to go back to the Karen Read. I will zoom through this to make sure if there's nothing else, it looks like they're reiterating, but this is basically wanting to make sure that there's evidence. It's an evidentiary motion. Nothing major at this point. Well, we're going to go back to the Karen Read. My mouse decided to go slow. So we're going to go back over here and zoom. Back in the Karen Read court. I want to say kangaroo court, but Karen Read. Just saying.
On redirect, you again talked about the impact between an arm and the broken taillight.
Correct, yes.
And I had asked you on cross-examination or recross-examination whether that broken taillight could push the arm, which of course would create force or friction, yes?
Well, once it's moving at a common velocity, I'm just not understanding your question then.
If it's not a common velocity, if the broken taillight is...
Ask the question.
If the broken taillight is pushing the arm, which would mean the broken taillight is going at a faster speed than the arm. If it pushes the arm, the broken taillight can come in contact with the arm, can it?
It's moving with the arm, sir.
Okay, let me ask you this. Would you agree with this? If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles per hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, especially if there's a taillight that shatters. So if you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm, it's moving forward into the arm. Do you agree with that?
Objection, I'd like the source.
No.
Dr. Rentschler, do you agree with that?
Objection.
So I'm going to allow it, strike the source.
Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
I can. If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles per hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, specifically if there's a taillight that shatters, so you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm, and it's moving forward into the arm. Would you agree with that?
As the arm is moving with the vehicle. So it hits the arm, then it impacts the arm. During that impact is when things get torn and embedded, and then the arm moves with the vehicle.
In reference to the greater damage, are we talking about damage to the arm?
Do you agree with that phrase?
The best way I can characterize is it's moving with the arm, sir.
So if that actually caused fracture of the taillight, then parts of the taillight are going to be pushed into the arm and likely embedded into the arm as the vehicle continues forward and pushes the arm out of the way.
There you go.
Do you agree with that?
I'm going to allow it.
Of course she's going to go allow it.
Sidebar.
Another sidebar. By the way, for those of you know, I know we forgot about this guy. I did. I forgot. Thank you so much for the review about Brad Simpson. So you guys know that my sister and I used to play our Switch, and we used to play the what's it called? Animal Crossing. Well, here we are, Animal Crossing. I'm trying to get back into it again because my sister, I miss her so much when I play this. But we created characters on each other's islands. I can't go to her island anymore. I think her husband's giving her Switch. Look how, oh my gosh. That was supposed to be Tracy. But yay, she's all cleaned up. Now she needs to get her phone. It's been a year since I've had her out here at least. And I just decided, well, now that I don't have a boyfriend, I have more free time on my hands. So we're going to be playing more of this, I'm sure. These hats are worth $33,000 or something a piece, so we're picking them up. Let me see if I'll wear one in a minute. Let me see how many more I gotta go. But anyway, she's a secondary character. For those of you who don't know, let's see if I can wear a crown. I'm gonna wear a crown. See, they're crowns.
I'm going to read this one more time, okay?
Okay.
Back to the closed captioning.
Would you agree?
No.
If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles per hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, especially if there's a taillight that shatters. So you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm, and it's moving forward into the arm. So if that actually caused fracture of the taillight, then parts of the taillight are going to be pushed into the arm and likely embedded into the arm as the vehicle continues forward and pushes the arm out of the way. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Again, my area of expertise is not injuries to the arm, so whether or not those fragments would be embedded or cause any type of damage to the arm, no. But what I would say is that I would agree with the taillight being pushed into the arm. It's going to cause the taillight to fracture, and then the arm will move with the taillight.
When you do a demonstration, isn't this exactly what you see? Could you play E again for me? Isn't this exactly what you see? Play that, please.
Yes. But
And now,
okay, I'm going to say this just to be devil's advocate. When the elbow hit this and it broke the glass, this material, using Brennan's own words, this material is harder than the body, the flesh and muscle. The crash dummies material is harder than the flesh and muscle. Thus, it would seem that the impact and the breaking of the glass with the harder material behind the fabric would have caused some damage to the fabric. I'm playing devil's advocate. You love it when I do that.
now, stop, please. If Randy is not restrained by a forklift, he is going to move with the car, correct?
Well, if it's just the arm, his arm's going to get accelerated and move, and then his body will be there still.
And and that broken taillight, if Randy is not restrained on a forklift, is going to be pushed, like this says, by the broken taillight, isn't it?
It's going to move with the arm.
Thank you.
All right, so Jerry's, we're going to take our morning recess.
Of course we are. Hey, let's see if we don't have anything in the okay, we're gonna zoom. We don't have anything as far as the Lori Daybell. They've not started yet. So right now we have 227 peer review, 3-point turn, running clock, VCH. I don't know why. I can't remember what VCH is. Time drift lights. May I publish? Now he did ask to publish. Trip, truck driver artifacts, tell your qualifications, Google search, Sallyport, and confirmation bias. So those are what we have. Yepers. Oh, there we go. Yeah, y'all. So anyway, back to my story about my sister. She and I used to play this all the time. When she was going through her chemo, I was going through mine. She got me addicted to this, and I am not a gaming person at all. Oh, didn't want to do that. Nope. I want to get out of there. So anyway, she got me hooked on this, and I'm really not a gaming person. I don't like. I tried the Mario Kart, and I failed miserably in the Mario Kart. It was really bad. I don't know why I struggle with those kind of games. I just don't do well. So it is what is. Yes, they will televise the voir dire, I would think, but they're not doing a voir dire right now. So I don't know. Misa no da. Me no nada. So this character's name is Sally. We decided on Sally as a name for her character. We are still at sidebar.
Sidebar.
Do I sound like her at all? Sidebar. Oh, let's see what this little girl has to say. I forgot her name. Oh, Judy. Nice. Oh, I can have fun with this, y'all.
Why? It's nice to meet you. I'm Judy. I moved here from Catalog recently. And if I'm not mistaken, you're Sally. Can I call you Sally? Can't I? Well, Sally, might be lovely to meet you.
Yeah. Maybe I ought to start doing a channel on this. Oh, shell. Pick up shells. Tracy loved the beach. My sister was a beach freak. In fact, in July is her birthday, I think the 14th. And her husband wants to go and scatter her ashes in the ocean. And I'm hoping to get to go with. It depends. He's trying to charter a boat and it's super expensive. So we'll see. I may have to help out a little bit. I want to go. I thought I saw a bug I wanted to go after. You know how we have to go after these bugs. How many of you have played Animal Crossing? Let me know. Let me know if you have played Animal Crossing at all. At all, let me know. Do, 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 do. I have a lot more build outs to do. I am rent a rowboat, it's cheaper. Yeah, I know, right? I forgot. I just put these ramps in the other day. That's all new to me. This is where you come into the island. Tracy was really big on how your island looked when the plane came over. She was really, really big about that. She goes, if people can visit your island, I don't want people visiting my island. I don't open my island up for visitors. It's my private oasis. And I'd let my friends, if you guys play Animal Crossing and you want to connect and come on over and play with me, I'd love to have you. I think that would be fun. Oh, good. Because I want Gabby to sound like Gabby. Bye. Although I was really disappointed. I was looking forward to taking a cruise for our honeymoon. I really was looking forward to that. I'm really bummed about. I will probably, once I get financially in a better place, I will probably try and get into a cruise, even if I have to go by myself. I want to go with somebody. I don't like going at things that alone, but you never know. So this is my island. This is a cute place. Can I go in? Nope, he's not home. It's closed, but look, I came in here and I made showers. Look at the little lockers. We got a shower over here. We got a hot tub over there. During Christmas, I loved it. Oh my gosh, I love Christmas. Here is, oh, wait. Nope, don't have a shovel. Never mind. I'll come back for that. That's gold there in them heels. How do y'all like my lilac farm? I have a lilac farm. And then, see, so I got a money tree over here, a little pond. Go back here to the back of the island. Hey, this is just something to do while we have the sidebar. I have my little pig farm back here. You can see my little pig farm. And then I have a little sitting area. I never do. I never just go and sit over here. Probably because everything's too close together. I got to pull it out. But here's my little, I can sit here. Oh, look at my boo. Hi, Gabby. Ronnie just came back into chat. Oh, Ronnie, did you run away? Did I chase you away? Here's my little dog, my little roofers. And then I have a little garden over here. So, yeah. I like my little tractor in the back. It's so cool. Oh, I wonder what she's doing.
Oh, Sally, it's been a while. How are you? Were you away practicing your favorite hobbies like eating free pizza? Huh? Not your hobby? Whatever. You should have disappeared without saying anything. Now you have to make up for lost fun to catch up on. And I don't know what just glitched in my live.
Okay. Why do I have a glitch? Let's go back here. Get me back on. I'm back on. Why am I glitching? Let me see if I can get this back on. Why am I glitching? What the hell? That's interesting. Let me create a new on stage. Let me do that. Share screen. Or Debel. Let me try karenread. Okay, that's what it was. Let me just delete that one. Delete. It got a little glitchy. Okay, guys, I have to take a comfort break. I shall return in just a minute. I have to say, I really do enjoy that easy listening music. Thank you so much for sticking around and being there with me. Greatly appreciate you so much. We all sometimes have to do comfort break. So there we go. I had a comfort break. So thank you so much. Um, let me look. I'm looking. I'm searching the world over. So, oh, by the way, how many of you went and bought some moonshine? I have my moonshine cherries over here. I do. Oh, I got that in the background. My apologies. I got, thanks to Miss Lady Di. She got me hooked on extra crispy Cheez-Its. And I'm all like, no, I don't want to be hooked. I'm hooked. I got to be honest. I'm hooked. Extra crispy Cheez-Its. Oh. Well, I'm not going to pay $3,000 for me to go by myself on a cruise. Well, let me explain. I love doing things by myself, but I don't have a service dog anymore. She passed away a couple months ago. And as a deaf person, going on a cruise by myself is a safety risk, especially when you go into port. I can't hear people behind me. I can't people talking behind me. If there is noise like right now, if when Gerald used to sit back there, it used to piss me off. And I'm talking and he'd start talking, it'd be like this. That's all I hear. And it's very soft. So I'd have to turn around and look at him to know what he was saying. So it is a safety issue more than anything when I go somewhere out of country, I guess. But if I'm out and about around where I live, nah. I love to geocache. I haven't been in a while. I have 787 geocaches I've found. So yeah, I don't mind doing some things by myself. Now, I have a friend, she interprets on cruises. She would be able to interpret on the cruise with me, but I don't think she gets to do all the excursions. I have to look into things. Look at your text. And it took me off. That's strange. I'm glitching. Thank you. So as soon as we go into court, I do have to make an important phone call. Take Diane. Remember, there's I'm not going to go there.
All right, so I'm told council wanted to see me.
Your Honor, issues has arisen related to the cross-examination.
I take Diane, but I ain't about to hook up on a cruise.
All right, so the last witness was your witness. Is there a reason?
This is a separate issue. I'm asking Mr. Leslie to address the court on this.
Okay.
What?
What do you want to tell me, Mr. Leslie?
Uh-oh, he brought his notepad up.
I need to put on evidence gloves.
What? Okay, they're on. Come on, dude. Get them on. I'll mute. I'll mute here.
Your Honor, the defense moves for a mistrial with prejudice based upon intentional misconduct that just occurred before the court and for the jury. And what I'd like to do, Your Honor, this regards the hoodie, and this regards questioning and representations and questioning by Mr. Brennan. And what I'd like to and need to do, Your Honor, is to have 2 documents marked as exhibits, and then I am going to use Exhibit 88, which is an evidence, which is the hoodie, which is why I'm putting on the evidence gloves, and it will become quite obvious very shortly what the issues are.
All right, so what are the things that you want to have marked?
What I would like to have marked,
Y'all, brain
what I
freeze.
would like to have marked, the first document, and I want to get the specific title. These 2 documents are from the criminalist's file, specifically Ms. Maureen Hartnett's notes regarding cuttings from the hoodie sweatshirt that's in the crime lab file folder.
Okay.
So the first is the back of the hoodie.
We all know it's not going to be a mistrial, but boy, what would you do if it was? Oh, I love his drama.
So with Your Honor's permission, I would have that marked for identification.
Exhibit YYY. Righty.
And may I see that, please? Okay.
That is the back of the hoodie, Your Honor. And if I could please have the next marked in order exhibit for identification.
Exhibit ZZZ for the identification.
Give me a minute to read this, Mr. Leslie.
Yes, Your Honor.
So is it that there are no holes in the back? There were no holes in the back of the sweatshirt?
That's only part of it, but that is in fact the case, Your Honor.
Okay. I can't tell entirely from ZZZ, but if that's your argument, why, for identification appears to support that.
Your Honor, may I have the exhibits marked for identification back for
Excuse
my
me.
argument?
Okay.
If you were asleep, you should be awake now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter.
You're so formal and I love it.
Your Honor, what we just saw is Attorney Brennan question Dr. Wolf with regard to the hoodie sweatshirt that heretofore has been in the plastic casing for trial. And this is the, what happened was Attorney Brennan held up the casing with a hoodie sweatshirt, went to the back of the hoodie sweatshirt. First point to note, Mr. Brennan did not show Mr. Jackson the back of the hoodie sweatshirt, didn't give Mr. Jackson an opportunity to look at it.
Can I just ask a question? I noticed that it was over here at the witness stand this morning, so I assumed everyone was aware that something was going to happen with it. Is that
Nope.
not the case, Mr. Jackson?
That is not the case, Your Honor. The
Okay.
first time I realized that line
Okay.
of question was going to be asked was when Mr. Brennan pulled the casing out.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. So to do it in order, Mr. Brennan takes the hoodie sweatshirt in the casing without notice, shows it to Dr. Wolf, and shows the back of the hoodie, which has certain holes, and I'm going to limit calling them holes to do this chronologically. I'm going to refer to exactly what they are in moments.
Okay, so I need to see it. I know you've got gloves on. Where is it right now? It would help me if you held it up for me now,
Absolutely, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Alessi.
So here is the back
Okay,
of the hoodie.
okay. All right, thank you.
It's very obvious that these are cutting holes cut by the criminalist. And I'm going to get to back to this in a moment. But I would like to do it and certainly entertain any of your Honor's
Okay.
questions.
Here's the problem I'm seeing. It used to be in plastic, now it's not. Why was it ever in the freaking plastic?
Put in a logical order.
Sure, so I'm not, what about the jurors and lunch? How long do you think this will be?
I think this will take about 10 to 15 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Send him to lunch and deal with this.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I just want to get the flow back going here in the logic. So,
We'll get my drum
and I'll
off
do it
again.
quickly. So Mr. Brennan grabs the hoodie sweatshirt inside the casing, doesn't show it to Attorney Jackson, goes up, we have no idea that this was going to happen, goes up, confronts the witness, Dr. Wolf, shows the back of the hoodie sweatshirt, to my knowledge, the first time the back has been referenced of the hoodie sweatshirt, shows Dr. Wolf, confronts him, and basically says, couldn't these holes be caused, and I'm paraphrasing, from a fall backwards? Obviously positing in the juror's mind after, remember, we just saw all kinds of videos with regard to Rescue Randy and impact at 24, 29 miles an hour, more aptly 29 miles per hour, and damage to the hoodie, etc. So what then happens is Dr. Wolf is asked a series of questions, very much with the indication that somehow, in the clear implication, that these holes are being caused by road rash, and that the holes in the back of the hoodie sweatshirt, Exhibit 88, could have been or likely were caused with regard to some type of impact. Clearly presented to the jurors with that in mind in that questioning. Here is the basis for the mistrial with prejudice. Those holes in the back of the hoodie sweatshirt are
He's preserving for appeal.
clearly, unequivocally, without doubt, caused nothing to do with any type of event on or about January 29, 2022.
So do you have something you said, when you said obviously cut by the criminalist, do you have something that shows that chart that I couldn't understand quickly? Is it on that? Does
Yes,
that do
Your
the
Honor.
back?
What
Okay.
we have is two documents to show that.
Right, so the second one, when was that provided?
These, when you say provided, you mean with regard to when did the defense get these in
Yes.
a discovery? Let me get the date, Your Honor.
Sure.
Actually, she's
Notice of
asking more
discovery,
questions than
May
she normally does.
2023.
Okay, thank you.
And I will note, Exhibit YYY. The only, I believe, I'm holding up YYY, which is the back of the hoodie, I believe is the only one, to my knowledge, not put into evidence. Not turned into evidence. This is the one that it clearly shows the hoodie before the criminalist started her work with the cut.
So the prosecution did not bring that picture into evidence, which is an unadulterated backside of the shirt, before the criminalist took her samples. Why was it not put into evidence until now?
There are no cuts to why, and if we need to, we'll bring Ms. Hartnett in to confirm.
All right, so is ZZZ in evidence?
ZZZ is not in evidence, and that is part of the basis for the mistrial.
What?
It is no coincidence that these two documents are not in evidence, because if they were in evidence, they would clearly have prevented the stunt that we just saw occur with regard to Dr. Wolf. So that is part of the intentional misconduct, Your Honor, is these are documents from the criminalist's file. It's the Commonwealth's documents. And it is very clear when you go to Exhibit ZZZ, the cuts that the criminalist made to the back of the hoodie are specified.
So where on that? Because when I quickly looked at it, I didn't see it. What does it say? Go ahead and read it to me, please.
It's item number 7. I'll read it from the top. LIMS 22-2184, analyst MSH, which is the initials for Ms. Hartnett. Dates: May 11, 2022, May 12, 2023, and then May 18, 2023. And what she does is she's got the...
You know what? Can you bring it up to me, please?
I certainly can, Your Honor.
It's definitely not a boring Monday, that's for
My
sure.
argument from right here, if that helps, Your Honor.
All right, I have to say, her engagement in this part of this argument is very unusual. Very, very unusual. So there may be a possibility of sanctions, or I don't know. But she is definitely involved and engaged, and we have not seen her like this on any of the other times that they have demanded. I demand a mistrial. We've not had that. This is interesting.
Point out to me where it says, where it shows the back.
This is the back. So you can see the back of the hoodie. That's the back of the hoodie head. And then you can see the various...
Oh God, please don't be wrong.
Check on this, Your Honor. I'm not...
Mr. Brennan, you should come up and look at this as well.
Thank you.
And I'm
So Mr. Leslie's statement.
yes.
Something's not right. He's like, oh shit. I better not be wrong on this. I could, he's like, she's pointing something out to him and he's going, oh shit. So hopefully he's not wrong.
Can I get the check?
Labeled cuttings.
Pardon me?
The labeled cuttings.
Right, but if I can, Your Honor, I want to clarify this. Yes, are you willing just a moment? Let me just make sure I get...
Mr. Jackson, it says exterior front, what Mr. Leslie was pointing me to.
There may be a little oops in his excitement. You might want to take a breath. You may have just screwed up.
And Your Honor, are you comfortable using the computer at the back? Because I think we just had the wrong one.
We need to mark it, though.
Understood. We will. He's printing it right now.
Print and Mark, in your excitement, you made a mistake, dude. That's okay. You can rectify the mistake. Print. I think they may have sent the jury out to lunch. Just saying.
We wanted to have the front and the back to show all the cuttings, but what only printed out was the front. We are now printing the back. Your Honor is correct.
Okay.
Y'all. I hate it when someone says something is free and it's not. No way in hell she's going to grant a mistrial, but it's drama llama. Oh, where's my llama?
So go ahead with your argument.
Okay, let's do this. Drama llama. Drama llama ding dong. Drama llama ding dong. Drama llama ding dong.
So, Your Honor, what is being
Drama land.
printed is which we will mark, will be the front of the hoodie. The purpose of Exhibit ZZZ and the one that is being printed is to show and to give the court, and we're going to request to give to the jury the complete picture and the complete true story about these holes in the hoodie that were presented as if they were caused in some manner by.
Okay, my screen shows that you're not seeing
Seems
him.
perfectly reasonable, and I'd be inclined to do that.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. And here is the reason for the motion for a mistrial with prejudice. On its own, to do this, and you put together all of the parts of what just occurred. You start with the fact that and if I could, Your Honor, now that I have it yet marked so I can then refer to it.
All right.
Thank you.
Can he print extra copies too, so I can have my own copy?
Absolutely.
And for the Commonwealth to see?
And I'm going to show the Commonwealth what I just printed.
Exhibit A.
I'm here. I'm just going to be muted.
Sure. And here's another document, chain of custody document. Look. Well, Mr. Brennan's reviewing that. We may head to Madam Court Reporter, the chain of custody document for these, and ask that be marked as the next exhibit in order.
Okay.
And then with Your Honor's permission, I would have Madam Court Reporter hand them both up to Your Honor so
Sure.
Your Honor can see what I'm referencing.
Thank you.
Exhibit B for ID.
Thank you.
Here's, thank you, Madam Court Reporter.
Do you need this, Mr. Lessie?
I do not need either of them, Your Honor,
Okay.
and I have the extra copies as well. Okay, so Your Honor, I now have enough copies for Your Honor and for the Commonwealth.
Oh, thank you.
So if I could have one set, that would be great. Yeah, Your Honor, thank you.
I still do not have ZZZ. All right. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Lessie.
So, Your Honor, to do this quickly chronologically, so we have a hoodie sweatshirt that was brought into the criminalist Ms. Hartnett with the back of the hoodie with no holes on it. the criminalist makes cuts to the back of the hoodie, makes cuts to the front of the hoodie. The exhibit, Your Honor, depicts those. There's a chain of custody document that describes the chain of custody for the hoodie and the cuts in the chronology. And of course, we have Exhibit 88, which is the hoodie. So, what Mr. Brennan did, and I'm now pulling Exhibit 88, he holds up the back of the hoodie, which has cuts in the back from the criminalist, somebody from the Commonwealth, a witness in this case, Ms. Hartman. She's testified, and Mr. Brennan has indicated he wants her to come back and testify, which we welcome. And now what we have is we have holes in the back of the sweatshirt that were dramatically held up to and confronted with Dr. Wolf, and then the jury sees it. With the clear, unmistakable, purposeful intention of having the jury conclude that these holes could have come from events on January 29th of 2022, when in fact the Commonwealth well knows from its own documents, from its own criminalist, that those holes in the back were caused by their criminalist as part of their examination and sampling of the hoodie. What could be more egregious? What could be more misleading than that? And what could be more important for a context than the alleged collision that never occurred? That's the topic before some of the most significant and probative witnesses in this trial that the Commonwealth has been attacking from the jump of pretrial. They picked the most opportune, sensitive time to pull this stuff. This is intentional. This is irremediable. This is on the key issue of this case, whether there was any collision at all. On its own, this a mistrial with prejudice. But I add to that what just happened, and I'm not going to repeat or go into other than to reference. This comes on just mere days after the Commonwealth raised the specter of absence of DNA on the same hoodie sweatshirt without having the criminalist, Ms. Kuhn from UC Davis come in. I know Your Honor already ruled on that.
Right,
and
so let's move along from
right,
that.
that's what, and I'm going to come back to this. Why is this occurring, Your Honor? Why is this happening? The Commonwealth has no case. They have no collision. They are desperate and are trying to create evidence of specters of collision where the evidence doesn't support it. So what have we come to? We've come to the manufacture of evidence. We've come to, incredibly, taking a hoodie, a key piece of evidence in this case, and holding up to Dr. Wolf, the ARCA expert, to try to make it seem like Dr. Wolf didn't do his job. You didn't account for these holes. How could you be a credible accident reconstructionist when you talk about some holes, but you don't talk about these holes? Knowing all along the holes that Attorney Brennan is trying to impeach Dr. Wolf on were caused by the Commonwealth's own criminalist as part of sampling. I don't believe one could come up with more misleading, misdirecting elucidation of testimony than this on the key issue in the case. We have irrefutable, objective evidence, and I will state that it's more than interesting that none of these exhibits that Your Honor now has marked for identification were put in evidence by the Commonwealth. Isn't it some coincidence that these are the one, and the only one of the, you know, with regard to the hoodie, the back of it's not in, all of the rest of them are, but these aren't. Your Honor, I think there is one and only one conclusion, in that this is intentional, that it is a matter of such significance and of such misconduct and intentional that it merits the sanction of a mistrial with prejudice. The amount of effort, the amount of work, I can't even begin to think to remedy this in front of the jury, to go backwards on this. That should not befall the defense. That should befall the prosecution. Ms. Reed, again, is entitled, like every other defendant in this wonderful Commonwealth, to a fair trial. The prosecution is supposed to be held to a higher standard, to do justice, to create a fair trial. This is the antithesis of a fair trial. Ms. Reed's rights under the Constitution and the Declaration of Rights have once again been trampled on, and it is becoming evidently clear the more desperate the prosecution gets because it can't prove its theory, including its own medical examiner can't support them, that they're now resorting to conduct like this. Your Honor, at some point, this has to come to an end. At some point, Ms. Reed's rights have to be protected. At some point, confidence in the judicial system, the public's confidence in the judicial system, that prosecutors will conduct themselves with their duty to present a fair trial. That has to be enforced at some point for Ms. Reed to receive the fair trial that she and every other defendant in this Commonwealth is entitled to.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, my brief review of the lab paperwork and looking at the hoodie, it appears that I made a mistake. And so I think what should happen is there should be a curative instruction. There should be a stipulation. The court should instruct the jury that during Mr. Brennan's cross-examination, he asked Dr. Wolf about holes on the sweatshirt or holes on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt. The parties agree the holes were made by a crime lab technician. This was done inadvertently but should not have been asked. The court should strike the questions and the answers. And you should instruct the jury to completely disregard any questions or answers about the holes in the back of the sweatshirt.
Okay, I'm having some, you guys don't see the problem I'm having. I'm having an issue with my thing in the background.
And the
We'll
court
fix it in one.
should allow the defense to introduce the lab paperwork.
All right.
What?
So
That's what she's gonna do. There's not gonna be a mistrial. You can't put the crap back in the horse. He made a mistake. He admitted it. He got caught with his knickers in a knot. And now Auntie Bev is just gonna untie them for him.
I'm not going to allow the mistrial motion.
Of course
Mr.
not.
Lacey. What I'm going to do is instruct the jurors. I'm going to put in what's been marked for identification, Y, Z, A, and B. 4 of each letters. I'm going to put all these into evidence. They can be displayed for the jury, and I'm going to instruct the jury that during the cross-examination of Dr. Wolf, Mr. Brennan asked him about holes in the back of the sweatshirt and whether or not they perhaps could have come from events or implying or something like this.
No, get
I instruct you,
specific,
you
Your
are
Honor,
not
something
permitted
like-
to draw any inference that these could have come from the events of January 29th, 2022. I instruct you further that those holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Harnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt on, I just put the dates aside. Chrissy, can I see those, please? It's unclear for me. Do you have a better idea, Mr. Leslie, what day these were done? Is it all of those 3 days? Now I see a 4th day. 5/11, no, I'm sorry, 5/11, 5/12, 5/11, 2022, 5/12, 2023, and 6/18, 2023. Those are the 3 dates?
Your Honor, on or about May 18th, when the defense filed a motion to test. So that's the probative date.
So May 18th?
Yes, that's good.
Okay,
And that's 2023.
yep. All right. That's what I'm going to do. Is there anything further you want me to include in the instruction? Your rights are saved regarding the mistrial. I disagree with you on that.
Your Honor, I'm not going to go any more into the argument, but I appreciate the opportunity to provide perhaps some further instructions for Your Honor.
So I'll hear you. Go ahead.
So the first, Your Honor, is with regard to 2 things. One, I would like the opportunity to have the hoodie sweatshirt held up, because that's what
Okay.
happened.
Yes. Yes.
These holes in the
Yes.
back.
Yes.
Thank you. So that's number one as part of the stipulation, and then.
I'm not wording it as a stipulation, and I'm not saying it was inadvertent. I am giving an instruction that they cannot consider it for this purpose, and I am allowing these to be placed into evidence. So it's not a stipulation. It's from me, which I think is more forceful.
I misspoke, Your Honor. I agree, not a stipulation, but just as Your Honor said, with regard to the matter Your Honor said they're not to take an inference, I would respectfully request that this be handled just like Your Honor did with regard to the rock at 34 Fairview. Your Honor said that rock wasn't present.
That's only fair.
You know, on or about the time of event.
So I do say that when I say Ms. Harnett did this. So rewording it just a little bit.
Yes, exactly.
Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf about holes in the back of the sweatshirt. I instruct you that you are not permitted to draw any inference that those holes were a result of the events on January 29th, So, all right, this is what I'm going to say. So if you're not going to listen to it, that's fine. I've already said it. All right, we can bring the jury in. It's what I said, Mr. Alessi.
Your Honor, I was consulting with Mr. Leslie. I'm not showing disrespect to the court.
Okay.
Of course, we were listening.
All right, so it's what I said, Mr. Alessi. I instruct you that you're not permitted to draw an inference that the holes came from the events of January 29, 2025. Those holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Harnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt on May 18, 2023.
Is it possible, Your Honor, last comment, to instead of not drawing inference, you should conclude that these holes were not present in the hoodie sweatshirt. They were caused by the criminalist.
So I can just leave that all out then and just say, Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf about the holes in the sweatshirt. I instruct you that those holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Harnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt on May 18th. It's probably neater that way anyway. All right, let's bring them in, please.
Judge, just as a housekeeping matter, the sweatshirt's been taken out of the plastic sheet, and it might need to be remarked. The plastic sheeting was marked, but if we're going to put it into a bag or something like that, we might need to have it marked. But we don't need to do that right this second.
Why not do it right this second? Come on now, dude.
May I approach Mr. McDermott with Exhibit
Yes.
88?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry. Mr. Lesser, you're simply going to stand and hold the sweatshirt, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Don't know.
Thank you, Mr.
So this is exhibit 223.
In your honor, I would hold it as your honor begins to read. Is that consistent with your honor's expectation?
No, I want you to hold it up with the back.
When would you like me to start?
You do that first, and then I'll give the instruction.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Lessie, why don't you just, where are you going to stand?
Pardon me?
Where are you going to stand?
I would suggest, Your Honor, right about here.
All right? So you can stand there, you can hold it up, then I'm going to ask you to put it down, and then I'll give the instruction.
And then I will return it to Mr. McDermott or the court officer to return it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Court officer.
Bear with me a moment, Your Honor. I'm going to put on the record.
All right, then we will take the luncheon recess. When we come back, we'll have the voir dire. Or actually, is Dr. Lapisada here?
She's here, but she's not next. I'm gonna call John Tiedemann. T-E-D-E.
For just the measurements?
Go ahead.
Your Honor, if I'm going to be able to show the exhibits from Ms. Hartnett or the cuts along with the next step of the structure to show the cuts were made by Ms. Hartnett. Your Honor.
Well, I say it, and I'm going to tell her what they are, so.
Oh my gosh, y'all, I just saw something that is so horrifying. Horrifying. We're going to be on a short break while they enter. I'm having some glitchiness in StreamYard for some reason, but I'm going to share this page. It is so heartbreaking, y'all. So give me a minute. I got to stop presentation, share screen, Facebook. Here we go. Oh, come on now. I don't know why my thing is glitching, but it's driving me crazy. Remove. Come on. There we go. Young cheerleaders vanished in 1995 after a show. 20 years later, a hiker finds this, the suitcase with the 4 uniforms. For 2 decades, the disappearance of 6 cheerleaders in Chandler, Arizona, haunted by community devastated by their families. On a warm May evening in 1995, the girls in April and Amber Green, Kira Thompson, Hannah Lee, Rachel Collins, and Lily Rivera vanished after a regional competition, leaving behind only question, rumors, and heartbreak. Their case grew cold, the trial faded, and hope seemed all but lost. That's until a hiker and his dog stumbled upon a bird suitcase in the desert, an astonishing discovery that finally unraveled the dark truth behind their fate. Oh, y'all, that is like freaky good. I mean, it's horrible, but can you see this, guys? Diane, are you seeing this? My screen is doing something wiggy, and I don't know why. Okay, let me share my screen so you can see what I'm talking about. Maybe, maybe not. My window. Oh, share. See, that's what it's showing. See, it's weird, even though I know it shows nothing. So anyway, let me stop it and get this back while Miss Diane downs a 5-hour energy drink, which never ceases to amaze me. Let me get you in. Okay, beloved.
'Twas not a 5-hour. It was a Mountain Dew Zero, which are
Mountain Dew? Oh,
zero,
girl, you are asking for it.
zero, which are wonderful. I like
Why?
them.
Why does it show two screens up?
Don't know.
See, look what happens. Now I disappear on my end.
I see you.
There we go. Yeah, y'all, it's up for you, but not for me.
All right. Jurors, I appreciate your patience. Mr. Alessi, why don't you hold the exhibit up for the jurors, please? All right, jurors, that's the back of the sweatshirt that was shown to Dr. Wolf. Okay, thank you. Why don't you go ahead and put it back in the bag? So, jurors, I instruct you that those holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Harnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt back on May 18th, 2023. Okay? So, I know your lunches are here, but I think we'll, Mr. Yannetti, your next witness, please.
John Keefe.
Okay, gonna step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now is hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Go ahead, Mr. Yannetti, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. In a good loud voice, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, my name is John Teddeman. It's T-E-D-E-M-A-N.
Do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I am a private investigator.
Do you work for someone else, or do you have your own firm?
I have my own firm.
What is the name?
Forum Investigations.
And that's F-O-R-U-M?
Correct.
I'd like to ask you a little bit about your education and work history. You're from this area?
Yes, Boston proper.
I'm sorry?
Yes, from Boston.
Where did you attend high school?
The Roxbury Latin School.
When did you graduate?
1996.
Where did you go to college?
I went to Princeton University.
What year did you graduate?
2000.
What did you do after graduation?
Okay, what was his name? Because he's not on the list. He's not on the list.
All right, good afternoon. Go ahead, Mr. Yannetti, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. In a good loud voice, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, my name is John Teddeman. It's T-E-D-E-M-A-N.
Do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I am a private investigator.
Do you work for someone else, or do you have your own firm?
I have my own firm.
What is the name?
Forum Investigations.
And that's F-O-R-U-M?
Correct.
I'd like to ask you a little bit about your education and work history. You're from this area?
Yes, Boston proper.
I'm sorry?
Yes, from Boston.
Where did you attend high school?
The Roxbury Latin School.
When did you graduate?
1996.
Where did you go to college?
I went to Princeton University.
What year did you graduate?
2000.
What did you do after graduation from Princeton University?
I became a federal agent.
Where?
The agency or the location?
Oh, I meant the location, sorry.
I started out in Los Angeles, and then I was back in Boston.
And what years were you a federal agent in Boston and Los Angeles?
2002 through 2008.
And what agency did you work for?
I worked for the Inspector General for the Social Security Administration, Office of Investigations.
And what type of work did you do in terms of investigations?
We did fraud investigations, identity theft, credit card fraud, fugitive operations, all sorts of things, anything involving a Social Security number, basically.
And why did you leave in 2008?
I went to law school.
Where?
Suffolk.
What year did you graduate from Suffolk Law School?
2013.
And what did you do after graduation from Suffolk Law School?
I've had a small solo law practice and worked as a real estate broker.
And what type of law did you practice?
Mostly real estate law.
When did you start forum investigations?
In April of 2024.
Are you still practicing as a lawyer?
Not very much, no. I still have my license, but my bar card, but I don't practice much.
All right. How did you become involved in this case?
I was contacted by somebody from your office last Tuesday, I believe, the 3rd.
Okay. And was it explained to you why you were brought in at this late juncture?
Yes, it was explained that there was another investigator who had a health issue and would not be able to testify. So would I be able to help out with a small assignment?
All right. And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to travel to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take some.
Did you agree to do that?
Yes.
When did you go?
On June 3rd. I believe I arrived about 5:30 at 34 Fairview.
Okay. And when you say June 3rd, we are talking about last week,
Yes,
correct?
last week, yes.
Whom did you see when you got there?
One of the homeowners, an older gentleman, greeted me when I pulled in the driveway.
All right. And it was not the Albert family, correct?
It was not.
Did that individual give you permission to enter onto the property?
He did.
What did you bring with you?
I brought an iPhone as a camera, and I brought
Carmen Spanavej, we love you. Thank you for hopping in.
a wheeled measuring device.
All right, and so can you describe what a wheeled measuring device is?
Yeah, it's like a handle with two wheels at the bottom, and in the middle there's like a little odometer that measures feet and inches.
Okay. And if we could, Mr. Wolf, could we display the photo of the front of 34 Fairview that's already in evidence with the court's permission?
Yes.
And what exhibit number is that, Mr. Wolk? 46? Do you see exhibit 46 on the screen, sir?
I do.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
When you got to 34 Fairview Road in Canton on June 3rd, did you make note of the various entrances to the residence on the front, from the front of the house?
I did.
Could you describe those for the jury?
Yes, on the left side center of the building, there's what I would call the front door, up those 4 steps, I guess. Then if you were to look farther to the right, there at the end of the main building, there's another door, which I guess is the second front door or side door.
And with regard to that door, is it fair to say that faces outward, faces toward the road?
It does. It faces directly towards the road.
Okay, continue, please.
And then past that to the right, there are the windows. And then if you can see the little red line, that is a side door that goes into the garage. Yes, right there.
It's been highlighted there?
Yes.
Okay. And then there are obviously the 2 garage doors.
And the 2 garage car doors, yes.
4 cars to enter. Okay.
Yes.
We can take that down, Mr. Wolk, and put the lights on. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is what happens when you have to do things on the fly and you're freaking dyslexic. There we go. I could have sworn he said TEDEMAN. I can go back.
He did.
E, it's not TEDA.
I thought he said E, but
Said E. I did too.
Well, they say A, but hey, who knows?
Well, do you know what? I'm going to go back and look.
That's fine.
I know where I'm at. Here I'm at. It's 7.
Investigations.
Driving me crazy.
Go ahead, Ms. Giannetti, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
I want to
Good
get it
afternoon,
right.
sir. In a good loud voice, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, my name is John Tedeman. It's Tedeman.
Do you work, sir?
Yes. Past that to the right, there are the windows, and then if you can see the little red line, that is a side door that goes into the garage. Yes, right there.
It's been highlighted there?
Yes.
Okay. And then there are obviously the 2 garage doors.
And the 2 garage car doors, yes.
4 cars to enter. Okay.
Yes.
We can take that down. Mr. Wilk, and put the lights on. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yo, wow, what a yes that was. See, I have to try and type this real fast in a program and save it and manipulate it and get it back over here live as quick as possible. Good morning, Miss Diane.
You need a new.
So I placed a photograph in front of you. Do you can you identify that for the jury?
Yes, that appears to be a photograph.
Why do I need a shirt that calls me Superwoman?
You do so much.
People have no idea that here's the program. I'm going to bring it over on this main screen. You see me moving it around. And I have to literally expand it and go in here and retype all this and resave it. And then I have to go into this program, open it up, which it's glitching like crazy. Because let's see if it does it. See what happens when I put something on? I don't see it. Now you're still seeing it, but I'm not. You see it's glitching away? It's driving me crazy. It's been doing it all day. I don't know why it's never done that before. So yeah, I desperately need one more monitor right here. I'm going to get it resolved one way or the or another.
I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you one way. That one.
That one. Okay. I don't know what the reason is for this guy. So let's keep going.
That I took of the side front door, the secondary front door, the garage door, and the 2 car doors to the garage.
Okay, particularly with regard to the side pedestrian entrance into the garage, the red door that you identified in the previous exhibit. Does that photograph fairly and accurately represent the layout of the house in terms of the outside and the entrances that you've previously testified to?
Yes, it does.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
By the way, we have a bingo card. Let's do it while they do that. Here's the bingo card.
All right.
We have marked off motion, data, result of test. Good morning. Methodology approach. May I publish free? Tell your qualifications. Well, they did a qualification look. ARCA and current or correct or right. Take a screenshot.
Did finish.
All right. Get back over here. Now, Lori Daybell will start at 1 p.m. Central. I got to explain. I got some explaining to do. Okay, guys. Weeks ago, before all this hit, I rented out the studio from 4 to 7. Today and tomorrow, a guy is going to do audiobooks, recordings, and that's money that I desperately need. So what we're going to do and how we're going to handle this is for the Lori Daybell trial, there will be a break in the studio between 4 and 7 p.m. I will return as soon as he is done between 7 and 7:30. So I'm looking at coming back on at about 7:30. We will finish the day with Lori Vallow. That way we don't miss a thing. It don't mean a thing. So I will do that. That will also give me a break while he's doing his recording, which will be fabulous. I can get dinner and lay down a little bit. I haven't had much sleep since Thursday night, Friday morning. Miss Diane knows all too well.
Oh,
And
yeah.
for those who are just joining who don't know, you will not be see Gerald here anymore. I broke up with him. He lied about everything, fundamental facts. He lied about being in the his military experience. He said he was a Green Beret. He was not. Diane, he was here this morning. He was like first in chat.
Again?
He was first in chat this morning. I had to block his butt again.
That man is crazy. Excuse me.
And then he's texting with a woman, getting back together with somebody that he'd known before, and told her he wasn't with anybody. Hello, we just did the deposit and book for the church that morning, Thursday morning.
Wow.
And he said he wasn't in a relationship. He told her he was at work. He wasn't working. He was sitting right here while I'm live.
Wow.
Texting this chick.
Wow.
I got screenshots. I saved it. I'll blast her face all up. No, I'm not going to do that. But anyway, just want to let you know. After today, I won't talk about it. This chick is single again. I know people are saying it's better than walking down the aisle and finding out, but it still doesn't hurt any less. That's a good one. Do you think that Welcher's been discredited? June does not. She is always so classy. I love that. I used to have several dresses like that one, but we had the big collars on them. Remember the big collars?
Oh yes.
Cool.
We look back and go,
Those laced collars. My mother wore those up. Well, my adopted mother wore those up until a few years ago. No. Uh-oh, back up to sidebar.
Yeah.
Sidebar.
Oh, and he showed up at church
yesterday.
I've tried to get a hold of you. You have no idea the drama.
Oh, I have tried to get on Discord, not on my computer, but on my phone, and it won't let me. I gotta figure out why. So that's why.
Oh, this has been drama llama ding dong. This is also how I felt this morning. You may call it coffee. To me, it's anti-rud drama.
Juicy juice.
Juicy juice. I want to thank all my wonderful court junkies. So much. Y'all are awesome. We appreciate you. And don't forget, go to As the Gavel Drops for all your court documents needs. This is where we get our court documents. As they drop, you can read them. And they are amazing. They are in Discord. Go to As a Gavel Drops, join, validate your account, and you'll be golden.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Wolf, whenever you're ready, if you can display that portion. Do you see what has been?
So I'm going to ask you to take that down. Folks, we're going to take the luncheon break at this point.
If you have a bingo, put bingo in the chat, not Discord, Diane.
Okay. In the chat on YouTube?
Yeah. Why are you, what's going on? Okay, this is interesting. This is interesting. I don't understand what's happening here, but we got drama behind the scenes. I'll see if they let us in on it. By the way, just so you know, the Lori Daybell will not go live for another hour. They go live at 1 o'clock their time. It could be late as 1:30 our time before we actually get video because they are delaying the video. So that means we will probably not get much into Daybell until tonight. And then it'll be a zoom of a day, of an evening.
You may be seated.
All right, so we'll fix that during the luncheon break, Ms. Gianetti, to what I said. All right, so can we get Dr. LaPosada in here? We'll do a very brief voir dire of her.
Guess what? My brother from another mother, Herbie. His last name is LaPosada. I wonder if they're related because I don't know how popular that name is. I was going to call him and say, Herbie, what was that guy's first name again?
You do know.
So I was going to call Herbie and say, Herbie, we got LaPosada on the stand. Let me see if I can call him. I'm going to call Herbie. Say, Herb, you got a relative on the stand. Let's see if he'll even answer. You may not. Hey. Yeah, I just had to give you hell. I'm live. Nobody could heard what you just said. All right, love. But I'm just checking.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you report in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
We're going to do a brief voir dire, okay?
No problem.
Oh, it's a woman.
You. All right, Mr. Jackson, foundation on just those 2 points, please. Sure.
Okay. Actually, his name is Lapatina. I'm just giving him hell. Because when I first met him, I called him LaPosada. But it's Lapatina. That's why I gave him hell. He didn't remember. He didn't even comment on it. I'm like, dude, when we were in the Red Cross, I kept calling you LaPosada. Not Lapatina. It was funny.
Your Honor, for purposes of expediting, does the court wish for me to go through?
Diane, you
the
can only
foundation
sub once
of
in
the
a life.
doctor's
That's okay. I
education,
take it
training,
anyway.
Background and experience, which is going to take a minute.
Yeah, no, just focus on the foundation for the dog bites and focus on the foundation for what's been termed to be perhaps biomechanical engineering evidence, those two areas. And if there is support or methodology in Dr. LaPosada's resume to point to exactly where that is, okay? And I expect this whole voir dire should take no more than 15 minutes.
I'll do my best, Your Honor. Doctor, could you please state your name for the record, spell your last
He goes, I'll do my best, but I ain't promising you nothing.
name into the record, please?
Yes, Dr. Elizabeth LaPosada. That's spelled LaPosata.
Dr. LaPosada, what do you do for a living?
I'm a medical doctor subspecializing in forensic pathology.
Dr. LaPosada, I'm going to move very, very quickly past the bulk of your training and experience over decades. I'm going to ask you a couple of quick questions. Where did you get your medical degree?
University of Maryland School of Medicine.
And do you have any subordinate degrees to your medical degree?
Yes, I have board certifications in anatomic and forensic pathology.
How long have you had those board certifications?
Like 35, 40 years.
Have you ever worked as a medical examiner in any capacity?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever worked as a chief medical examiner for any agency or governmental agency or state?
Yes, I have.
Describe that for the court, please.
I was a chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island for 12 years.
How many autopsies would you say in general that you have conducted yourself?
Over 3,000.
How many autopsies in your experience as a supervisor, in one capacity or another, would you say you've supervised over your tenure?
Over 7,000.
Of those 7,000 that you have supervised, have any of those dealt with motor vehicle incidents?
Many.
Have any of those dealt with motor vehicle and pedestrian incidents?
Many.
Give me an idea, if you have a number in mind, how many motor vehicle...
Okay, I want to make an observation. This woman and Dr. Russell, what is it with the...
Or they talk like this.
No, but when they between talking, they're both of them are doing it.
Pedestrian autopsies you have
Little
been involved with, either directly or from a supervisory
Drives me
standpoint.
crazy.
Oh, hundreds, over 500 at least.
Do you have a significant background and training in the cause and manner of death?
Yes, I do.
Is that the main goal or the main job or duty performed by a medical examiner?
Yes, it is.
Is it also significant in terms of supervising other subordinate medical examiners who may work under your charge?
Yes, you have to make sure they're doing it right.
Is there a methodology that you have employed and that is standard in the industry to employ, including differential diagnoses and inferential thinking in terms of coming to conclusions related to manner and cause of death?
Yes.
Can you explain that for the court in brief, please? I know you probably have a very lengthy explanation. Okay. Do it as briefly as you can, with being as succinct as you can.
Certainly. To determine cause of manner and death, we look at scene investigation, autopsy findings, police and witness statements, and medical history. And using that information, we come up with a differential diagnosis or a list of things that might have happened to that person to cause them to die. And from that list, then we see where all the science and all the data, which one it supports. So we've looked at several different things. I always told my staff, I said, how can we be wrong? What else could this be? So you have to make what in medicine is called a differential diagnosis and then see what the facts support.
Did you employ a differential diagnosis in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have to be at the scene in order to understand or analyze information that you get in a police report or photographs or things of that nature?
No, and we use the police investigation and scene investigation, crime lab reports, photographs taken by the crime lab, by the police at the scene.
Have you qualified as a expert forensic and anatomical pathologist in other courts in Massachusetts and other states?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times would you say you've qualified?
Hundreds.
I want to talk for a specific for a second about a specific area of interest for the court. Were you provided information and photographs of John O'Keefe's arm and his arm injuries included with the rest of the autopsy information that you received?
Yes.
Were you asked to make a determination about the nature of the wounds specific to his right arm? I know that there's other injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, but I'd like to relegate your attention to the right arm.
Yes, absolutely. That's what the forensic pathologist does.
Without telling me what your opinion was, were you able to come to an opinion or conclusion about the source of those injuries?
Yes, I was.
What methodology did you employ to come to that opinion or conclusion, or those opinions and conclusions?
My experience and knowledge and training, along with the appearance of the wounds on the right arm, which fit a pattern, and then knowing that it fits a pattern, then I can try to look for, okay, what is the item that caused this pattern? And that would be part of the differential diagnosis that I've used for many, many years in making diagnoses and determinations.
Have you ever been trained in pattern recognition?
Yes.
In what capacity?
Oh, as a forensic pathologist and medical examiner, a large amount of our work has to do with recognizing pattern injuries. because that's so important, because it gives us an idea of what might have caused that injury. And then that's clearly of a lot of importance to the police and the investigators as they're trying then to say, well, what could have caused that injury? And so the forensic pathologist could say, well, I think it was X or Y. Then they can carry out their investigation armed with that information as to what might have caused the injury on the body.
Is there such a thing in the world of pathologists as medical literature or academic literature that deals with pattern recognition?
Yes.
Are you familiar with some or most of those publications?
Absolutely.
Have you ever yourself taught classes on pattern recognition?
Yes.
At what level? High school, graduate school,
At
medical
the
school?
medical school level.
How often have you taught courses on pattern recognition?
Oh, at least a handful.
When was the last time you taught a course in pattern recognition?
Let's see, last month.
Do any of the courses that you've either taken, well, let's take them one at a time. Have any of the courses that you've ever taken dealt with wound pattern recognition as it relates to animal wounds?
Courses that I've taken?
That you have taken?
It's part of our basic training and understanding of a forensic pathologist. The board exams we take test for that. Those injuries are described in our basic forensic pathology and medicine textbooks. They appear continually in our medical and scientific journals.
Is that an important skill set to develop, wound pattern recognition as it pertains to animals as a forensic pathologist?
Absolutely.
Do any of those academic courses that you've either taken or reference works that you just referred to, do any of those deal with dog bites and claw marks specifically?
Oh, yes, they do.
In the course or courses that you have taught related to wound pattern recognition, have you ever taught on the subject of dog bite wounds and the recognition of dog bite wounds?
Yes, I have.
When was the last time you did that?
Let's see, it would be in the course in the medical school. Would have been several years ago.
Doctor, with regard to staying with dog bite wounds specifically, have you ever performed an autopsy that specifically dealt with dog bite wounds, known dog bite wounds?
Yes.
So you've seen them in person?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been qualified in any court in the land, state or federal court, on the issue of wound pattern recognition as it pertains to dog bites?
Yes.
When was that?
The last one I can recall was a federal case involving questions of a police dog.
Did you engage, in that case, did you engage in a differential diagnosis to determine, in your opinion and conclusion, your expert opinion and conclusion, the source of the wounds that you saw?
Yes.
Did the court qualify you to speak on that issue in court?
Yes,
Did you in fact testify in furtherance of your opinions and conclusions in that case?
I did.
I want to turn for a second to motor vehicle accidents or motor vehicle incidents. Do you also, some of the same questions, have you also performed autopsies on known motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes,
How many times would you say you've performed an autopsy on those issues?
hundreds, maybe even 1,000.
Is that a relatively common occurrence, as sad as it may be, motor vehicle pedestrian incidents in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, it is, unfortunately.
Have you performed autopsies personally as well as supervised autopsies on motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
And what methodology do you employ in furtherance of coming to opinions and conclusions regarding cause and manner of death specific to motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Well, we look at the scene investigation. We look at what the motor vehicle looked like. We look at the hospital records, the autopsy, and then trying to understand how the injuries that the pedestrian sustained, what those mechanisms were, and how the injuries show that that person interacted with the motor vehicle.
In doing so, in coming up with injury mechanism analysis, is it important to look at and analyze the actual vehicle that is allegedly involved?
Yes, you want to look at photographs of that or see it in person.
Is that part of the normal methodology that is employed in the field?
Yes, you must look at the photographs. You must see what the vehicle looks like.
Do you also look at the other side of that handshake? In other words, look at the body of the individual that was, in your case, killed, the decedent, in order to marry the two and determine whether or not the cause and manner of death had something to do with the motor vehicle, a motor vehicle impact?
Absolutely.
Describe that for us, please. What are some of the things that you look for that's part of the normal methodology that a forensic pathologist employs?
Well, when we examine a fatality from a motor vehicle, we want to try to understand what led up to it, how the impact occurred, and then what happened after. So we would study information about the injuries to see if we can relate them to certain pattern injuries that would be on the car. There are also evidence of transfer of energy and injuries that can result from the transfer of energy. So using the body, looking at the scene and the vehicle, understanding the motions of the vehicle and how they would have produced or would not have produced certain injuries on the body.
I'm going to take them one at a time. With regard to animal wounds or dog bites, were you able, in this case, using differential diagnoses, using inferential thinking, and using the skills that you've developed over decades of your education, training, and background, were you able to, without telling me what the conclusion is, were you able to come to a conclusion or opinion as to whether or not the wounds that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm were consistent or inconsistent with a dog bite or claw marks?
I was able to come to a definite scientific conclusion.
And is that conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Is it to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
Is it consistent with the training and methodology that you've employed over decades?
It is.
I'm going to ask you the same series of questions with regard to the motor vehicle incident. Did you review the autopsy report in an effort to look at John O'Keefe's entire body and all of the injuries that he sustained, not simply his right arm?
I looked at everything.
In doing so, were you able to come to an opinion or a conclusion as to the mechanism of injury and whether or not his injuries in total were consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle incident or impact?
I was able to come to a scientific conclusion.
And without telling me what that scientific conclusion is at this point, did you employ the same methodology that you've explained to the court earlier concerning differential diagnoses, inferential thinking, and decades of training, the education, training, and background that you've described for the court in coming to your conclusions about whether or not the cause and manner of death was consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle impact?
Yes.
Your Honor, is there any area that I have not covered to the court's satisfaction consumption?
So I'll let Mr. Brennan ask questions. I may have a couple of questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. LaPosada.
Good afternoon.
If we could start with dog bites.
Yes.
Did you have any specific training in wound pattern recognition regarding dog bites?
Yes, it's in our literature standard textbook. It's standard information that is needed to be a forensic pathologist.
When did you receive training regarding pattern recognition of dog bites?
Beginning when I took my board, starting in 1983.
And what did that entail?
It entailed reading literature. It entailed reading the standard forensic pathology and medicine textbooks. And it is a sub-part of understanding pattern injuries. Dog bite injuries are described in all our journals and all our standard forensic textbooks.
Other than reading about it when you were studying for your boards, did you have any practical experience where you were engaging in the field in pattern recognition analysis regarding dog bites?
Yes, I've had many cases where there have been dog bite injuries.
When you were studying for your boards, were you doing that, or after you
Well,
completed your boards?
I'm telling you that that it's such a basic part that during studying for boards, it's a section that we study. And I, of course, had many cases since then.
Did you receive any education past reading literature for the boards where you took classes, seminars, where it taught specifically wound pattern recognition regarding dog bites?
It's all part of wound pattern recognition. It's usually included in literature. If there are lectures about patterned injuries, it's a subset of pattern injuries like hammer injuries, like gunshot wounds, like baseball bat injuries. There's a huge number of types of patterned injuries that are part and parcel of what a medical examiner has to understand and diagnose.
Do you remember taking any specific classes or any specific training about wound pattern recognition relative to specifically dog bites?
Yes, it's in all the literature that I keep up with.
Did you take any training or did you attend any classes that involved wound pattern recognition of dog bites?
Yes, it's often included in our seminars and case reports.
Do you list any of those classes or seminars on your resume?
That I took? No.
Can you identify one of those classes, where it was, when it was, who taught it, what the name of it was regarding wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites?
I can't give you a specific time and date.
Can you remember the name of the last class or seminar that you took or completed that has to do with wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites?
I can't recall.
Is there anything in your report that identifies any of your specific education or training on wound pattern recognition as it relates to dog bites?
It's in my CV. It's basic knowledge that a forensic pathologist has to have.
I will ask you about the CV, but Dr. Laposada, I just wanted to ask you about your report first. Is there anything in your report that points to any specific training
In the report that I wrote on this
in your report
case?
relative to wound pattern recognition as to dog bites? Is there anything in your report that identifies that for us?
In my report, I put together the case of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. As far as your experience, though, do you ever make any note in your report about your specific experience and training about wound pattern recognition for dog bites in your report?
No, it's not appropriate.
In your CV, is there anywhere you can point to us where you had specific training for wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites, where we can see that on your CV?
No, it doesn't say dog bite training specifically, no.
Do you have anything on your CV that specifically talks about wound pattern recognition for animals?
Those are usually classified within other pattern recognition.
Do you have anything specific that would alert us in your CV that you've had such specific training on wound pattern recognition for animals?
Other than I've passed my board exams and have practiced for 40 years.
Have you provided a list of cases where you have testified in court specifically about wound pattern recognition of dog bites?
I don't know if I have given a list. I don't keep those kinds of lists.
You mentioned one case about law enforcement dogs in federal court. When was that case?
Several years ago.
How long would you say, if you had a guess?
How long was it ago?
Yes, please.
A couple years, around COVID time.
Did you testify in that case about law enforcement police dogs?
I testified about an individual who had injuries, and there was a question as to whether Canine Caper, who was the dog's name, inflicted any injuries on this person.
And this was in Boston federal court?
Springfield, yeah, Boston, right.
Is there a difference between law enforcement dog bites and domestic dog bites?
They have the same kind of dog jaw.
So
They're
you
ta-
would say
They're
that-
taught differently, obviously.
Would the wound pattern recognition be the same or different if you were looking at it from a law enforcement dog perspective or a domestic dog perspective?
The dog would be the same.
Do you have any other cases that you've testified about wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites?
I've testified in hundreds of cases. I can't say that I remember any particular ones.
Would you be able to identify any of those for us today?
No, too many.
I'll ask you about accident reconstruction experience. And I mean this respectfully, you don't have a biomechanical or a medical engineering type background, do you?
No, I'm not a mechanical engineer.
You're not certified by ACTAR or any of those type of organizations, are you, doctor?
No, I relate the injuries on the body to the motor vehicle.
Have you ever been to a car collision scene and investigated a car collision scene firsthand?
Yes.
And when you've done that, do you have a chance to look at all of the physical materials, the properties?
Well, when I go to a scene of a motor vehicle fatality, I look at the pieces that are scattered around, I look at the body, I look at blood stain patterns, I look at damage to the car, and then the body would go back for the examination at the medical examiner's office, and there would be further examination of the scene by accident reconstructionists and examination of the automobile by specialists who could figure out what motor vehicles do. So it's a part of correlating the injuries to the vehicle.
You've never written an accident reconstruction report yourself, have you?
No, that's not what I do.
I understand. In this case, what materials did you look at? Because I don't think in your report it mentions the materials that you studied. What materials did you study as the basis for any potential opinions regarding accident reconstruction?
Well, so you would like for me to tell you everything I studied in this case?
Yes.
I have my list here. Should I read
That's fine
from
by
that?
me.
Okay. I studied the autopsy report, neuropathology report, toxicology, and associated paperwork from the medical examiner's office. I studied 104 autopsy and neuropathology photographs, 70 additional autopsy photos taken by Trooper Watson. I studied Mr. O'Keefe's medical records from the Canton Fire Department and EMS run sheet. I studied the Good Samaritan medical records that also included 35 photographs of the body. I looked at evidence of Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, blue jeans, t-shirt, sweatshirt, boxers, and sneakers. I'm sorry. Thank you. I looked at photographs that were taken at the crime lab of various pieces of plastic, black, red, and clear. I studied photographs of the outside of Ms. Reed's SUV as it was parked at the police garage. I studied the Canton Police incident report, about 100 photographs taken by Canton Police of the outside scene. So that gave me a very good idea of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe.
Were you involved in a case, Commonwealth versus Daniel Tompkins?
Remind me about that. I've been involved in hundreds of cases.
Yes, you have. This case was in Franklin County Superior Court. It was a case where you had an opportunity to present testimony and regarding blood spatter, which you have been qualified expert for. I'm sorry.
Well, that doesn't quite say what I did, but I remember the case you're talking about.
Did you attempt, or was there an attempt to have you qualified to talk about accident reconstruction in that case?
No, I'm not an accident reconstructionist.
And do you remember whether or not there was an attempt that was denied to try to have you talk about accident reconstruction in that case?
I have no idea. I'm not an accident reconstructionist.
Okay. Do you have anything on your CV specifically that offers any background on accident reconstruction or accident reconstruction type classes or seminars?
I don't think so.
All right, thank you, Dr. Laposada.
No, you're welcome.
So can I just ask Dr.
Yes.
Laposada, about, you said you've been involved in autopsies with dog bites.
Yes.
How many?
I've done thousands of cases, probably 50 or so. It's not always the cause of death. And then I've supervised maybe 75 more where that dog bites were involved in the case.
When was the last one?
Let's see, probably 2 years ago.
Okay. Any questions based on my questions? All right, you are all set and asked you to step down, Dr. Laposada. We'll get to you sometime this afternoon. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I do want to
she's
give
gonna
everybody a
testify.
break, including counsel. Can we do less than 5-minute arguments on this?
No.
Your Honor, I'll make this very brief.
Okay.
Dr. Laposada is eminently qualified to speak to both the issue of wound pattern recognition as it relates to dog bites, specifically, as well as cause and manner of death as it relates to vehicle pedestrian incidents or impacts. The doctor has an incredibly impressive resume, just a touch of which we reviewed during the course of this voir dire for her qualifications. But with regard to the dog bite specifically, she talked about the differential diagnosis that she undertakes and undertook in this case. She talks about the inferential thinking that she undertook in this case. She talks about how that is the proper methodology in the scientific community and specific to the forensic pathology community in order to come to a determination about wounds and the source of wounds, i.e., was it a dog, was it another animal, was it another source, was it lacerations versus abrasions, things of that nature. She's obviously done, as she indicated, thousands, if not climbing real close to 10,000 autopsies that she's either supervised or that she's conducted herself. She actually has, notably, as per the court's last question, she's actually undertaken personally somewhere close to, I thought it was probably 5 autopsies herself dealing with dog bites. They're not always the cause of death, but sometimes it's attendant to the injuries that led to a different cause of death. But she's undertaken at least 50, or that's what she estimates, 50 of those autopsies herself. She's seen dog bites, she's seen dog wounds, she engages in pattern recognition. She also teaches classes on pattern recognition as it pertains to dog bites, and she's eminently qualified to speak to that in this particular case. She has been able to come to an opinion and conclusion as to whether or not the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm are consistent or inconsistent with dog bites, and I expect that she would then give that opinion and conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty and to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. As it relates to her differential diagnosis and her ultimate conclusions concerning the automobile impact, obviously, many more autopsies dealing with that because it's more common. She also engaged in the exact same differential diagnosis. She has training. The subfield of, or the sub-issue of vehicle pedestrian impacts is included and subsumed within much of the medical literature that she's been taught on, going all the way back to the 1980s, dealing with her boards, and she's consistently passed her boards. She's consistently kept up with the literature. She's consistently engaged in autopsies herself, so she has firsthand training. She also trains other medical professionals, other doctors, other medical examiners, and she supervises other medical examiners. She's been the chief medical examiner for an entire state. I cannot imagine somebody more eminently qualified to talk about the 2 subjects that she's been called to talk, well, she's called to talk about several other subjects, but these 2 subjects that's before the bench right now. than somebody with Dr. LaPosada's qualifications. I will submit on.
I
the
used
voir
to
dire
live
that
on
we
La
just-
Posada
that we
Lane.
just completed,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
thank you. Mr. Brennan.
I do not think that Dr. LaPosada has articulated the experience the way it's been summarized. She could not provide any specific training other than her boards and her references to literature. She could not articulate one single class or seminar that she took that pertained to differential diagnosis of dog bite injuries. She has no specific memory of having any type of experience in differential diagnosis as far as being in a training, seminar, or advanced education. She has the experience of a medical examiner who has seen what she believes to be dog bites in the past. She has no publications or references that she has studied the issue of differential diagnosis or pattern wound recognition relative to dog bites. If we look at the standard Dr. Russell employed, Dr. LaPosada does not have any of the merit to be an expert in dog bites. While she has taught, we did not hear about anything in particular that she has taught about specific pattern wound recognition analysis regarding dog bites. She is an experienced medical examiner, has a wealth of experience, past experience in autopsies, but she has no experience that is a basis for her as an expert in being a dog bite expert. Particularly, she mentions one case that she's testified in federal court that we've heard of today, and she has nothing whatsoever in her report or resume to establish that she has used, studied, and knows this methodology. In fact, her
What? June. Oh, snap. Hot Copy Chapel Googled her and found a couple of articles where the opposite attorney questioned her and she was found to be wrong. Also, after an audit, she was also dismissed as chief ME. What? I wonder if the defense has that information. That'd be fun to pull up when she's on the stand.
CV and her report don't have any basis for one to look at and see that she has any specific experience in dog bites. And so Dr. LaPosada, from the Commonwealth's perspective, should not be able to give an opinion regarding or about whether or not the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe were caused by a dog. She simply does not have the training and experience and education and methodology to make her a so-called dog bite expert. Regarding accident reconstruction, she said it best. She is not an accident reconstructionist. She saw some of the materials in this case, but it is a fraction of the materials in this case. She is not in a position to give an opinion whether or not the wounds are consistent with broken taillight. There is nothing we see on her CV. There's nothing we see in her report. There's nothing we heard on direct examination that she has any experience in breaking glass, breaking plastics, and the causation of wounds. It also overlooks the fact that the opinion that would be offered would extend beyond just the wounds on the arm. It would extend to a general opinion that he was not involved in a collision, and that's improper. There's no predicate or basis for it. And so based on her testimony and absence of being able to provide any education or experience, she should not be able to testify about either of these two matters.
Guys, I just put it in members chat. It's kind of a long article and I don't want to take all lunch to read it. But we also have the Lori Daybell. I got to get her live up and running. I forgot about that.
Mr. Brennan suggests that, well, she's only been qualified in one court, federal court, but a federal government, a federal judge that was handling that case qualified her as a dog bite expert in that case. That is not a small thing. That, as a matter of fact, it's a very big thing for Dr. LaPosada and her credentials. In addition, she indicated, contrary to what Mr. Brennan just suggested, she indicated that she has been training on wound pattern recognition as it pertains to dog bites for her entire career, not just when she was studying for her boards, since she's been studying for her boards. And it's been constant and consistent throughout her entire career. She's made these differential diagnoses, she's seen the autopsies, she's seen the wounds during autopsies firsthand, probably 50 or more she's supervised another 75 or more autopsies dealing with known dog bite wounds. She has the credentials. The court will recall that, for instance, Dr. Isaac Wolf was called to testify by the Commonwealth. He had absolutely nothing, no credentials whatsoever to talk about wound pattern recognitions. He was a neurosurgeon, and yet he was allowed, over Mr. Alessi's objection, to talk about and to discuss his opinions and conclusions as to the wound pattern on the back of John O'Keefe's head. Certainly, Dr. La Posada brings much, much, much more to the table than Dr. Isaac Wolf. I'm not comparing them. They're apples and oranges. Dr. La Posada is she doesn't have to be a sole dog bite expert to be expert in dog bites. She doesn't have to be Dr. Russell. She just has to have that level of knowledge, that level of skill, that level of expertise that's beyond that of the average layperson in order to opine as an expert on a particular issue. She certainly brings that to the table as it pertains to dog bites, and I think her skill and her education, training, and background certainly speaks to the fact that she has that in spades with regard to motor vehicle pedestrian incidents.
All right.
I'll submit.
Thank you. All right, I'll get your ruling as soon as I can. So we're going to start back up at 2:20, and I expect to go straight through the rest of the afternoon.
All rise for the court, please.
1:20. So we may get a little bit of the Lori Dabo trial. Okay, guys. Y'all go read that article. It's a long article, but yes, June, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I hate it when they put that on because it snags me. It's not what I need. I need
like
that.
the lipstick.
How you doing, babe?
I'm doing. I've just not been, I don't know why, but I've just not been sleeping well for like the last week. So I'm like,
Yeah. Well, you know why I've struggled in the last couple of days, but that said. Thanks, Hot Coffee. I took my wedding dress back on Sunday. Lost money on that. They always have a restocking fee, which is out freaking outrageous.
yeah,
Then
just walk back.
I called this morning and canceled the church, but because I just paid the deposit, I don't get anything back because they've already turned down somebody else. And then we have the cruise. I got to take care of that, which I don't get any of that back because he went through a travel agent, and that travel agent fees were just covered by the deposit, so I don't get that back. So I'm hurting.
Heck,
I don't have money for my medication, my rheumatoid arthritis medication because of this. Sucks, man.
I was going to say, we could take a cruise. We'd have a good time.
Yeah, but the problem is I can't afford $3,000.
Yes, I do understand that. That's why we're not taking a cruise, but it's a nice thought.
Oh, I'd love for you and I to take a cruise and us have that interpreter hired. My friend she's a cruise interpreter. That's what she does. No, not a damn. Well, what happened was he told me that he worked for Tesla. And I do know that construction engineers that build data centers and buildings like that, they are contracted. So when this job is done, you got to get another contract. He told me it was ended. So he was looking for another job, another contract. And he had several of them on the hook. And I heard him on some of the interviews, but part of the problem was they would go to onboarding, but they get stuck and they wouldn't hop in. And I said, what's going on with your credit? He said it was his credit that was sticking him because he had a divorce and the house that his ex-wife lives in is in both their names, but it's not his. It's all kind of lies. Well, come to find out, I found out in the course of our relationship that he was a bigger fraud than he, yeah. So anyway, he was doing what's called Instacart, kind of a shopping thing, just like kind of like Favor or DoorDash, which is fine.
To your house. Yeah.
I can do it and make money, honey, because I get in, I get out. He go in for 5 items and he's there for 45 minutes. Too busy playing on the phone, texting women. I'm sorry, Ronnie, and am I running you off? Am I running you off, babe? I apologize. So long story short, he didn't have money. And I understand that people go through times without income. I'm gracious about that. But I'm on a fixed income. And yeah, I paid for majority. I mean, he paid for gas a couple of times for my car. He'd pay for very cheap, $5 here, $10. But when we had dinner or ate out or did anything, I paid. I can't. I'll go on a cruise, but I don't want to go on that one.
Really?
Just saying. So, yeah, he lied about everything. And what really bothers me is the fact that he called himself a Green Beret Ranger and a company commander. I was not happy. A military daughter, I don't go for that. And June said it's called a stolen honor. What'd you call it, June? Stolen dollar. Pissed me off. Sure. He gave me permission to be in his phone. He gave me the password. Stolen dollar. And I was in the car at HEB. I dropped him off at the house. I was at the car and his phone, I was on the phone and his phone blinked. I was like, what the hell is that? Oh, his phone. And do you know how it's the message on the top of the screen? And it was, hey, babe, what do you miss about me? And a woman's photo. I'm like, what the is this? So I looked at it. And that morning, that whole day, Thursday, from 8 o'clock in the morning, all day, they were going back and forth. And she basically said, hey, do you have a woman? And he goes, no, not currently, my ass. And then she goes, would you like to rekindle our relationship? I'd love to, babe. So I was on the phone with my friend when all this was going down. And so needless to say, I screenshotted all of it. All of it. Yeah, there's the biatch. And I feel bad for her because she doesn't know. But what got me was, she goes, so what are you doing? I'm at work. I got a meeting. I got a project, some kind of project meeting I got to do or whatever. And do you know how when I take a quick break to go to a comfort break, I would go by the office he was in and give him a hug and give him a kiss. And he's talking to this woman while I'm working in our shop, telling her he's working and is not in a relationship. When that morning, y'all were here, he went and put we paid for and put the application in on the church. Well, we'd already applied. We just returned the contract. He went and returned the contract. What the hell? Last Sunday, he asked my pastor. Oh, you don't know the hell that went down yesterday. We'll have to talk about that. But he asked my pastor. By the way, He's only been to this church a couple times. I watched for a year before I went to this church, but he asked the pastor to marry us. And I'm like, I told the pastor yesterday, sir, not to be rude or disrespectful, but my papa is marrying us. He's a pastor. We wanted you to be a part of it. And then Gerald asked him if we did marriage counseling. He did marriage counseling. A lot of times before you get married, you do a little marriage counseling.
Oh, yeah. I should have. I didn't.
Okay. There was an open door. I found out before I married him. So thank God. My thing is that it amazes me how people get away with that. Women do this too. It's not just men. I'm not going to man bash. But I have to give a big shout out to my son, my friend. Oh, thank you so much. You have no idea how bad I'm hit financially.
Oh, yeah.
No one falls in love faster than a bum who needs a place to live and or money. Ain't that the freaking truth? So thank you so much, Aaron. Really, seriously. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You are a love. Yeah. I am. I'm
Yeah.
seeing your legs.
You see my legs? That's my, oh, that is my legs. I'm looking for
Okay, guys, let me tell you. I will tell you this part. You're going to laugh at this.
I probably will.
So I confronted him yesterday. By the way, there was a civil standby. If you don't know what that is, look it up. And well, Diane disappeared.
I'm right here. I can hear you. I'm right here.
So what happens? I confronted him. Now, by the way, I have a friend I've known for 10 years. I know his wife. She knows me. He and I have been a part of the American Red Cross I have from Katrina through Harvey, after Harvey. I've been on several deployments with this guy. I trust him with my life. We're firefighters. He is a minister in my ministry. He's a chaplain. I have a ministry called Volunteer Emergency Services Chaplains of Texas. And he is a part of that. And we went to firefighting training on Thursday, I think a week ago, whenever court was out. I think it was Thursday.
About like that.
And we had to go to this training that we need to go to once a year. But he had an injection in his eye that turned into an infection. Now he's probably permanently blind. So he's not driving right now. So I drove him. When I confronted Gerald about the girl, he came back to me about like me and a married man. I said, and he goes, doesn't married. It doesn't matter. He's married. You're not allowed to be alone with him.
Right.
Scandalous, Diane. You're just scandalous.
Me? Not me.
Yeah, you showed your legs.
I did what? Honey,
So long story short,
hit my knee.
I found it funny as hell. I found it funny as hell.
She did. Tell me.
Anyway, I just found it funny as hell.
She did.
Just Sam. Okay. We've had some interesting things happen in today's trial. We have had some shenanigans, a lot of objections. Oh, that kind of stuff. Guess what? We got Lori Daybell coming in.
Oh dear.
But the biggest thing is demand a mistrial. They demanded a mistrial.
Who did?
The prosecution, because the defense did, because the prosecution brought in the sweatshirt of John O'Keefe and there were holes cut in the back of it and they were trying to represent
that
it was
as
something else. Yeah.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah. So, but that didn't end up in a mistrial, but they had to go back and backpedal and try to put the crap back into the horse.
Parties are present, the jury is not present.
Oh, I like
Here we
this.
go.
Yes, second.
I know, y'all. What a scandal.
Do you have the thing up where you can seal the lock? The FTR? All right, we're gonna do a sidebar.
I'm gonna pull. I have the bingo card. Let me get it.
All right.
I'm getting it literally right now.
I think because of the number of people I need to talk with, I'm gonna do a sidebar up here. Come on up.
Is that the bingo card?
No, another one is. Come on. There, it's in comments. Click on it.
All right, just a second. Just a second. Comments.
Okay, while they're doing that, we don't have a free space. That's supposed to be a free space, Miss.
Where it says DNA.
Yep. Remember, fingerprints, alleged pow objection, cannot recall, search warrants, unalive, okay, text messages, family, VIN, digital evidence, insurance money, rephrase question, LDS or simple, sustain, overruled, no question, law enforcement, case manager, G. Wrangler, Brandon, asked proper question, photos, and cell phone data.
So this is Lori
Oh.
Daybell. I got to get her card up here.
So at 4 o'clock, I've got somebody coming in to rent the studio. We should be done with Karen Read. And then after they leave at 7 o'clock, I'll come live with Lori Daybell and we will sit there and watch Lori Daybell on like 1.5 speed. They talk slow anyway, so it won't be bad. Yeah, everybody mark out DNA. I'm saying it. DNA. Mark it. But understand, guys, after today, I won't be talking about Gerald no more. That's all I've shared. I'm done. But I will tell you, women, if a man tells you you can look at their phone and they give you the password because, they don't want you to think they're cheating on them.
Better look at it.
And then they live with their phone and they are married to that phone. Girl, look. That was my biggest complaint.
What day is this with Lori Daybell?
Arizona.
I know. No, not where. What day is this Lori Daybell?
3.
Day 3? Okay. The cult mom.
I'm getting myself sick on these things. Also, if you've never tried liquid IV, I hate powdered drinks. And this is not sponsored. I don't like powdered anything. These drink additives, and they have that sugar-free substitute stuff that gives me migraines. Now, the flavor is pungent. I will be honest.
What's it called? Liquid IV.
My doctor told me to take it. Put it with my water. It's vegan, it's soy-free, dairy-free, gluten-free. OSMOLD 5 certified. Does have a little bit of sugar in it, but I rather have real sugar than the synthetic. 3 times the electric lights in leading sports drink, oral rehydration solution, 100% of daily vitamin B. But the thing is, it's a strong flavor. So use half a stick per if you're doing a little bottle like this, do a half a stick because it's got flavor. But this is watermelon. I can do citrus from these because it's a synthetic citrus. But I'm never found one of these that I could drink, and I like this.
I'll have to give that a shot. I am not finding.
Yep. Oh, and he had encryption apps. And they'll send you a text, and once you read it, it disappears, so there's no evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sneaky. It's okay. I learned a lot, y'all. And like I said, after today, there'll be no more talking. I do not want to give him power. I didn't want to cry yesterday. I ended up in a very scary situation, but I'm safe. I'm fine. And I have to give a shout out to my church. They made me feel safe. They took care of me. I was terrified. Everything's good. Everything's fine. He got all of his stuff. He's gone. He's still in town. He's still trying. He came from Austin, and he's acting like he's been going to that church for his entire life. And because it's a church, I can't stop him from going. So I'm going to take a break from that church for a while. I've already talked to the pastor. We're all good. We're all good.
I can't find it.
What are you looking for, babe?
I am trying to find. I found you on YouTube for Lori Daybell, the card, but I'm not. How do I don't see where it says to this card for this day.
Babe, it's in the up, or if you go to your comments, at the very top, it is pinned. At the very top,
that's what
it is pinned for Karen Read.
I got Karen Read.
Lori Daybell is just in the comments. So click on the link in the comment.
I'm looking for
June posted it. It's there. I mean, I posted it. It is there.
Let's see, that's day 29. I want this one. I don't want that one.
Wait, no, Jen. All right, wait a minute. She posted a new bingo card. Give me a minute for Lori Daybell. I got it.
Okay.
Go to member chat. Where'd you post it? In bingo cards? It is just in comments. The bingo chat, the bingo card that is going right now. There's the bingo card for Lori Daybell. I just put it up.
Okay.
The one that's at the top and is pinned, that particular card is the Karen Read. And I mean it. Erin, thank you so much for your loving. Y'all.
Okay.
It sucks being in the bind that I'm in now, but I'd rather be there than to be married to a person that's $500,000 in debt.
Yeah. All right. Now, A to K Media. That's not it. Is it?
What are you doing?
I'm right here in the comments in the Lori Daybell card.
No, go to Karen Read.
Karen Read. Okay. Well,
I keep saying Karen Read. Lori Daybell will be going live. Why is that not? Let me go and edit this.
Okay, I'm Karen Read. I got Karen Read's card.
It goes live at 4 p.m. I'm going to change it to 7:30. I may be there live a little earlier, but I'm going to put 7:30. So the Lori Daybell link goes live at 7:30. We're just going to be here for a few minutes when they go live during the lunch, if they get live, because right now
they don't.
They're not live. They're there.
Yeah, I have Karen Read's card. I'm good.
Okay, Lori Daybell will start now if we see them. I don't know where we're going or how it's going or what's going, but it's going.
It's a going.
I love this. You can have complete access and still have them carrying on behind your back. Yeah, it's male or female. This is not. I'm not bashing the sex. I even had him background checked, and there was stuff that didn't show up.
I just read what Haley Mouse said. Dan, showing off her pins.
A judge on Monday dismissed the Justin Baldoni $400 million defamation lawsuit against the Hollywood power couple Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds. It was dismissed. Woo! That was a BS case. I don't know much about it. I just heard it was a BS case.
Oh, yeah.
So, anyway, let me. I
And
need to
I
look
got
at a
Lori
few things.
Daybell's card. Yay! Found
What?
it. I found Lori Daybell's card. 022.
See? Patience, please.
I said 022. Okay, not all are the same. Where's it at? Sustain and overrule. We did. Okay.
Oh, what just popped up? I got stuff popping everywhere.
Uh-huh.
Oh, and that was the other thing yesterday on live on Thursday, Friday. Is it Friday?
I'm listening.
We weren't live Friday, were we? Yeah, we were. So Friday is when I got rid of him. Not Thursday, Friday. Friday, I started getting, I don't know if y'all remember, I started getting all of these texts and calls. My phone was ringing off the hook from lending companies for homes for a sum of $250,000 to $800,000 loans to build a home. Oh, you're welcome. As soon as I know that's there, I'll put it up there, which means I got to get rid of this one and open up my own. So anyway, unfortunately, I did not. Wait a minute. You made a new card? Then why is my DNA coming up? Here, let me click on that one. There we go. She's got it. See, look, we're good to go. Yay!
Yay!
And I don't know why that's still sitting there, but it is. But anyway, I didn't know that morning, and I fussed at him, and he said that morning that he was looking for loans because we were going to buy the house I'm living in. I think that's one of the biggest disappointments is now to know that I'm not going to be able to buy the house that I'm living in. We'll see what happens. Maybe I ought to start playing the lottery. What do y'all think? What's up, bud? Well, I've got, what's his name, coming at 4.
Until then,
I will get it until then. What are you doing for lunch? I don't know. Can I have some of that potato salad, please? Yeah, I know. Potato salad, please. So, I don't know who that is. But Diane.
Yes.
What did you do this weekend?
What did I do this weekend? I did a lot of work in my yard, trying to get my front yard to look halfway decent.
So did you lay those bricks down again?
Not yet. I've got to get out there, and that is on break today. I've got to get out there with my rototiller. I get out there with my rototiller and till it up and then smooth it out so I can lay my bricks.
After he picked them up?
After he picked them up. They've been sitting there for almost 5 weeks now, and he's not doing anything with them, so I'm going to lay them the way I want them. He just is yeah, let's just say, yeah. And I'm sitting here looking at bills. Let's see, that's a 21, and a 26 is a 3 times 8 is a 24, and that's a 20, and that's a 3 times 6, 7, 6. Okay, and I was just figuring out bills. My son has finally gotten wise. So whatever the ex pays him, he just gives it to me. And I put,
okay, but you're living in your son's house?
Well, see, my son and his wife had rented this house and they had signed the lease for it for the year. And then they got the opportunity to buy the house they're in now. So I just go to the bank and pay the house rent here into my son's account.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And the fun part is that the ex had been paying the son, and but it wasn't covering his portion of everything needed to be covered. And so I talked to the son, and because I think I told you, the ex said, "What I pay John pays all of my."
Hold on, I'm trying to get you up here. Okay.
His 80. Let's see.
Why do I keep getting brain freezes today? Oh my gosh. Brain fix hack. It automatically stops a brain freeze. The warmth of your thumb. There's a very thin bone that separates the base of your brain and the top of your mouth. Doctor told me your thumb is warmer because you put something cold in there and it's hitting that. Put your thumb in your mouth and let the warmth of your thumb hit the roof of your mouth, and it will help get rid of that.
Well, that's lovely. Well, that's the story. He started out paying my son $600. $418 was his portion of the rent here. So that was going to be $182 extra to go toward portion of the bills. Well, now he's cut it down to $500. So that means $82 of his what he pays goes toward the rent. Well, the fun part is I told my son, I said, that doesn't, he says, I'll tell you what. He says, why don't I just give you what daddy gives me and then you pay it, everything, and that way you know what it is. I'm like, okay, that works.
Good son.
Good. Oh yeah. So
we got fan.
So he handed me what daddy paid him last Friday or whatever. It was $500. $418 went to rent, to his portion, and my light bill was $263.60. His portion of the
Wait a minute, Diane. I need to find out where I'm at here because.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, we're going to do that. Yep, we're going to do that. Okay. I had to get everything. And now that, there we go.
There you go.
So in this trial today, we finished with Dr. Wolf. Had other testimony come in. But this woman that they're going to bring on, I really hope that the defense is looking her up and finding out that Dr. La Posada is a screw up. Thank you, June, for that.
Could be.
Mod chat. Oh, let me get to mod chat. Yana is typing. So, by the way, I want everybody who's new here to welcome Miss June. Today is her first day being a mod. She's been kind of doing the job. She is our she has been doing her the bingo card and doing a fabulous job. And she's been so supportive of this channel in every way that I felt, you know what? She's earned a place. And Ronnie and I talked about it. It's like, I love Ronnie. Ronnie has been with me since April last year. I didn't know it in April, but that was her 1 year anniversary. We celebrated her this morning because she told me yesterday. And she said, hey, let's talk about June being a mod. And I said, you know what? You and I are thinking on the same page. So now y'all notice June is a mod.
And June, you have been a fabulous supporter of this channel, and I appreciate it.
Even though we don't necessarily always agree on guilt or innocence. So, anywho, welcome back. Hello, it Brit. Oh my gosh, yes, bingo cards, information, helping people in chat, sharing. She, like I said, she's been a huge supporter. Gosh, my hair looks so thick and gorgeous today.
Hey, I'm beautiful, just beautiful. I'm about to get a haircut.
Yeah.
And
I do need to cut mine, but I'm terrified. I don't want to cut too much off. If I cut, it'll just be that. June, that's true, but we know how to show respect. Yes, we do.
yes, we do.
Matt, did you hear the bell? Oh yeah, I got to get that. I'm sorry, my bad. I'm coming. Sorry about that, guys.
Okay.
We'll rewind. We can rewind. Oh, good. It just started.
Okay,
Gotta
who
get
is
my ears
this?
back again.
Is this Karen Read again?
Coupled with her being an ME.
Okay, so want to let you know we have a new customer. That's always good, and that always takes longer when you have a new customer because they want to know who you are and everything. I shared about my channel, so that's awesome. Hey, Ronnie, you're back. Mermaid.
I appreciate the court personnel waiting so that we could have that voir dire. It was helpful. All right, so
I only have a
my
little to go to be
rulings
under.
very similar that they were this morning. So
Love you, Ronnie. Your ears should have been burning.
first of all, on the Daubert analysis regarding Dr. LaPasada being able to testify as to the dog bite wounds, I find that she is not qualified. I'm not satisfied that the Daubert requirements have been made. Specifically, not just the experience, but the reliability of the methodology she used and how it was applied. So based on that, she cannot testify to the dog wounds. And I want to take a minute to differentiate this testimony with Dr. Russell's. I found that Dr. Russell was an expert, qualified to testify as to dog bite wounds, mainly from her experience in the ER, coupled with her being an ME. Dr. LaPasada does not have that experience. I found that Dr. Russell's methodology was reasonable and was sufficient, and I found that it was appropriate. Remember that Dr. Russell was published in the area here. So regarding pages 10 and 11, all of the text on Dr. LaPasada's report on pages 10 and 11 that start with the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm are excluded. Now, moving on to the testimony regarding not being consistent with a motor vehicle strike, I find that Dr. LaPasada's opinion on these not being the result of a motor vehicle collision exceed what is within her scope of expertise in some regards, not in all. In some regards, significantly, like I said this morning. So on page 17, the first sentence is in. The second sentence, tail lights are typically made of durable polycarbonate or acrylic plastic. That is out. I know the Commonwealth objected to, but I'm letting in. Mr. O'Keefe's patterned injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting the arm. She cannot say tail light, but she can say that based on her experience. His arm had no tissue bruising from impact. That also comes in. And the next sentence, neither did his skin show any array of irregular, unpredictable, randomly scattered cuts and scrapes at various angles and depths. That's within her realm of expertise as a medical examiner. The next page, though, I may have said this morning that first sentence, importantly, in review of that and review of the Tompkins case, that first sentence stays out because to me, it seems like that sentence depends on a biomechanical analysis, factors such as speed and force and the position of Mr. O'Keefe. So that's, oh, I'm sorry, page 18, the next page regarding the same subject matter. And portion of the next sentence is also out. This results in bruising or bleeding under the skin. That's out. But Dr. LaPasada can testify that Mr. O'Keefe had no bruising on his arms or torso. And that's it for that sentence. In particular, Mr. O'Keefe did not have bruises on his legs as shown by dissection of leg tissue and muscle at autopsy. That's it for that. And the conclusions are problematic to the extent that is consistent with this ruling and what we discussed on Friday. So that's it. That was just the text of her report. I have not begun to go through all of there's no PowerPoint with this, Mr. Jackson, right?
There is no PowerPoint.
All right. Do you intend on displaying any of these photographs?
I'm sorry?
Do you intend on displaying any of the photographs that are in her report?
Yes. I have to go through it now with the course.
All right, so you likely not get to that today. We've done important work, but we've wasted an awful lot of the jurors' time today. So I want to bring them in. And
My suggestion, we have to finish with that.
right, we're going to do that now. So that'll give you an opportunity to pull your thoughts together.
Right, and I expect what I would do is
That was,
that will take me a good amount of time. I will go through the part of her initial analysis that will not include any of the photos, but I may need overnight to actually go through the court's ruling. It's very specific.
so she can't talk about the dog bite.
Okay, so
That's
let
huge.
let me know what you intend to put in. All right, and there's a lot of text describing the photos.
See, here's where I have a problem. You can say this sentence, but not that. This sentence, but not that. It's either all in or all out. We'll see.
That is out, right? It's just hearsay.
Oh, I ain't doing if this trial gets hung, we ain't doing it again.
That was not objected to. There's a big difference.
Oh, come on, you got to stick with me.
So,
come on, Aaron.
so
we
let's
can do this.
we'll deal with this tomorrow, with the photographs tomorrow.
I just want to let the court know, I'm not wasting the court's time.
Okay, thank you. And we're bringing the jurors in. Did the Commonwealth want to respond in any way?
No, thank you.
Okay. And there's a motion on Dr. Rentschler. We will give that, I haven't read it yet. We'll give that no more than 5 minutes tomorrow morning each side. This jury, you can tell just by looking at this jury, they're fed up. So.
Your Honor, the only thing I want to put on the record is, with regard to the court's ruling, I do want the record to reflect, that is, obviously, it's over the.
Poor June. I'm so sorry, babe.
For the record, a quick comment. The Commonwealth waited until June 5th to even bring this up, to file a motion regarding Dr. Lapasada. They have a report, and all reciprocal discovery was done in March 6th.
Oh, that's horrible. I got to fix my makeup.
Yeah.
And the Commonwealth was ordered to file whatever motions they wanted to, whatever motions in limine they thought were appropriate by March 7th, and they did not do that. They were supposed to be heard on March 18th.
Okay, so the jurors are coming in. We're going to mark the report and the CV for identification.
I just need to know when I can make it.
You just made it.
I made it-ish. I wasn't
Okay.
myself,
Okay.
but the point is,
Go ahead, real quick.
the point is, the Commonwealth has not explained the delay
So,
in making this motion. They haven't, and we're playing by the same rules, Judge.
so the basis of my ruling was not late disclosure. Okay? Late disclosure. Commonwealth says they're part.
That's not the court's missing the point. It's the opposite. We got late disclosure. We got late disclosure that they were objecting. They've had since March to object. They blew the motion in limiting time, and then they come in just before Dr.
All right.
Lapasada testifies, and now they're sort of sandbagging this and getting the court moves against us. So I want to make sure that the record is imminently clear about
Very clear. Mr. Brennan, do you want to respond real quickly?
Your Honor, we can always object even during the proffering of testimony if there's no foundation. It's a foundational issue.
And that's consistent with what my rulings were when I allowed other witnesses to testify that the defense could object if the foundation weren't properly laid. So, bring them in, please.
Diane.
Yes.
How do you love my mirror?
I do. I do. Where'd you find that?
It will light up. Oh, I used to sell them.
Got any more you want to sell?
Nope.
Oh, well, that was a nice thought. But I can have nice thought.
You can try.
I
You may not want to pay. Those full price were $300.
But no, I don't want one. I like it, but I don't like it that much.
Yeah, I used to sell them.
Please be seated.
I wouldn't pay
Jurors,
300.
you
I
have
got
been
it for 150.
Extraordinarily patient with us today. We're going to go straight through until 4 o'clock, and we're going to make every effort to not leave you waiting.
3 o'clock
for
our
as long as
time.
you have, as long as we did today.
Hour and a
All right,
half.
Ms. Giannetti, is your witness ready?
Is our interpreter ready?
Yeah. Yeah. My son and daughter-in-law went to see the Beach Boys last night.
They're still singing.
One of them was, but then John Stamos has joined them, and Kid Rock was there too. So they had a good time.
All right, Mr. Tedman, whenever you're ready, sir.
My father loved the Beach Boys.
Sir, before the lunch break, you had identified 3 entrances to the front of 34 Fairview, leaving aside the 2 garage car
I'm
doors.
gonna go get
Do
a
you
comfort
recall
break.
that?
I'll be right
Yes.
back.
May I have that last exhibit displayed, please? Not that one, the one that we discussed right before. There it is. Maybe zoom in on that a little. Okay. What do you see on the screen at this point, sir?
I see the 2 rightmost entrances to the house, excluding the main front door.
Okay, which would be obviously to the left
To
of
the
this
left.
photo, particularly with regard to the 3rd entrance, the one in red. Could you describe that?
Yes, so it's if you're facing the house from the street, you're looking towards the west. So that door goes directly into the garage facing north.
Okay, so basically from the street, you don't have to enter the house, you can go into the garage directly.
That is directly into the garage, yes.
All right, and as we're looking at the house from this point, are we looking at it from the vantage point of Fairview Road?
Yes.
And that is a westerly direction toward the house, sir?
Correct.
In the course of doing your further work that you were asked to do in this case, did you peer inside the garage?
Yes, I did.
Did you see concrete steps and a ridge there and a hard concrete floor?
Yes.
Sustain. Jurors disregard that answer.
You mentioned that you were asked to do some measurements. Can you describe what you were asked to do for the jury?
Yes, I was asked to measure from basically the mailbox area of the driveway to the various entrances to the house.
Did you take those measurements?
I did.
Okay, if I'd like to take them one at a time. First, did you measure from the end of the driveway next to the mailbox all the way to the main front door, which is not depicted on this photo?
Yes, I did.
How did you measure it?
I used my wheeled measuring device, and I walked directly across the lawn to the front door, well, to the bottom of the front steps, and then used it to go up the front steps straight to the door.
And what was the measurement, if you recall, from the mailbox area near the end of the driveway to the main front door on the left?
I believe it was 65 feet 9 inches, but I have notes if I
I think you got it right, sir.
Okay.
Next, did you measure from that same location near the street, the end of the driveway next to the mailbox, to the second front door, which is actually depicted in the exhibit that's on the screen?
I did.
And how did you measure that?
I walked along the edge of the driveway on the asphalt, right next to the grass, towards the house from the mailbox and the edge of the street, towards the house. I took a left onto the brick walkway, proceeded along that walkway, then took a right to the walkway that you can see right there, heading directly to the door, and went up onto the little decking area, and then those 2 steps directly to the doorstep.
Okay, so you walked essentially almost the whole length of the driveway?
Yes.
Before you took the left to get to where the steps start, going to that second front door?
Yes.
And then went up to the door itself?
Yes.
Do you recall from your memory what the measurement was?
I believe it was 70 feet 1 inch.
And finally, did you measure from that same end of the driveway near the
Hello,
street next
little
to the
whiskers.
mailbox to the red side door, which is the pedestrian entrance into the garage directly?
I did.
How did you measure that?
I did the same thing, walking directly from where the mailbox and the driveway intersect, basically, all the way up the driveway, took the same left onto the red brick pathway, took a right to go towards the front door, went up the one step that you can see, and then instead of going up the next 2 steps, I took a right directly towards the garage entry door.
So essentially the same path of travel, it's just you didn't go straight into the second front door, you took a right to go into the pedestrian entrance to the garage.
Correct.
And what was the measurement that you discovered having done that?
I believe it was 78 feet 3 inches.
Now, finally, could we have displayed the map of Cedar Crest, Fairview, and Chapman? There it is. Sir, are you able to see the street names from where you are? And if
Yes.
not, could we have the top street magnified so that the witness can see it? Okay, you see that?
I do.
What do you see that to be?
Cedar Crest Road.
Okay, if we could have the connecting street where the, that's it.
Fairview Road.
All right, and finally, the one down the bottom?
Chapman Street.
Okay, if we can get the whole map back up. Having seen those 3 street names, does that orient you as to what this is a map of?
It does.
And what is that?
This is the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road, the neighborhood, basically.
Okay, and it includes the 2 connecting streets on either end?
Correct.
Does the red dot symbolize anything for you?
It looks to be where 34 Fairview Road is located.
Okay, and if you're on Fairview Road to the right of that red dot as it exists on that exhibit, and you're looking toward Fairview Road, what direction would you be facing?
I'd be facing west.
If I may have a moment, Rich?
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions?
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You had a wheel to measure,
Correct.
and so there's like a tape measure, and when you wheel it out, it gives a straight line?
No, it's two wheels with a meter in between them, and you roll it out in front of you.
I see. Your first measurement was from the driveway to the front door,
To the main front door to the far left, yes.
and that was about 63 feet?
I believe it was 65 feet, something like that. I have
65?
my notes, yes.
So suffice to say, if you were to leave the front door and come back to that spot, it would be an additional 65 feet back, right?
Yes.
The second measurement was from the bottom of the driveway to the middle door on the side?
Yeah, the second front door, yes.
Did you say that was about 70 feet?
It was, yes.
Okay. And again, if you were to come back, that would be an additional 70 feet?
It would.
And the last one was the door near the garage. Did you say that was further, around 80 feet?
78 feet, 3 inches, I believe.
Is it one way?
Correct.
And back is another 78 feet?
Correct.
When you measured these, was it from the asphalt of the driveway or to the left of the mailbox as you're looking at Fairview?
It was to the right of the mailbox on the asphalt, as close to the mailbox as I could get.
Did you happen to take any measurements from the flagpole to the front door as far as distance?
I did.
And what was that?
I do not have the exact measurement. I'm not sure.
Do you have it in a report that you could
I
look
don't.
at?
I don't. No, not with me.
How about the flagpole to the middle door on the side?
have it
Did
in a
you
report?
take any measurements of that?
I'm not sure I took that one.
How about the flagpole to the furthest away door, which would be the door next to the garage? Did you take any measurements of that?
I think I took a direct measurement to that, yes.
Right, and what was that number?
I don't know.
Do you have a report you can share with us?
I don't. No, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you ever measure if you were at the flagpole area, how long it would take to walk up the street Or how far would it be to walk up the street, up the driveway to any of those doors? Did you ever measure it that way?
I did.
And what was the distance if you were going to start at the flagpole, walk up the street, up the driveway, down the walkway to the front door?
I'm not sure that distance, not positive the distance.
Was it over 80 feet?
It was.
And if you did the same route up the street, up the driveway to the middle door, would you agree that would be well over 80 feet as well?
Can you repeat the question? How?
Sure, if you were to measure from the flagpole, up the street, up the driveway to the middle door, that would be well over 80 feet?
Yes.
Same to the door next to the garage?
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
All right, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
All set, sir. All set. I just love how she says, all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would ask the court to ask Dr. Elizabeth Lopez-Sada to join us.
Okay.
Let me get the next witness, and Diane, I'll take the lawyer.
Okay, that'll be wonderful. Like so much easier.
I didn't think I had anything black to throw on, although I'll be hot, but that's okay.
It said in here with me, it's a needle, just a needle.
Don't know who's coming up. Who's next, Joe? We are on witness number 45. Oh, her.
You tell me, sir, the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do. Good afternoon, Doctor. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
May I inquire?
Yes, and Dr. Lopez-Sada, please speak right into that microphone,
I
okay?
will.
Thank you.
Doctor, can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the jurors?
Yes, Dr. Elizabeth Lopez-Sada, spelled L-A-P-O-S-A-T-A.
I'm going to ask you, you have a softer voice. I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone right under your chin, if you don't mind. It's pretty adjustable.
Better?
That's better.
Okay.
That's better. Doctor, can you tell the jurors what you do for a living?
Yes, I'm a medical doctor and I subspecialize in forensic pathology.
Can you summarize your professional background?
Certainly, I graduated in 1975 from Bucknell University with a Bachelor of Science in Biology. I went to University of Maryland School of Medicine, where I graduated in 1979 with a Doctor of Medicine. I did my internship and fellowship at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, where I studied anatomic pathology, which is the study of the diseases of the body. I then did my subspecialty fellowship in St. Louis in forensic pathology, which is understanding causes of death and injuries to the body.
Currently, are you a professor?
Yes, I am.
And tell us where you work.
I own my own independent consulting practice, and I'm also an associate professor at Brown University School of Medicine.
How long have you taught at Brown University School of Medicine?
Since 1993.
And how long have you been a clinical associate professor of pathology either at Brown or before that?
Oh, gee, then that would have been since at least in the late 80s. I've been associate professors at the universities and medical schools where I've worked.
Doctor, at Brown University, let's take Brown first. What do you teach there?
I teach the second year medical students. I teach a lecture in diseases of the heart, cardiomyopathy and myocarditis. And I've been asked to give some specialized lectures in toxicology and forensic pathology.
Are you responsible for training medical students in the field of forensic pathology?
When I was a chief medical examiner, yes, we would have medical students, residents, come into the office so they could learn about what we do to understand cause and circumstances of death.
When you first got your medical license, did you then undertake to get certain board certifications and the like?
Yes.
Before we get to those board certifications, did you begin a practice in forensic pathology in some way or another?
After I finished my medical school and my anatomic fellowships and forensic pathology fellowships, then I was working in medical examiners' offices where I was examining deceased people to understand how they died.
When you get a medical license, is that statewide or is it nationwide?
Usually you get a state medical license.
And do you hold a state medical license?
Yes.
How many?
I have an active medical license in Rhode Island where I have my consulting practice, and I have inactive license in Maryland, Delaware, Missouri, Pennsylvania.
And you've been previously, at least before they were inactive, you were licensed in all 5 of those states?
Yes.
You already told us a little bit about your college. Did you mention Bucknell University? Your Bachelor of Science degree?
I think I did, yes.
At some point after you graduated from the University of Maryland School of Medicine, did you complete any residencies?
Yes, I did my residency at, excuse me, at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore in anatomic pathology.
Forensic pathology is different from anatomic pathology, correct?
Yes.
Did you also do any kind of residency in forensic pathology?
Yes, I did a fellowship in forensic pathology.
And what is the difference between, if you can sort of take us through that little by little, what is the difference between forensic pathology and anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology is sort of hospital-based pathology where we understand diseases of patients who are in the hospital and try to make clinical pathologic correlations to see if their diagnoses were correct, if the laboratory tests actually showed what we find at postmortem. And then forensic pathology deals more with understanding why the body stops functioning at a particular time. So that would be cause of death. And that can be sudden unexpected death or death due to violence.
And in forensic pathology, is that often associated with testimony in court cases that may deal with either on the civil side or the criminal side, coming in and testifying about things like cause of death and manner of death?
Yes.
What types of cases did you work on during your forensic pathology residency?
Oh, sudden unexpected natural death, gunshot wounds, knife wounds, sudden infant deaths, blunt force trauma, skeletonized remains, decomposed bodies, strangulation, the whole gamut of ways people can die unnaturally.
And what type, to contrast that, what types of cases did you work on during your anatomic pathology residency?
There you're mainly dealing with natural diseases and understanding heart disease or how somebody gets pneumonia, or looking at the brain to understand if a stroke was present. And that's especially important then to the doctors who are treating those patients, that they can see if the diagnostic tests were appropriate or if their treatments worked.
You mentioned fellowship a little earlier in your testimony. What is a fellowship?
A fellowship is after you've done your internship and residency. A fellowship is more specialized training, and I did that in forensic pathology.
So that answers my next question. You do hold a postgraduate fellowship position, correct?
Yes, yes.
And that was in forensic pathology specifically?
I'm board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology.
Were you a research associate at the Department of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine at University of Pennsylvania School of Law?
Yes.
I'm sorry, School of Medicine?
Yes.
Old habits.
Yeah.
What about postdoctoral research fellow? Were you ever a postdoctoral research fellow?
Yes, I did. I had an NIH research grant where I worked on, excuse me, how alcohol affects the heart.
Where was that?
That was at St. Louis University, and then when I was on staff at the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia.
What about postdoctoral research fellow at dealing with the cardiovascular division of the Department of Medicine at Washington University?
Yes, that's where I did research on how alcohol affects the heart.
Was all this in furtherance of your broad education and training as a pathologist?
Yes.
I think you indicated that you have served as a chief medical examiner in
Pathology would be path science person or path science person pathology?
Like forensic path That's a forensic pathology because that's the title of the thing. But if you're talking about pathologist, then it's a pathology person. Yeah.
Right. Anatomical, I would do body science.
Yeah.
Path
I
would
don't
be
even
path
have to
science.
after she's talked about it so much, you don't even have to do the science. You can
Just path and
yeah.
Okay, I agree.
We like
One of the previous-
Sometimes we want to get our signs the same. Even neither one of us are wrong. It's just in our interpretation.
It's just easier to match them.
Yep.
These questions. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes, I was appointed chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island in 1993, where I was responsible for all unexpected, unnatural deaths or deaths that involve violence in the state of Rhode Island. So I had to supervise the office, made sure I have adequate staff, made sure my forensic pathology staff were doing a good job, made sure I had an adequate scene investigative staff. So running the whole office.
Is that the highest appointment in the OCME's office?
Yes, it is.
In that position, did you oversee every single medical examiner in the state of Rhode Island?
Yes.
Did you also hold a position as a co-chair of Child Fatality Review Committee in the state of Rhode Island?
Yes, as part of being chief medical examiner.
Tell us a little bit about that. What was that appointment?
Well, there's a big concern about infants who die and children who die. So those are reviewed specifically by a group of doctors from the pediatricians and also then the medical examiner's office. So we look at every child and infant death.
How long did you serve as the chief medical examiner in the state of Rhode Island?
For 12 years.
Starting when and ending when?
Starting in 1993 and ending in 2005.
As the chief medical examiner for Rhode Island, did you ever have the responsibility to work on any mass disaster cases?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, tell us a little bit about that. If you could start with the Egypt Air issue.
Yes. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. In 1999, the Egypt Air 990 was took off from New York airport, and it crashed off the coast of Massachusetts, and 2,065 passengers died. And because of the force of the airplane going into the water, all the bodies were fragmented. So they were brought, all the fragments were brought to my medical examiner's office. They actually vacuumed the ocean floor, and we had 2,600 some fragmented remains from that airplane crash, and that involved working with FBI, TSA to identify those individuals and understand exactly why they died.
What was your role and the role of your staff that you supervised in dealing with those other government agencies, the FBI, the NTSA, other entities, in terms of the fatalities that you did review as a medical examiner or the chief medical examiner of Rhode Island?
Well, I dealt with families from around the globe who had relatives on that flight, and then the FBI was looking into what may have caused the crash. The Egyptian government, who owned the airplane, was also there and interested in understanding what happened. And we were also, tasked with identifying everybody who was on the plane and to see if that matched the passenger manifest list. So were there people on the plane who shouldn't have been on the plane? So that sort of thing.
In terms of matching that manifest, were you the head of the department for the medical examiner's office that was responsible for trying to figure out who was on the plane and match those remains with the individuals that were on the manifest?
Yes, we made the positive forensic identifications and returned the fragmented human remains to their families.
Doctor, did you also deal with the tragic Station nightclub fire?
Yes.
In what capacity did you deal with that?
Again, this was a nightclub that burned down. It burned down very rapidly with a very hot fire. and that was in Rhode Island, and there were 100 fatalities from that. So those come to the medical examiner's office. I had my investigator at the scene throughout that time of recovering the bodies, and I was charged with determining the identity and the cause of death.
Were you successful, or your staff successful, in determining the identity of most of those individuals who perished?
Yes, all of them. We worked around the clock for 3 days to get that done.
And you were the head of that task
I
task
was.
force. Before you became the chief medical examiner in Rhode Island, did you previously work as a medical examiner under somebody else?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What was your first post as a assistant medical examiner?
My first post was after I did my fellowship training in St. Louis, Missouri. I was an assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis.
Were you ever an assistant medical examiner in Philadelphia?
Yes, so after St. Louis, I moved to Philadelphia, where I was on staff at the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania, and I ran the autopsy service there at the hospital, and I was also an assistant medical examiner for the city of Philadelphia. After that, I was an assistant medical examiner for the state of Delaware, and then I came to Rhode Island as I was chosen to be chief.
Dr. La Posada, can we put dates on that? Assistant medical examiner in St. Louis from when to when? Do you remember?
Oh my, let's see. May I look at my CV?
Sure, with the court's permission.
Yes. Okay. Yes, from 1983 to 85, I was an assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis. Then in 87 to 91, I was the assistant medical examiner for the city of Philadelphia. 91 to 93, assistant medical examiner for the state of Delaware. And then 1993 to 2005, I was chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island.
Thank you for that. Dr. La Posada, have you held any faculty positions as in the field of forensic pathology that qualify you as an expert in this case?
Yes, every medical examiner's office I worked in, I also had faculty appointments to teach medical students and pathology residents. So I had faculty appointments at Washington University School of Medicine in St. Louis, at the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, and in Rhode Island.
Let's talk about those one at a time. Describe your teaching responsibilities at Brown Medical School, if you wouldn't mind. And that, by the way, that's from 1994 to present, correct?
93 to, well, as a medical examiner, it was 1993 to 2005. And there I would teach the medical students. We had rotations through the medical examiner's office, and also the pathology residents would rotate through the medical examiner's office, where I would teach them how to do a medical legal autopsy, how to understand cause and manner of death, especially non-natural and traumatic deaths.
With regard to your teaching responsibilities specifically, are you still teaching?
I'm teaching in the cardiovascular section now, but since I'm not chief of the medical examiner's office, I obviously don't have students rotating through there anymore.
Were you a lecturer in the role of medical examiner? Did you do a seminar in that regard at or associated with Brown University School of Medicine?
Yes.
Did you do some sort of a forensic pathology rotation for pathology residents from 1994 to 1995 in that capacity as well?
Yes, we would have the pathology residents who were at the hospital studying anatomic pathology come to the medical examiner's office so they could understand the discipline of forensic pathology.
What is cardiomyopathy?
Cardiomyopathy is a muscular disease of the muscles of the heart.
And what is myocarditis?
Inflammation of the heart muscle.
Did you ever teach or lecture on those issues?
Yes, I teach every year. I teach the second-year medical students about those heart diseases.
Have you ever taught anatomy and physiology to EMTs?
Yes.
Or in the EMT setting?
Yes.
And what about a class known as the 2-hour primer on forensic pathology?
I've taught a lot. I don't recall that particular.
How about pathology residents morning conference in 2009?
Oh, yes. I give lectures to the pathology residents at the medical school at Brown Medical School in forensic pathology.
You also mentioned that you were an adjunct professor for biomedical forensic sciences and forensic anthropology in the Department of Anatomy and Neurology. Is that a division of the graduate school, Boston University School of Medicine?
Yes, I taught in the master's program in the medical school at Boston University School of Medicine for a master's in forensic science, where I taught a 40-hour course on forensic pathology and another 40-hour course on medical legal death investigation.
Were you actually the course director in that position?
Yes.
And were you also a course director in medical legal death investigation from 2006 to 2013?
Yes.
And what about a course director in forensic toxicology from 2006 to 2012?
Correct.
Did you direct the studies in biomedical forensic sciences, GMS, from 2012 to present?
Yes.
Describe that. What is that?
The graduate medical sciences?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, I would review and be on the board to examine projects that the students were doing to get a master's degree.
Were you also an assistant professor in the Department of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine at University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine?
Yes.
Okay. Without going into every single class that you taught, did you teach from 1987 to 1991, attending staff medical pathology?
Yes.
What is that? Just
Can you not see it?
a general outline of what that
can't.
teaching course was.
That's when I was at the hospital, University of Pennsylvania. I ran the autopsy service, so I taught medical students and pathology residents about autopsy practice.
I want to ask you sort of broadly, can you describe
Diane, I need you to get this for a second. I got to take care of something.
your major teaching and
be
clinical
quick.
responsibilities when you were at University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine in the field of forensic pathology? What were your main clinical and teaching positions?
Well, I ran the autopsy service there, so I taught the medical residents and medical students autopsy pathology, and I was also a assistant medical examiner there, so I taught and started the forensic fellowship in forensic pathology.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness in forensic and anatomic pathology in state and federal courts?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've qualified as an expert?
Over 40 years, maybe several hundred.
How about in Massachusetts?
That includes all of them.
Okay. Have you ever qualified? Let me list a couple of states. In Massachusetts?
Yes.
California?
Yes.
Connecticut?
Yes.
Delaware?
Yes.
Florida?
Yes.
Illinois?
Yes.
Maryland?
Yes.
Minnesota?
Yes.
Missouri?
Yes.
New York?
Yes.
Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Rhode Island?
Rhode Island, yes.
Have I left anything out? That's
Did
just
you
about
say
all.
Massachusetts?
I did.
Okay, then
We
you're
started
fine.
with Massachusetts.
Okay, you're fine.
What types of topics have you qualified to testify about as an expert forensic and anatomic pathologist?
Really, anything that has to do with circumstances and cause of death. So it doesn't really matter, what type of injury or a sudden unexpected death. Usually it involves examination, study of information from the scene, information from the autopsy, police and investigation and medical records, and we put that all together and figure out the circumstances as to how someone died and why their body stopped functioning. So that's the basis of forensic pathology.
Dr. Williams, excuse me for just a second. Your Honor, may we approach for one brief.
Okay, they are spending, I'm trying to fix something. Somebody's gotten into my account and I wonder who it could potentially be. I don't know. I was trying to give access to trying to get someone to connect to the YouTube channel. But I noticed some of my posts are missing. And I find that interesting. Okay, nothing I can do about it. That's weird. Yeah. This is going to be interesting, y'all. The Lori Daybell has started. I'm just going to save it. But I find it interesting that there's a lot of stuff missing on my page. A lot of posts. When was Mother's Day? Diane, or did you turn your sound off?
I didn't.
I don't know why your sound is off.
I'm there. Let me see if I can find Mother's Day. May the 11th.
I have got a lot of things missing.
What kind of things? I'm curious.
We'll talk later.
Oh, okay.
There you are. Gotcha. You're in.
Yeah.
Now, Miss Henderson, you can go to the YouTube channel. I'll post my link and watch live from there. It's better. It better. It better. And my thing is still doing its weird stuff. May the 11th. It's still doing its weird thing. It's still wigging out.
Yes.
I'd like you to step down and you can go back to the phone officer into that back room.
Okay, certainly.
And jurors, rather than send you downstairs and back up the stairs to come back in 5 minutes, I'm gonna sit here, you all can sit here, we're just gonna be in recess for 5 minutes.
Just click on the link.
You ever chew gum and all of a sudden you just got to get rid of it?
All the time. Girl. Don't be so gross, girlfriend. And what just happened?
I was chewing some sudden I just had to get rid of it or I was just going to really be in big trouble.
Well, I've got this heavy sweater thing on because I can't interpret with all that white. I put the link for YouTube. It's a better live because Facebook doesn't always have me current. Trying to get somebody to watch. I'm moving on. Moving on. Does someone need CPR? What just happened? Yeah, I know. I'm asking the same question. Same. Y'all, I have no makeup on. It's a bad day.
Well, you look pretty good.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Lamasada, you mentioned several topics about which you testified and qualified as an expert. Testified about it as an expert in several different states, several different courtrooms. Have you been qualified as an expert by those courts in those topics about which you just discussed?
Yes.
Do you hold any specialty certifications in the field of forensic pathology?
Well, I'm board certified in forensic pathology.
What about the American Board of Pathology?
Yes, the American Board of Pathology puts forth examinations that are a 2-day examination in the various disciplines of pathology. And if you successfully complete those examinations, then you become a diplomat of the American Board of Pathology in whichever subspecialty you're in.
I did.
And I became a diplomat in the subspecialty of anatomic and forensic pathology.
What about a certification in basic bloodstain pattern analysis, the International Association of Identification?
Yes, I had a week-long course in understanding blood pattern analysis.
Can you tell us a little bit about the National Registry Emergency Medical Technician certification that you hold?
Yes, I took training to become an EMT.
Why?
Have you received a number?
Why would you become an EMT? Well, doctors can't do EMT a lot of times. It's trench medicine, and that's a whole nother ball game than working in a clinic or in a hospital. But
Yes.
wow, most MDs don't go that far. Good for
What
you.
honors and awards in the field of forensic pathology?
I have.
What do those awards include?
May I look at my CV again? Sure. Thank you.
I have too many. I have to read them.
Yeah.
That's me and my certifications for FEMA. I have 22. I can't remember all of them.
I had teaching awards from Brown University School of Medicine. I was featured in a book by Faces of Public Health as having run a good medical examiner's office. I was nominated for Woman of the Year in Rhode Island for my work as chief medical examiner.
Oh, congratulations. Auntie Bev just got an award for Person of the Year
She
for
did.
the Bar of Mass. Oh, you congratulate each other. How sweet.
Examiner and improving the office and handling those two mass disasters. I was honored by Victims' Rights and Services Awards because I've always been aware of the fact that as a forensic pathologist, I am the last doctor this person is going to have, so I try to help the family understand what happened. I was honored for my work in the mass disaster in Egypt Air 990 plane crash. Let's see. I was Outstanding Woman in Public Service for Providence, Rhode Island. I've gotten teaching awards from Brown University School of Medicine. I was elected to the Board of Trustees in the Delaware SIDS Foundation and the Philadelphia SIDS Foundation. And then we're back to my medical school.
If you could pull the microphone a little closer to your chin.
It's very hard because the chair doesn't push it in.
Oh, it doesn't, the chair doesn't move. Okay.
Oh, wait, that's what's so frustrating is look how narrow and thin that witness stand is. It is so claustrophobic that you really can't pull the chair all the way in because it catches. Come on, cantonmass.
I got it. I moved.
We'll make do.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. LaPosada. What is the American Academy of Forensic Sciences?
That's one of our medical associations that is specific to forensic sciences.
Have you ever held a chaired position there?
Yes.
What position was that?
I was voted into a fellowship position.
Were you the chairman of Forensic Science Research, the Forensic Science Research Committee?
Yes.
What's the National Association of Medical Examiners?
It's also called NAME. It's another international association of forensic pathologists.
Were you a member of that organization?
Yes.
And at some point, did you get elected to the board of directors for that organization?
Yes.
And ultimately, did you become a fellow for that organization?
I did.
What is the American Society of Clinical Pathologists?
That's a society that is for people who practice anatomic pathology and understand how to interpret laboratory results and biopsies.
Did you become a fellow in 1991 until present for that organization?
Yes.
What's the difference between a member and a fellow?
A member is a lower level, and then you can be promoted to fellow if the board of directors feels that you've contributed in your field.
And were you associated with the College of American Pathologists?
Yes.
Were you a fellow there as well?
Yes.
What about the World Association for Medical Law?
Yes.
What about the American Association for Clinical Chemistry?
Yes, I'm a member.
Rhode Island Medical Women's Association, what is that?
Well, it's basically what it says. It's women doctors in Rhode Island.
Were you elected to the board of directors for that organization?
Yes.
Ultimately, were you elected as the president of that organization?
I was.
Rhode Island Medical Society, what is that?
It's an organization of doctors who practice in Rhode Island.
Are you a council member there?
Yes.
And what about the Massachusetts Medical Legal Society?
Yes, I was a member there. They have disbanded since.
It doesn't exist anymore?
No.
When it was up and running, you were a member in good standing?
Yes.
Good, good. Pennsylvania Association of Pathologists, what about that?
Yes, when I practiced in Pennsylvania, I was a member of that organization.
Did you, in addition to be a member there, did you also hold a chaired position? Were you the chairman for the Committee on Forensic Pathology?
Yes.
Have you served on any editorial boards of any scholarly journals or
Yes.
publications? Tell me about that.
I've reviewed articles submitted for the Journal of Forensic Sciences and the National Association of Medical Examiner Journals.
Did you also hold an editorial position for the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology?
Yes.
Is that one of the medical journals that is used throughout the country by other medical professionals, other medical examiners?
Yes.
It's a resource?
Yes.
And a text?
Correct.
Have you authored any peer-reviewed publications in the field of forensic pathology?
Are we tired yet?
We are tired. We're very tired.
Are we done? We don't
We're
have
done.
anybody deaf watching.
We done. I'm like, oh, please, woman, shut up. We know she's got all these things.
Y'all have no idea. Even for a 30-year veteran, and I'm keeping up with her.
Yeah, she is. She's very good.
Oh, I'm not that good. Do you think I could pass a national certification?
Yeah.
You really think I could?
Yeah.
I don't know about that part.
Well, that part always gets, the only person I know that just aces this part with no problem is a coda. And a coda, for those of you who don't know it, is a child of deaf adults because sign language was their first language. That's what they grew up with. And so they do this, and they usually have a harder problem doing this because spoken English is their second language. So they're hunting for words. So,
Well, guys, I smoked myself hands into a comfort break. I've got to go do that. I'll be right back. We'll keep going. Diane, hold the fort.
all right,
Yes, I have.
just gonna listen.
Can you tell us about some of those publications?
Let's see if I got here. Yeah, I've written chapters in textbooks about medical legal death investigation and forensic pathology. I've published articles involving alcohol metabolism, some drugs, cocaine. Let's see. Alcohol metabolism in the heart, I mentioned. And so I published 22 papers, and I've written several chapters.
You already said that you're board certified, double board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now that you've gone through your education, training, background, publications, teaching positions, and chairs that you've held, I want to ask you a really simple question. What does a forensic pathologist do?
Yeah. We are the last doctor that the dead person has, and we figure out what happened to the body to cause their death. And we sign the death certificate that says how the body came to die and also indicates the circumstances under which the death occurred.
Our medical examiner is also tasked with determining both manner and cause, not just one or the other.
Both, yes.
What is the manner of death and how is it distinguished from the cause of death?
The cause of death is what happens to the body to cause it to stop functioning. And the manner of death refers to circumstances under which the death occurred. So there's hundreds of thousands of causes of death or why the body stops functioning, but there's only a few manners of death, which would be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
Those 5 main categories of manner of death, is that the responsibility or one of the responsibilities of a forensic medical examiner to determine that the death fits into one of those 5 categories?
Correct.
What does it mean when the death is deemed undetermined?
Yeah, when the manner of death is undetermined, that means at the time the death certificate was signed, there was not enough information to put it into either accident, natural suicide, or homicide. So at the time the death certificate was signed, there was not enough information to put it into one of those other categories. It doesn't mean that if more investigation takes place, then you might be able to put it in one of those other categories.
If a manner of death is deemed at a particular time undetermined.
June, I love it, what you put in GIFs. Y'all go into Discord and look what June put.
Determined at that time, it's because it lacks sufficient additional information. Is that correct? What types of information does a medical examiner, forensic pathologist consider in making these determinations between natural, accident, homicide, suicide, undetermined?
Mm-hmm. Well, first you have the findings from the examination of the body. So that's sort of a starting place to see what happened to the body. Then you need to also look at the scene investigation. You need to look at any police reports and witness statements, and also medical history of the deceased. And using those 4 sources of information, and using your training and experience, you can either say this is a natural death, this is a self-inflicted death, it's a suicide, it's an accidental death, it's a homicide, or if all that information doesn't allow you to put to a reasonable degree of medical certainty into any one of those categories, then you have to leave the manner undetermined. And if more information becomes available later, then you can change that death certificate.
What if no more information comes available later?
It just stays as undetermined. There are cases where there's just not enough information to put it in one of those other categories.
Without getting into what they may be, did you reach any opinions and conclusions in connection with this case?
Yes.
What materials and information did you consider in reaching your opinions and conclusions in this particular case?
Yes. I have my list of materials I reviewed. I reviewed Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report, the report of the examination of his brain, the toxicology report, and the entire medical examiner file. I studied 100 and some autopsy photos, including photographs of the brain, and then there were 70 other photographs at autopsy taken by a state trooper who was at the examination. I reviewed Mr. O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Medical Center and the EMS run sheet. I reviewed photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's clothes that were taken at the crime lab. I reviewed photographs of pieces of tail light, hard plastic, clear, black, red. I reviewed photographs of the outside of Karen Read's SUV. I reviewed the Canton Police Department incident report on the death. I reviewed 100 and some photographs taken by Canton Police of the outside of the house at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. I reviewed some photographs taken by the real estate agent who was going to sell the house of the inside.
In total, putting them in categories, did you review the forensic autopsy?
Yes.
Did you review all of the files?
I sometimes wish I could too, y'all. I gotta admit, I get bored of it too, but I can't mute.
Associated with the medical examiner's office
I can tell Diane to put her hands down so I can't see her signing.
in this particular case related to the autopsy of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Did you review the scene investigation through police reports and other things?
Yes.
Photographs as well?
Yes.
Did you review the police reports that were associated with the initial investigation in this case as well as follow-ups?
Yes.
Did you review witness statements and things of that sort?
Yes, if they were included in the police report.
That was my next question. Those witness statements would be included in the police reports that you otherwise reviewed, correct?
Yes.
What about Mr. O'Keefe's medical history as much as you had of it?
Yes, I reviewed his medical history.
And what about hospital records?
His medical history was in the hospital records.
Understood. What method did you use or methodology did you use in forming the opinion that we'll get to in just a few minutes?
Hey, Diane,
Well,
mute
in
yourself.
order to arrive at a conclusion of how somebody dies and what the cause of death is, we have to put all our facts out, and then we say, how could these facts have come to be? So it's called like a differential diagnosis. So like if you go to your doctor and you have a white blood cell count, then the doctor would say, well, how many ways do you get this white blood cell count? So that's a differential diagnosis. And then you go from that list and pare it down by getting more data till you come to one final diagnosis. So that's the process of determining how somebody dies and the circumstance around it.
Is it fair to say that you have a pretty significant background, training, and experience regarding coming to the conclusion of cause and manner of death?
We have 40 plus years.
And how many autopsies in total?
Myself, I've probably done over 3,000. And then I have observed and reviewed maybe 7,000 more.
So that's in total over 10,000 autopsies if you would estimate over 40 years?
Probably.
In addition to just autopsies, how many death investigations, separate and apart from autopsies, have you been involved with?
Well, the autopsy usually has a corresponding death investigation with it.
Do you have experience in examining, identifying wounds, not necessarily the cause and manner of death, but wounds that are associated with someone on whom you're performing an autopsy or you're supervising an autopsy?
Yes, so looking at the injuries on the body and understanding what caused them is a huge part of forensic pathology.
Have you ever conducted or overseen any autopsies of individuals involved in vehicle-pedestrian collisions?
Yes.
How many times, if you had to estimate?
No, hundreds.
100 or hundreds?
Hundreds.
When was it that you first started training on the issue of wound pattern recognition that helps assist you with coming to your conclusions, whether it be auto pedestrian incidents or otherwise?
Yeah, well, understanding wound patterns and injuries is a big part of forensic pathology because we want to identify what caused a particular pattern. So understanding that whole complex bag of injuries begins when you start your forensic pathology training, which was when I started back in '81.
In addition to the cause of death, which might be whatever, a gunshot, something.
does the pathologist also undertake an examination of the rest of the body that's not so obvious? Other wounds, et cetera, that might tell a more defined story?
Yes, we look at the entire body, we look at the clothing, we look at the outside of the body, then we do the internal examination in order to understand not only why the body stopped functioning, which is the cause of death, but also things that could have contributed to it or helped to understand the circumstances around how that death occurred.
When you say the body, you mentioned the clothing. Why is the clothing important? Is that part of the body for a forensic medical examiner?
Oh, yes, it is. You always have to look at the clothing.
Hey, Diane,
Yes.
do you want to stay on or do you want to go bye-bye?
I want to go bye-bye.
Well, fine. Just leave me. I don't care.
Sorry. I got to make sure my calendar is up to date, and I got some things I got to do in the yard.
And you also need to get some sleep, love.
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Love you. Call you later.
All right. Bye, bye,
I got to catch you up, girlfriend.
I
Bye.
know.
Okie dokie. So let's get me back here and get going.
Clothing because it has materials on it that may be important as to how injuries occurred. So it's every time you do an autopsy, you have to always make sure you have the clothing. Many times it would have been taken off at the hospital, but then I would always ask my staff, tell the police, we've got to get the clothes, have to look at the clothes.
What is a gross examination?
A gross examination is not actually like grotesque, but it means like without microscopes. It means just looking with your naked eye.
Is it important to look at a body, a deceased person, when you're conducting an autopsy from head to toe for outside obvious wounds that you can see on the gross anatomy outside?
Oh, yes, and also to collect any trace evidence that may be present on the body.
Are forensic medical examiners trained to do that?
Oh, yes.
Are you trained to do that?
Absolutely.
In addition to a gross examination on the outside of the body, is it also important to look on the inside of the body?
Yes.
Are there wounds and injuries that might be hidden by the dermis, for instance, the skin, that might not be so obvious on a gross examination of a body?
Yes, you have to look inside the body.
And what's the mechanism of doing that?
Excuse me. We make surgical incisions in the body so we can examine the brain, the neck, all the organs in the chest, all the organs in the abdomen, and depending on the case, we may make incisions in the arms and legs to look for evidence of injuries.
What about x-rays? Are x-rays an important part of an examination in an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually done before the autopsy is started, and we look for changes in the bones or any foreign material that might be present in the body, like a bullet.
Dr. LaPosada, have you ever exercised wound pattern recognition in your position as a forensic pathologist? Or do you do it every time?
All the time.
Have you ever taught any courses or given lectures on wound identification and wound pattern recognition?
Yes, it's part of understanding blunt force trauma, sharp force trauma, gunshot wounds. They all make injury patterns on the body that the pathologist can then relate to what caused that injury.
With regard to the case that's before us, what injuries did you observe with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's head specifically?
I observed that he had evidence of blunt force trauma to the back of his head.
Are those injuries consistent with a particular type or pattern of patterned injury?
Yes.
Describe that for us, please.
There in the back of his head, a little bit to the right-hand side, was a horizontal tearing of the scalp, and that's called a laceration. And surrounding that were linear scrapes that were vertical in orientation. So that is an injury pattern. And then you have to think, well, what could cause that injury pattern? And so then you go from there.
Did you also, in addition to looking at, by the way, how did you make that assessment about the injury? Was it photographs?
Yes.
Is that a normal way for a forensic pathologist to make an assessment. Is that an acceptable methodology to make an assessment of a wound pattern by the use of anatomical photographs?
Oh, absolutely.
Have you done it before?
Oh, hundreds of times.
What is a coup contra coup injury?
Now, it's a very interesting, peculiar injury to the head. When you have a blow to the head, the blow can either be the stationary head and there's a blow to it, or you can have the head that's moving and gets the blow. So looking at a pattern of coup contra coup helps the forensic pathologist differentiate that. A coup contra coup injury examines the coup, which is where the impact occurred, and then we look at what's 180 degrees opposite that impact, and that's called the contra coup, or like opposite the coup. And that injury pattern helps us determine whether a person was just having a fixed head and somebody hit it, or whether the head was just standing and went down to the ground. The coup contra coup of a falling or being pushed backward has injury patterns where the impact occurred, but then there's also injury patterns 180 degrees opposite from that. And that happens because the brain is floating in cerebral spinal fluid, and when the head comes down, the brain is a little bit behind, so you get the bang on the back of the head, but then because the brain is floating, it hits the inside of the opposite side of the head. And so that makes the contra coup pattern, and that tells us that there's been a fall backwards and hitting the head.
Is that consistent, a coup contra, just in general, a coup contra coup injury, consistent with a linear acceleration of the head by a fall, an unbroken fall straight back?
Correct. There's also some angular force in that as well.
Understood. In order to determine whether or not Mr. O'Keefe suffered from a coup contra coup injury, can that be done by a gross examination, or does it have to be surgical?
We would look at, well, first we look at the outside, but then we have to look at injuries to the scalp, and we look at the skull, see where the skull fractures are, and in particular to look at the brain and see where the damage is to the brain. And there should, in a fall backwards, you have damage to the brain at the site of impact, but you also have damage to the brain 180 degrees opposite from that. And that tells you it's a fall backwards.
In the case before us, dealing with John O'Keefe, were you able to look at the scalp and the injuries associated with the scalp from a gross perspective?
Yes.
Were you also able to look at the skull and possible fractures that Mr. O'Keefe suffered on his skull?
Yes.
And what about the brain? Did you have evidence of a dissection such that you could see the brain and determine whether or not there was a coup contra coup injury associated with the brain?
Yes, I had a full examination of the brain available.
Were Mr. O'Keefe's head injuries consistent with a coup contra coup injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that, specifically his head injuries, to the jurors, please?
Well, as we say, he has a pattern head injury on the back of his scalp, where there is a tearing of the scalp, and then vertically above that, there is some little areas of scraping to the skin. So that tells me that Mr. O'Keefe went backwards onto something that had a little ridge, but it also had some irregularity to it to cause the different scrapes before you get to the tearing of the scalp. Then when we look at the skull, he had massive skull fractures that originated, started in the back of his head. They came around to the front. They went under the base of his brain, under the skull, under the base of the brain, and it came into the front of the skull at the orbital plates and fractured that, and that caused some bleeding in his upper eyelids. When the brain was examined inside the brain, I could see that the brain had become swollen and parts of it had herniated or moved down the area where the spinal cord is, and that's called brainstem herniation, and that is why the brain stops functioning and why your body stops functioning when you have a severe head injury.
You indicated that the wound pattern suggested a ridge or ledged surface. Could
Yes.
you explain that in more detail, please?
Yes, so if I were looking at it, I would see the break in the scalp, then I would see several sort of irregularly placed scrapes of the skin that kind of look like pencil marks. And so that means that something with granularity he hit first, then it moved up a little, broke the scalp, and then moved on a little bit above that.
Would you expect to see that if Mr. O'Keefe had fallen backward onto a perfectly flat surface?
No, it has to be a surface that has some small ridges in it to make those little vertical patterns.
Dr. Laposada, what is ecchymosis?
Ecchymosis is a medical term for bruise.
Did you see any ecchymosis on Mr. O'Keefe that he suffered as a result of the coup contre coup injury to the back of his head?
He had a bruise on his brain, at the back of the brain and at the front of the brain.
What would the outer, let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
What would you see around his eyes regarding ecchymosis?
Yes, when you have, when the brain slaps forcefully against the base of the skull, the delicate bones above the eye break, and that's again the coup contre coup, where the brain slaps forward. And when those delicate bones are broken, there's bleeding, and that bleeding then goes right down into the upper eyelids. So it kind of looks like you have black eyes, but there's not been any punch to the face. It's only come from the skull fracture. That's sometimes called raccoon eyes, because you look like a little raccoon.
Did you see any skin injury to either one of Mr. O'Keefe's upper eyelids?
Yes, he had a small kind of slit-like defect horizontal on his right upper eyelid.
Would the ecchymosis on its own produce that type of injury, that laceration over his right eye?
No, the blood seeping down into his upper eyelids was from the skull fractures.
Was the laceration above his eyelid on the right side a separate injury altogether?
Yes, it was.
Based on your training experience, do you have an opinion as to whether or not what that eyelid laceration might be consistent with?
Some application of force which broke the skin.
Could that be from an object?
Possible.
Could it be from a fist?
Possible.
Sustain us to the floor, Mr. Jackson.
Give me some possibilities of what might cause that laceration above his right eyelid.
So it's not possibilities.
Give me, in your opinion, what you believe could have caused or produced the injury to the upper right eyelid.
So I'm going to see your sidebar here.
My bad. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry about that. I was on a call and I mean, there's something about chat IQ, Vivid IQ. Y'all know what Vivid IQ is? I don't. Come on. It's not, I've got a glitch. It won't work. Maybe if I throw up there it is. There it is. So anyway, I'm on with chat. Vivid, what's it called? Vid IQ. They charged me $100 for something I didn't ask for. And I said, I want my money back.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Laposada, you just mentioned that the laceration above the right eyelid was consistent with the application of force, correct?
Correct.
You said it could come from some object, is that right?
Correct. It was fairly small. Could be it's some sort of object.
Is it also consistent with a fist?
Sure, a fist is an object.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I hate to do this again. May we approach? This is probably a good time. We talked about it at the sidebar.
Can you do anything to fill up the jury's time for the next 10 minutes and then we can do this?
Not without what we discussed at sidebar.
Gosh, are you kidding me?
Come on up for a minute, okay? Both of you, come on up quickly.
So now they're going back. We might get an hour in of Lori Vallow.
I'm told that we're still on track. We will start. I'm going to have you show up a half hour later than we normally do because I expect to have 10 minutes with the lawyers, but we see sometimes with 10 minutes.
What did she say? My ears didn't catch that.
I'm going to have you show up a half hour later than we normally do.
Later.
I expect to have 10 minutes with the lawyers, but we see sometimes with 10 minutes naturally in the course of any case can turn into. So I don't want you to be waiting as much as you've waited today. So if you've taken half an hour more to get in here, whatever time you normally meet, the court officers will tell you. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow will be a full day, and we will make every effort that it's filled with as much time here in court for you without sidebar conferences, without delays for us to have hearings. So tomorrow, plan on a full day. Please do not discuss this.
Yeah, we're going to go into the other live in a minute.
Independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful again with your social media use, and we'll see you tomorrow. So Dr. Laposada,
Yes.
you can step right out, you just follow the jury, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. If you can be here, make sure.
Okay, so we're out of there on that one. We're out of there. We're out. We're out. Okay, I don't want to spend a lot of time rehashing because really we got to get to Lori Daybell and I got to start another live. And I'm going to go do that right now. Oh, I got to do a redirect and I forgot to do the redirect. Let's see if I can catch it. Oh, let's see if I can catch it. Let's see if I can catch it. Let me see. I'm trying to get it. Give me a minute, guys. No, it's not working. Dun, 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 dun. Y'all, it's going over to the other live. Customization. Redirect. Daybell. All right. We're good. Okay. All right, guys. Blessings. I hope y'all have a fabulous, fabulous day. Oh, I'm live on this one. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, I went to the wrong live. I went, "Erk." Okay, guys, welcome to the Lori Daybell Live. I will be right with you. Everybody who's on the Karen Read trial, hop on over to the Lori Daybell. Thank you for joining me so much. We'll be here over at the Lori Daybell for an hour, and then I'll reset another live. Okay, so y'all go over there. We'll start a clean live because this one's been glitchy. So I'll see you over there. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.